Chapters 1, 2, and 3 of Gretchen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Céline Major. Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 1. The Telegram. Brevard House, New York, October 6, 1800 . To Mr. Frank Tracy of Tracy Park, Shannondale. I arrived in the Scotia this morning, and shall take the train for Shannondale at 3 p.m. Send someone to the station to meet us. Arthur Tracy. This was the telegram which the clerk in the Shannondale office received one October morning, and dispatched to the Honorable Frank Tracy of Tracy Park, in the quiet town of Shannondale, where our story opens. Mr. Frank Tracy, who, since his election to the state legislature for 2 successive terms, had done nothing except to attend political meetings and make speeches on all public occasions, had an office in town, where he usually spent his mornings, smoking, reading the papers, and talking to Mr. Colvin, his business agent and lawyer, for, though born in one of the humblest New England houses, where the slanting roof almost touched the ground in the rear, and he could scarcely stand upright in the chamber where he slept, Mr. Frank Tracy was a man of leisure now, and as he dashed along the turnpike in his handsome carriage, with his driver beside him, people looked admiringly after him, and pointed him out to strangers as the Honorable Mr. Tracy of Tracy Park, one of the finest places in the county. It is true it did not belong to him, but he had lived there so long that he looked upon it as his, while his neighbors, too, seemed to have forgotten that there was a Mr. Arthur Tracy, who might at any time come home to claim his own and demand an account of his brother's stewardship. And it was this Arthur Tracy whose telegram announcing his return from Europe was read by his brother with feelings of surprise and consternation. Not that everything isn't fair and above board, and he is welcome to look into matters as much as he likes, Frank said to himself as he sat staring at the telegram, while the cold chills ran up and down his back and arms. Yes, he can examine all Colvin's books. He will find them straight as a string. And didn't he tell me to take what I thought right as remuneration for looking after his property while he was gallivanting over the world? And if he objects that I have taken too much, I can at once transfer those investments in my name to him. No, it is not that which affects me so. It is the suddenness of the thing, coming without warning, and tonight of all nights, when the house will be full of carousing and champagne. What will Dolly say? Hysterics, of course, if not a sick headache. I don't believe I can face her till she has had a little time to brace up. Here, boy, I want you." And he rapped on the window at a young lad who happened to be passing with a basket on his arm. "I want you to do an errand for me," he continued as the boy entered the office and, removing his cap, stood respectfully before him. "Take this telegram to Mrs. Tracy, and here is a dime for you." "Thank you, but I don't care for the money," the boy said. "I was going to the park anyway to tell Mrs. Tracy that Grandma is sick and can't go there tonight." "Sick? What is the matter?" Mr. Tracy asked in dismay, feeling that here was a fresh cause of trouble and worry for his wife. "She catched cold yesterday, fixing up mother's grave," the boy replied, and as if the mention of that grave had sent Mr. Tracy's thoughts straying backward to the past, he looked thoughtfully at the child for a moment and then said, "How old are you, Harold?" 10 last August," was the reply, and Mr. Tracy continued, "You do not remember your mother?" "No, sir, only a great crowd, and Grandma crying so hard," was Harold's reply. "You look like her," Mr. Tracy said. "Yes, sir," Harold answered, while into his frank open face there came an expression of regret for the mother who had died when he was 3 years old, and whose life had been so short and sad. "Now hurry off with the telegram, and mind you don't lose it. It is from my brother. He is coming tonight." "Mr. Arthur Tracy, who sent the monument for my mother? Is he coming home? Oh, I'm so glad!" Harold exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, as he put the telegram in his pocket and started for Tracy Park, wondering if he should encounter Tom, and thinking that if he did, and Tom gave him any chaff, he should thresh him, or try to. "Darn him!" he said to himself, as he recalled the many times when Tom Tracy, a boy about his own age, had laughed at him for his poverty and coarse clothes.
He ain't any better than I am, if he does wear velvet trousers and live in a big house. 'Tain't his'n, it's Mr. Arthur's, and I'm glad he is coming home. I wonder if he will bring Grandma anything. I wish he'd bring me a pyramid. He's seen 'em, they say."
Meantime, Mr. Frank Tracy had resumed his seat, and with his hands clasped over his head, was wondering what effect his brother's return would have upon him. Would he be obliged to leave the park, and the luxury he had enjoyed so long, and go back to the old life which he hated so much? "No, Arthur will never be so mean," he said. "He has always shown himself generous, and will continue to do so. Besides that, he will want somebody to keep the house for him, unless—" And here the perspiration started from every pore as Frank Tracy thought, "What if he is married, and the 'us' in his telegram means a wife, instead of a friend or servant, as I imagined?" That would indeed be a calamity, for then his reign was over at Tracy Park, and the party he and his wife were to give that night to at least 300 people would be their last. "Confound the party!" he thought, as he rose from his chair and began to pace the room. "Arthur won't like that as a greeting after 11 years' absence. He never fancied being cheek by jowl with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and that is just what the smash is to night. Dolly wants to please everybody, thinking to get me votes for Congress, and so she has invited all creation and his wife. There's old Peterkin, the roughest kind of a canal bummer when Arthur went away. Think of my fastidious brother shaking hands with him and Widow Shipley, who kept a low tavern on the tow path. She'll be there in her silks and long gold chain, for she has 4 boys, all voters, who call me Frank and slap me on the shoulder. Ugh! Even I hate it all." And in a most perturbed state of mind the would-be congressman continued to walk the room, lamenting the party, and wondering what his aristocratic brother would say to such a crowd in his house on the night of his return. And if there should be a Mrs. Arthur Tracy, with possibly some little Tracys! But that idea was too horrible to contemplate, and he tried to put it from his mind, and to be as calm and quiet as possible until lunch time, when, with no very great amount of alacrity and cheerfulness, he started for home. Chapter II. Arthur Tracy. Although it was a morning in October, the grass in the park was as green as in early June, while the flowers in the beds and borders, the geraniums, the phlox, the stocks, and verbenas were handsomer if possible than they had been in the summer time; for the rain which had fallen almost continually during the month of September had kept them fresh and bright. Here and there the scarlet and golden tints of autumn were beginning to show on the trees; but this only added a new charm to a place which was noted for its beauty, and was the pride and admiration of the town. And yet Mrs. Frank Tracy, who stood on the wide piazza, looking after a carriage which was moving down the avenue which led through the park to the highway, did not seem as happy as the mistress of that house ought to have been, standing there in the clear, crisp morning, with a silken wrapper trailing behind her, a coquettish French cap on her head, and costly jewels on her short fat hands, which once were not as white and soft as they are now. For Mrs. Frank Tracy, as Dorothy Smith, had known what hard labor and poverty meant, and slights too, because of the poverty and labor. Her mother was a widow, sickly and lame, and Dorothy in her girlhood had worked in the cotton mills at Langley, and bound shoes for the firm of Newell and Brothers, and rebelled at the fate which had made her so poor and seemed likely to keep her so. But there was something better in store for her than binding shoes or working in the mills, and from the time when young Frank Tracy came to Langley as clerk in the Newell firm, Dorothy's life was changed, and her star began to rise. They both sang in the choir, standing side by side, and sometimes using the same book, and once their hands met as both tried to turn the leaves together. Dorothy's were red and rough, and not nearly as delicate as those of Frank, who had been in the store all his life; and still there was a magnetism in their touch which sent a thrill through the young man's veins, and made him for the first time look critically at his companion. She was very pretty, he thought, with bright black eyes, a healthful bloom, and a smile and blush which went straight to his heart, and made him her slave at once. In 3 months' time they were married, and commenced housekeeping in a very unostentatious way, for Frank had nothing but his salary to depend upon. But he was well connected, and boasted some blue blood, which, in Dorothy's estimation, made amends for lack of money. The Tracys of Boston were his distant relatives, and he had a rich bachelor uncle who spent his winters in New Orleans and his summers at Tracy Park, on which he had lavished fabulous sums of money. From this Uncle Frank had expectations, though naturally the greater part of his fortune would go to his godson and namesake, Arthur Tracy, who was Frank's elder brother, and as unlike him as one brother could well be unlike another. Arthur was scholarly in his tastes, and quiet and gentlemanly in his manners, and though subject to moods and fits of abstraction and forgetfulness, which won for him the reputation of being a little queer, he was exceedingly popular with every one. Frank was very proud of his brother, and with Dorothy felt that he was honored when, 6 months after their marriage, he came for a day or so to visit them, and with him his intimate friend, Harold Hastings, an Englishman by birth, but so thoroughly Americanized as to pass unchallenged for a native. There was a band of crape on Arthur's hat, and his manner was like one trying to be sorry, while conscious of an inward feeling of resignation, if not content. The rich uncle had died suddenly, and the whole of his vast fortune was left to his nephew Arthur, not a farthing to Frank, not even the mention of his name in the will, and when Dorothy heard it she put her white apron over her face and cried as if her heart would break. They were so poor, she and Frank, and they wanted so many things, and the man who could have helped them was dead, and had left them nothing. It was hard, and she might not have made the young heir very welcome if he had not assured her that he would do something for her husband. And he kept his word, and bought out a grocery in Langley and put Frank in it, and paid the mortgage on his house, and gave him $1,000, and invited Dolly to visit him. And then it would seem as if he forgot them entirely, for with his friend Harold he settled himself at Tracy Park, and played the role of the grand gentleman to perfection. Few ladies ever called at the house, for, with 2 or 3 exceptions, Arthur held himself aloof from the people of Shannondale. It was said, however, that sometimes when he and his friend were alone there was the sound of music in the parlor, where sweet Amy Crawford, daughter of the housekeeper, played and sang her simple ballads for the 2 gentlemen, who treated her with as much deference as if she had been a queen, instead of a poor young girl dependent for her bread upon her own and her mother's exertions. But beyond the singing in the twilight Amy never advanced, and so far as her mother knew, she had never for a single instant been alone with either of the gentlemen. How, then, was the household electrified one morning when it was found that Amy had fled, and that Harold Hastings was the companion of her flight? "I wanted to tell you," Amy wrote to her mother in the note left on her dressing table, "I wanted to tell you and be married at home, but Mr. Hastings would not allow it. It would create trouble, he said, between himself and Mr. Tracy, who, I may confess to you in confidence, asked me twice to be his wife, and when I refused he was so angry and behaved so strangely, and there was such a look in his eyes, that I was afraid of him, and it was this fear, I think, which made me willing to go away secretly with Harold and be married in New York. We are going to Europe, shall sail to-morrow morning at 9 o'clock in the Scotia. The marriage ceremony will be performed before we go on board. I shall write as soon as we reach Liverpool. You must forgive me, mother, and I am sure you would if you knew how much I love Mr. Hastings. I know he is poor, and that I might be mistress of Tracy Park, but I love Harold best. It is 10 o'clock, and the train passes at 11, so I must say good-bye. Yours lovingly, Amy." This letter Mrs. Crawford found upon entering her daughter's room, after waiting more than an hour for her appearance at the breakfast, which they always took by themselves. To say that she was shocked and astonished would but faintly portray the state of her mind as she read that her beautiful young daughter had gone with Harold Hastings, whom she had never liked, for though he was handsome and agreeable and gentlemanly as a rule, she knew him to be thoroughly selfish and indolent, and she trembled for Amy's happiness when a little time had quenched the ardor of his passion. Added to this was another thought which made her brain reel for a moment. Arthur Tracy had wished to make Amy his wife, and the mistress of Tracy Park, which she would have graced so well, for in all the town there was not a fairer, sweeter girl than Amy Crawford, or one better beloved. But it was too late now. There was no turning back the wheels of fate, and, forcing herself to be as calm as possible, she took the note to Arthur, who was waiting impatiently in the library for the appearance of his friend. "Lazy dog!" Mrs. Crawford heard him say as she approached the open door. "Does he think he has nothing to do but to sleep? We were to start by this time, and he in bed yet." "Are you speaking of Mr. Hastings?" Mrs. Crawford asked as she stepped into the room. "Yes," was his haughty reply, as if he resented the question and her presence there. He could be very proud and stern when he felt like it, and one of these moods was on him now, but Mrs. Crawford did not heed it, and sinking into a chair, she began. "I came to tell you of Mr. Hastings and Amy. I found this note in her room. She has gone to New York with him. They took the 11 o'clock train last night. They are to be married this morning and sail for Europe." For a moment Arthur Tracy stood looking at her, while his face grew white as ashes, and into his dark eyes there came a gleam like that of a madman. "Amy gone with Harold, my friend," he said at last. "Gone to be married. Traitors, both of them. Curse them! If he were here I'd shoot him like a dog. And I believe I would kill her too." He was walking the floor rapidly, and to Mrs. Crawford it seemed as if he really were unsettled in his mind, he talked so incoherently and acted so strangely. "What else did she say?" he asked suddenly, stopping and confronting her. "You have not told me all. Did she speak of me? Let me see the note." And he held his hand for it. For a moment Mrs. Crawford hesitated, but as he grew more and more persistent she gave it to him, and then watched him as he read it, while the veins on his forehead began to swell until they stood out like a dark blue network against his otherwise pallid face. "Yes," he said between his teeth, "I did ask her to be my wife, and she refused, and with her soft, kittenish ways made me more in love with her than ever, and more her dupe. I never suspected Harold, and when I told him of my disappointment, for I never kept a thing from him, he laughed at me for losing my heart to my housekeeper's daughter. I could have knocked him down for his sneer at Amy, and I wish now I had. He does not mean to marry your daughter, madam, but if he does not, I will kill him." He was certainly mad, and Mrs. Crawford shrank away from him as from something dangerous, and going to her room took her bed in a fit of frightful hysterics. This was followed by a state of nervous prostration, and for a few days she neither saw nor heard of, nor inquired for Mr. Tracy. At the end of the 4th day, however, she was told by the housemaid that he had that morning packed his valise, and without a word to anyone had taken the train for New York. A week went by, and then there came a letter from him, which was as follows: New York, May 18 . Mrs. Crawford, I am off for Europe to morrow, and when I shall return is a matter of uncertainty. They are married, or at least I suppose so, for I found a list of the passengers who sailed in the Scotia, and the names Mr. and Mrs. Hastings were in it. So that saves me from breaking the 6th commandment, as I should have done if he had played Amy false. I may not make myself known to them, but I shall follow them, and if he harms a hair of her head I shall shoot him yet. My brother Frank is to live at Tracy Park. That will suit his wife, and as you will not care to stay with her, I send you a deed of that cottage in the lane by the wood, where the gardener now lives. It is a pretty little place, and Amy liked it well. We used to meet there sometimes, and more than once I have sat with her on that seat under the elm tree, and it was there I asked her to be my wife. Alas! I loved her so much, and I could have made her so happy, but that is past, and I can only watch her at a distance. When I have anything to communicate, I will write again. Yours truly, Arthur Tracy. P.S. Take all the furniture in your room and Amy's, and whatever else you need for your house. I shall tell Colvin to give you $1,000, and when you want more, let him know. I shall never forget that you are Amy's mother. That was Arthur's letter to Mrs. Crawford, while to his brother he wrote: Dear Frank, I am going to Europe for an indefinite length of time. Why I go, it matters not to you or any one. I go to suit myself, and I want you to sell out your business in Langley and live at Tracy Park, where you can see to things as if they were your own. You will find everything straight and square, for Colvin is honest and methodical. He knows all about the bonds and mortgages and stocks, so you cannot do better than to retain him in your service, overseeing matters yourself, of course, and drawing for your salary what you think right and necessary for your support and for keeping up the place as it ought to be kept up. I enclose a power of attorney. When I want money I shall call upon Colvin. I may be gone for years, and perhaps for ever. I shall never marry, and when I die, what I have will naturally go to you. We have not been much like brothers for the past few years, but I don't forget the old home in the mountains where we were boys together, and played, and quarreled, and slept under the roof where the blankets were hung to keep the snow from sifting through the rafters upon our bed. And, Frank, do you remember the bitter mornings when the thermometer was below zero, and we performed our ablutions in the woodshed, and the black eye you gave me once for telling mother that you had not washed yourself at all, it was so cold? She sent you from the table and made you go without your breakfast, and we had ham and johnny cake toast that morning, too. That was long ago, and our lives are different now. There are marble basins with silver chains and stoppers at Tracy Park, and you can have a hot bath every day if you like, in a room which would not shame Caracalla himself. And I know you will like it, and Dolly too. But don't make fools of yourselves. Be quiet and modest, and act as if you had always lived at Tracy Park. Be kind to Mrs. Crawford, who is a lady in every sense of the word. And now, good-bye. I shall write occasionally, but not often. Your brother, Arthur Tracy. Chapter III. Mr. and Mrs. Frank Tracy. Mr. Frank, in his small grocery at Langley, was weighing out a pound of butter for the widow Simpson, who was haggling with him about the price, when his brother's letter was brought to him by the boy who swept his store and did errands for him. But Frank was too busy just then to read it. There was a circus in the village that day, and it brought the country people into the town in larger numbers than usual. Naturally, many of them paid Frank a visit in the course of the morning, so that it was not until he went home to his dinner that he thought of the letter, which was finally brought to his mind by his wife's asking if there were any news. Mrs. Frank was always inquiring for and expecting news, but she was not prepared for what this day brought her. Neither was her husband, and when he read his brother's letter, which he did twice to assure himself that he was not mistaken, he sat for a moment perfectly bewildered, and stared at his wife, who was putting his dinner upon the table. "Dolly," he gasped at last, when he could speak at all. "Dolly, what do you think? Just listen. Arthur is going to Europe, to stay forever, perhaps, and has left us Tracy Park. We are going there to live, and you will be as grand a lady as Mrs. Atherton of Briar Hill, or that young girl at Collingwood." Dolly had a platter of ham and eggs in her hand, and she never could tell, though she often tried to do so, what prevented her from dropping the whole upon the floor. She did spill some of the fat upon her clean tablecloth, she put the dish down so suddenly, and then sinking into a chair, she demanded what her husband meant. Was he crazy, or what? "Not a bit of it," he replied, recovering himself, and beginning to realize the good fortune which had come to him. "We are rich people, Dolly. Read for yourself." And he passed her the letter, which she seemed to understand better than he had done. "Why, yes," she said, "we are going to Tracy Park to live. But that doesn't make us rich. It is not ours." "I know that," her husband replied, "but we shall enjoy it all the same, and hold our heads with the best of them. Besides, don't you see, Arthur gives me carte blanche as to pay for my services, and though I shall do right, it is not in human nature that I should not feather my nest when I have a chance. Some of that money ought to have been mine. I shall sell out at once if I can find a purchaser, and if I can't, I shall rent the grocery and move out of this hole double quick." His ideas were growing faster than those of his wife, who was attached to Langley and its people, and shrank a little from the grand life opening before her. She had once spent a few days at Tracy Park as Arthur's guest, and had felt great restraint even in the presence of Mrs. Crawford and Amy, whom she recognized as ladies, notwithstanding their position in the house. On that occasion she had, with her brother-in-law, been invited to dine at Briar Hill, the country seat of Mrs. Grace Atherton, where she had been so completely overawed that she did not know what half the dishes were, or what she was expected to do. But by watching Arthur, and declining some things which she felt sure were beyond her comprehension, she managed tolerably well, though when the dinner was over, and she could breathe freely again, she found that the back of her new silk gown was wet with perspiration, which had oozed from every pore during the hour and a half she had sat at the table. "Such folderol," she said to a friend to whom she was describing the dinner. "Such folderol!
changing your plates all the time, eating peas in the winter, with nothing under the sun with them, and drinking coffee out of a cup about as big as a thimble. Give me the good old-fashioned way, I say, with peas and potatoes, and meat and things, and cups that will hold half a pint and have some thickness that you can feel in your mouth."
And now she was to exchange the good old-fashioned way for what she termed folderol, and for a time she did not like it. But her husband was so delighted and eager that he succeeded in impressing her with some of his enthusiasm, and after he had returned to his grocery and her dishes were washed, she removed her large kitchen apron, and pulling down the sleeves of her dress, went and stood before the mirror, where she examined herself critically, and not without some degree of complacency. Her hair was black and glossy, or would be if she had time to care for it as it ought to be cared for. Her eyes were large and bright, and perhaps in time she might learn to use them as Mrs. Atherton used hers. "She is older than I am," she said to herself. "There are crow tracks around her eyes, and her complexion is not a bit better than mine was before I spoiled it with soap suds and stove heat and everything else." Then she looked at her hands, but they were red and rough, and the nails were broken, and not at all like the nails which an expert has polished for an hour or more. Mrs. Atherton's diamond rings would be sadly out of place on Dolly's fingers, but time and abstinence from work would do much for them, she reflected, and after all it would be nice to live in a grand house, ride in a handsome carriage, and keep a hired girl to do the heavy work. So, on the whole, she began to feel quite reconciled, and to wonder how she ought to conduct herself in view of her future position. She had intended going to the circus that night, but she gave that up, telling her husband that it was a second-class amusement anyway, and she did not believe that either Mrs. Atherton or the young lady at Collingwood patronized such places. So they stayed at home, and talked together of what they should do at Tracy Park, and wondered if it was their duty to ask all their Langley friends to visit them. Mrs. Frank decided that it was. She was not going to begin by being stuck up, she said. And when she left Langley 4 weeks later, every man, woman, and child of her familiar acquaintance in town had been heartily invited to call upon her at Tracy Park if ever they came that way. Frank had disposed of his business at a reasonable price, and had rented his house with all the furniture, except such articles as his wife insisted upon taking with her. The bureau and bedstead and chairs which she and Frank had bought together in Springfield just before their marriage, the Boston rocker in which her old mother had sat until the day she died, the cradle in which she had rocked her baby boy who was lying in the Langley graveyard, were dear to the wife and mother, and though her husband told her she could have no use for them, there was enough of sentiment in her nature to make her cling to them as something of the past, and so they were boxed up and forwarded by freight to Tracy Park, whither Mr. and Mrs. Tracy followed them a week later. The best dressmaker in Langley had been employed upon the wardrobe of Mrs. Frank, who, in her traveling dress of some stuff goods of a plaided pattern, too large and too bright to be quite in good taste, felt herself perfectly au fait until she reached Springfield, where Mrs. Grace Atherton, accompanied by a tall, elegant-looking young lady, entered the car and took a seat in front of her. Neither of the ladies noticed her, but she recognized Mrs. Atherton at once, and guessed that her companion was the young lady from Collingwood. Dolly scanned both the ladies very closely, noticing every article of their costumes, from their plain linen collars and cuffs to their quiet dresses of gray, which seemed so much more in keeping with the dusty cars than her buff and purple plaid. "I ain't like them, and never shall be," she said to herself, with a bitter sense of her inferiority pressing upon her. "I ain't like them, and never shall be, if I live to be 100. I wish we were not going to be grand. I shall never get used to it," and the hot tears sprang to her eyes as she longed to be back in the kitchen where she had worked so hard. But Dolly did not know how readily people can forget the life of toil behind them and adapt themselves to one of luxury and ease, and with her the adaptability commenced in some degree the moment Shannondale Station was reached, and she saw the handsome carriage waiting for them. A carriage finer far and more modern than the one from Collingwood, in which Mrs. Atherton and the young lady took their seats, laughing and chatting so gaily that they did not see the woman in the big plaid, who stood watching them with a rising feeling of jealousy and resentment because she was not noticed. But when the Tracy carriage drew up, Grace Atherton saw and recognized her, and whispered, in an aside to her companion, For goodness' sake, Edith, look! There are the Tracys, our new neighbors." Then she bowed to Mrs. Tracy and said, "Ah, I did not know you were on the train." "I sat right behind you," was Mrs. Tracy's rather ungracious reply; and then, not knowing whether she ought to do it or not, she introduced her husband. "Yes, Mr. Tracy, how do you do?" was Mrs. Atherton's response; but she did not in return introduce the young girl, whose dark eyes were scanning the strangers so curiously; and this Dolly took as a slight, and inwardly resented. But Mrs. Atherton had spoken to her, and that was something, and helped to keep her spirits up as she was driven along the turnpike to the entrance of the park. On the occasion of Mrs. Frank's first and only visit to her brother in law it was winter, and everything was covered with snow. But it was summer now, the month of roses, and fragrance, and beauty, and as the carriage passed up the broad, smooth avenue which led to the house, and Dolly's eye wandered over the well-kept grounds, sweet with the scent of newly mown grass, and filled with every adornment which taste can devise or money procure, she felt within her the first stirring of the pride and satisfaction and self-assertion which were to grow upon her so rapidly and transform her from the plain, unpretentious woman who had washed and ironed and baked and mended in the small house in Langley, into the arrogant, haughty lady of fashion who courted only the rich and looked down upon her less fortunate neighbors. Now, however, she was very meek and humble, and trembled as she alighted from the carriage before the great stone house which was to be her home. "Isn't this grand, Dolly?" her husband said, rubbing his hands together, and looking about him complacently. "Yes, very grand," Dolly answered him, "but somehow it makes me feel weaker than water. I suppose, though, I shall get accustomed to it." End of chapters 1, 2, and 3. Chapters 4 and 5 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Getting Accustomed to It. In the absence of Mrs. Crawford, who for a week or more had been domesticated in the cottage which Arthur had given her, there was no one to receive the strangers except the cook and the housemaid, and as Mrs. Tracy entered the hall the two came forward, bristling with criticism, and ready to resent anything like interference in the newcomers. The servants at the park had not been pleased with the change of administration. That Mr. Arthur was a gentleman whom it was an honor to serve, they all conceded; but with regard to the new master and mistress they had grave doubts. Although none of them had been at the park on the occasion of Mrs. Tracy's first visit there, many rumors concerning her had reached them, and she would scarcely have recognized herself could she have heard the remarks of which she was the subject. That she had worked in a factory, which was true, was her least offense, for it was whispered that once, when the winter was unusually severe and work scarce, she had gone to a soup house, and even asked and procured coal from the poor master for herself and her mother. This was not true, and would have argued nothing against her as a woman if it had been, but the cook and the housemaid believed it, and passed sundry jokes together while preparing to meet the "pauper," as they designated her. In this state of things their welcome could not be very cordial, but Mrs. Tracy was too tired and too much excited to observe their demeanor particularly. They were civil, and the house was in perfect order, and so much larger and handsomer than she had thought it to be, that she felt bewildered and embarrassed, and said "Yes'm" and "No, ma'am" to Martha, and told Sarah, who was waiting at dinner, that she might as well sit down in a chair as to stand all the time; she presumed she was tired with so many extra steps to take. But Sarah knew her business, and persisted in standing, and inflicting upon the poor woman as much ceremony as possible, and then in the kitchen she repeated to the cook and the coachman, with sundry embellishments of her own, the particulars of the dinner, amid peals of laughter at the expense of the would-be lady. It was hardly possible that mistress and maids would stay together long, especially as Mrs. Tracy, when a little more assured, and a little less in awe of her servants, began to show a disposition to know by personal observation what was going on in the kitchen, and to hint broadly that there was too much waste here and expenditure there, and quite too much company at all hours of the day. She didn't propose to keep a boarding house, she said, or to support families outside, and the old woman who came so often to the basement door with a big basket under her cloak must discontinue her calls. Then there occurred one of those Hibernian cyclones which sweep everything before them, and which in this instance swept Mrs. Tracy out of the kitchen for the time being, and the cook out of the house. Her self-respect, she said, would not allow her to stay with a woman who knew just how much coal was burned, how much butter was used, and how much bread was thrown away, and who objected to giving a bite now and then to a poor old woman, who, poor as she was, had never yet been helped by the poor master, or gone to a soup-house, like my lady. Martha's departure was followed by that of Sarah, and then Mrs. Tracy was alone, and for a few days enjoyed herself immensely, cooking her own dinner, and eating it when and where she liked, in the kitchen mostly, as that kept the flies from the dining-room and saved her many steps, for Dolly was beginning to find that there was a vast difference between keeping a house with 6 rooms and one with 30 or more. Her husband urged her to try a new servant, saying there was no necessity for her to make a slave of herself, but she refused to listen. Economy was a part of her nature, and besides that she meant to show them that she was perfectly independent of the whole tribe. The tribe and them referring to the hired girls alone, for she knew no one else in town. No one had called, and a bow from Mrs. Atherton, whom she had seen at church, was all the recognition she had received from her neighbors up to the hot July morning, a week or more after the housemaid's departure, when she was busy in the kitchen canning black raspberries, of which the garden was full. Like many housekeepers who do their own work, Dolly was not very particular with regard to her dress in the morning, and on this occasion her hair was drawn from her rather high forehead, and twisted into a hard knot at the back of her head. Her calico dress hung straight down, for she was minus hoops, which in those days were very large. Her sleeves were rolled above her elbows, and as a protection against the juice of the berries, she wore an apron made of sacking. In this garb, and with no thought of being interrupted, she kept on with her work until the last kettle of fruit was boiling and bubbling on the stove, and she was just glancing at the clock to see if it were time to put over the peas for dinner, when there came a quick, decisive ring at the front door. "Who can that be?" she said to herself, as she wiped her hands upon her apron. "Some peddler, I dare say. Why couldn't he come round to the kitchen door, I'd like to know?" She had been frequently troubled with peddlers, and feeling certain that this was one, she started for the door in no very amiable frame of mind, for peddlers were her abomination. Something ailed the key, which resisted all her efforts to turn it, and at last, putting her mouth to the keyhole, she called out rather sharply, "Go to the back door, I can't open this." Then, as she caught a whiff of burnt syrup, she hurried to the kitchen, where she found that her berries had boiled over, and were hissing and sputtering on the hot stove, raising a cloud of smoke so dense that she did not see the person who stood on the threshold of the door, until a voice wholly unlike that of any peddler said to her, "Good morning, Mrs. Tracy. I hope I am not intruding." Then she turned, and to her horror and surprise saw Grace Atherton, attired in the coolest and daintiest of morning costumes, with a jaunty French bonnet set coquettishly upon her head, and a silver card case in her hand. For the moment Dolly's wits forsook her, and she stood looking at her visitor, who, perfectly at her ease, advanced into the room, and said, "I hope you will excuse me, Mrs. Tracy, for this morning call. I came—" But she did not finish her sentence, for by this time Dolly had recovered herself a little, and throwing off her apron, said nervously, "Not at all, not at all. I supposed you were some peddler or agent when I sent you to this door. They are the plague of my life, and think I'll buy everything and give to everything because Arthur did. I am doing my own work, you see. Come into the parlor." And she led the way into the dark drawing-room, where the chairs and sofas were shrouded in white linen, and looked like so many ghosts in the dim, uncertain light. But Dolly opened one of the windows, and pushing back the blinds, let in a flood of sunshine, so strong and bright that she at once closed the shutters, saying apologetically, that she did not believe in fading the carpets if they were not her own. Then she sat down upon an ottoman, and faced her visitor, who was regarding her with a mixture of amusement and wonder. Grace Atherton was an aristocrat to her very finger-tips, and shrank from contact with anything vulgar and unsightly, and to her mind Mrs. Tracy represented both, and seemed sadly out of place in that handsome room, with her sleeves rolled up and the berry stains on her hands and face. Grace knew nothing by actual experience of canning berries, or aprons made of sacking, or of bare arms, except it were of an evening when they showed white and fair against her satin gown, with bands of gold and precious stones upon them, and she felt that there was an immeasurable distance between herself and this woman, whom she had come to see partly on business, and partly because she thought she must call upon her for the sake of Arthur Tracy, who was one of her friends. Her cook, who had been with her 7 years, had gone to attend a sick mother, and had recommended as a fit person to take her place the woman who had just left Tracy Park. "I do not like to take a servant without first knowing something of her from her last employer," she said, "and, if you don't mind, I should like to ask if Martha left you for anything very bad." Mrs. Tracy colored scarlet, and for a moment was silent. She could not tell that fine lady in the white muslin dress with seas of lace and embroidery that Martha had called her second classy, and stingy, and snooping, and mean, because she objected to the amount of coal burned and bread thrown away and time consumed at the table. All this, she felt, would scarcely interest a person like Mrs. Atherton, who might sympathize with Martha more than with herself, so she finally said, "Martha was saucy to me, and on the whole it was better for them all to go, and so I am doing my own work." "Doing your own work!" And Grace gave a little cry of surprise, while her shoulders shrugged meaningly, and made Mrs. Tracy almost as angry as she had been with Martha when she called her mean and stingy. "It cannot be possible that you cook and wash and iron and do everything," Mrs. Atherton continued. "My dear Mrs. Tracy, you can never stand it in a house like this, and Mr. Arthur would not like it. Why, he kept as many as 6 servants, and sometimes more. Pray let me advise you and commend you to a good girl, who lived with me 3 years, and can do everything from dressing my hair to making blancmange. I only parted with her because she was sick, and now that she is well, her place is filled. Try her, and do not make a servant of yourself. It is not fitting that you should." Grace was fond of giving advice, and had said more than she intended saying when she began, but Mrs. Tracy, though annoyed, was not angry, and consented to receive the girl who had lived at Briar Hill 3 years before, and who, she reflected, could be of use to her in many ways. While sitting there in her soiled working dress, talking to Mrs. Atherton, she had felt her inferiority more keenly than she had ever done before, while at the same time she was conscious that a new set of ideas and thoughts had taken possession of her, reawaking in her the germ of that ambition to be somebody which she had felt so often when a girl, and which now was to bud and blossom and bear fruit 100-fold. She would take the girl, and from her learn the ways of the world as practiced at Briar Hill. She would no longer wear sacking aprons and open the door herself. She would be more like Grace Atherton, whom she watched admiringly as she went down the walk to the handsome carriage waiting for her, with driver and footman in tall hats and long coats on the box. This was the beginning of the fine lady into which Dolly finally blossomed, and when that day Frank went home to his dinner he noticed something in her manner which he could not understand until she told him of Mrs. Atherton's call, and the plight in which the lady had found her. "Served you right," Frank said, laughing till the tears ran. "You have no business to be digging around like a slave when we are able to have what we like. Arthur said we were to keep up the place as he had done, and that does not mean that you should be a scullion. No, Dolly, have all the girls you want, and hold up your head with the best of them. Get a new silk gown, and return Mrs. Atherton's call at once, and take a card and turn down one corner or the other, I don't know which, but this girl of hers can tell you. Pump her dry as a powder horn. Find out what the quality do, and then do it, and don't bother about the expense. I'm going in for a good time, and don't mean to work either. I told Colvin this morning that I thought I ought to draw a salary of about $4,000 a year, besides our living expenses, and though he looked at me pretty sharp over his spectacles, he said nothing. Arthur is worth $1 million, if he is worth a cent. So go it, Dolly, while you are young." And in the exuberance of his joy Frank kissed his wife on both cheeks, and then hurried back to his office. That day they had dined in the kitchen with a leaf of the table turned up as they had done in Langley, but the next day they had dinner in the dining room, and were waited upon by the new girl as well as it was possible for her to do with her mistress's interference. "Never mind, Mr. Tracy's in a hurry. Give him his pie at once," she said, as Susan was about to clear the table preparatory to the dessert; but she repented the speech when she saw the look of surprise which the girl gave her, and which expressed more than words could have done. "Better let her run herself," Frank said, when Susan had left the room. "If she wants to take every darn thing off the table and tip it over to boot, let her do it.
If she has lived 3 years with Mrs. Atherton, she knows what is what better than we do." "But it takes so long, and I have so much to see in this great house," Dolly objected, and her husband replied: "Get another girl, then. 3 of them, if you like. What matter how many girls we have so long as Arthur pays for them? And he is bound to do that. He said so in his letter. You are altogether too economical. I've told you so 100 times, and now there is no need of saving. I want to see you a lady in silks and satins like Mrs. Atherton. Pump that girl, I tell you, and find out what ladies do." This was Frank's advice to his wife, and as far as in her lay she acted upon it, and whatever Susan told her was done by Mrs. Atherton at Briar Hill she tried to do at Tracy Park, except staying out of the kitchen. That, from her nature, she could not do. Consequently, she was constantly changing cooks, and frequently took the helm herself, to the great disgust of her husband, who managed at last to imbue her with his own idea of things. In course of time most of the neighbors who had any claim to society called, and among them Mrs. Crawford. But Mrs. Tracy had then reached a point from which she looked down upon one who had been housekeeper where she was now mistress, and whose daughter's good name was under a cloud, as there were some who did not believe that Harold Hastings had ever made Amy his wife. When told that Mrs. Crawford had asked for her, Mrs. Tracy sent word that she was engaged, and that if Mrs. Crawford pleased she would give her errand to the girl. "I have no errand, I came to call," was Mrs. Crawford's reply, and she never crossed the threshold of her old home again until the March winds were blowing and there was a little boy at the park. At the last moment the expected nurse had fallen sick, and in his perplexity Mr. Tracy went to the cottage in the lane and begged Mrs. Crawford to come and care for his wife. Mrs. Crawford was very proud, but she was poor too, and as the price per week which Frank offered her was 4 times as much as she could earn by sewing, she consented at last, and went as nurse to the sick woman and the baby, Tom, on whose little red face she imprinted many a kiss for the sake of her daughter, who was still abroad, and over whom the shadow of hope and fear was hanging. Dolly Tracy's growth, after it fairly commenced, had been very rapid, and when Mrs. Crawford went to her as nurse, she had 3 servants in her employ, besides the coachman, and was imitating Mrs. Atherton to the best of her ability; and when, early in the following summer, they received the wedding cards of Edith Hastings, the young lady from Collingwood, who had married a Mr. St. Clair, she felt that her position was assured, and from that time her progress was onward and upward until the October morning 10 years later, when our story proper opens, and we see her standing upon the piazza of her handsome house with every sign of wealth and luxury about her person, from the silken robe to the jewels upon her hands, which once had canned berries in her kitchen, where she received Grace Atherton with her sleeves above her elbows. There were 5 servants in the house now, and they ran over and against each other, and quarreled and gossiped, and worried her life nearly out of her, until she sometimes wished she could send them away and do the work herself. But she was far too great a lady for that. She was thoroughly up in etiquette, and did not need Susan to tell her what to do. She knew all about visiting cards, and dinner cards, and cards of acceptance, and regret, and condolence, and she read much oftener than she did her Bible a book entitled Habits of Good Society. 3 children played in the nursery now, Tom, and Jack, and Maud, and she strove with all her might to instill into their infant minds that they were the Tracys of Tracy Park, and entitled to due respect from their inferiors. And Tom had profited by her teaching, and was the veriest little braggart in Shannondale, boasting of his father's house and his father's money, without a word of the Uncle Arthur wandering no one knew where, or cared particularly for that matter. Arthur had never been home since the day he quitted it to look after Amy Crawford, now lying in the graveyard of Shannondale, under the shadow of the tall monument which his money had bought. At first he had written frequently to Mrs. Crawford, and occasionally to his brother, and his agent, Mr. Colvin. Then his letters came very irregularly, and in one he told them not to feel anxious if they did not hear from him for a long time, as in case of his death he had arranged to have the news communicated to them at once. After this letter nothing had been heard from him until the morning when his telegram came, and so greatly disturbed the mental equilibrium of both Mr. and Mrs. Frank Tracy. Chapter 5. At the Park.
Frank had at first grown faster than his wife, and the change in his manner had been more perceptible; for, with all her foolishness, Dolly had a keener sense of right and wrong and justice than her husband. She had opposed him stoutly when he raised his own salary from $4,000 to $6,000 a year, on the plea that his services were worth it, and that $2,000 more or less was nothing to Arthur; and when he was a candidate for the legislature she had protested against his inviting to the house and giving beer and cider to the men whose votes he wanted, and for whom, as men, he did not care a farthing. But when he came up for Congress she forgot all her scruples, and was as anxious as himself to please those who could help him secure the nomination and afterward the election. It was she who had proposed the party, to which nearly everybody was to be invited, from old Peterkin and widow Shipley, to Mr. and Mrs. St. Clair from Grassy Spring, Squire Harrington from Collingwood, and Grace Atherton from Briar Hill. Very few who could in any way help Frank to a seat in Congress were omitted from the list, whether Republican or Democrat; for Frank was popular with both parties, and expected help from both. Over 300 cards had been issued for the party, which was the absorbing topic of conversation in the town, and which brought white kids and white muslins into great requisition, while swallow tails and non-swallow tails were discussed in the privacy of households, and discarded or decided upon according to the length of the masculine purse or the strength of the masculine resistance, for dress coats were not then the rule in Shannondale. Old Peterkin, however, whom Frank in his soliloquy had designated a "canal bummer," was resolved to show that he knew what was au fait for the occasion, and a new suit throughout was in progress of making for him. "Tracy should have his vote and that of 50 more of the boys to pay for his ticket to the doin's," he said, and this speech, which was reported to Mrs. Tracy, reconciled her to the prospect of receiving as a guest the coarsest, roughest man in town, whose only recommendation was his money and the brute influence he exercised over a certain class. Dolly had scarcely slept for excitement since the party had been decided upon, and everything seemed to be moving on very smoothly until the morning of the day appointed for the party, when it seemed as if every evil came at once. First, the colored boy who was to wait in the upper hall was attacked with measles. Then Grace Atherton drove round to say that it would be impossible for her to be present, as she had received news from New York which made it necessary for her to go there by the next train. She was exceedingly sorry, she said, and for once in her life Grace was sincere. She was anxious to attend the party, for, as she said to Edith St. Clair in confidence, she wanted to see old Peterkin in his swallow tail and white vest, with a shirt front as big as a platter. There was a great deal of sarcasm and ridicule in Grace Atherton's nature, but at heart she was kind and meant to be just, and after a fashion really liked Mrs. Tracy, to whom she had been of service in various ways, helping her to fill her new position more gracefully than she could otherwise have done, and enlightening her without seeming to do so on many points which puzzled her sorely. On the whole they were good friends, and after expressing her regret that she could not be present in the evening, Grace stood a few moments chatting familiarly, and offering to send over flowers from her greenhouse, and her own maid to arrange Mrs. Tracy's hair and assist her in dressing. Then she took her leave, and it was her carriage which Mrs. Tracy was watching as it went down the avenue, when little Harold Hastings appeared around the corner of the house, and coming up the steps, took off his cap respectfully as he said, "Grandma sends you her compliments, and is very sorry that she has rheumatism this morning, and can't come to-night to help you. She thinks perhaps you can get Mrs. Mosher." "Your grandmother can't come, when I depended so much upon her. And she thinks I can get Mrs. Mosher, that termagant, who would raise a mutiny in the kitchen in an hour," Mrs. Tracy said, so sharply that a flush mounted to the handsome face of the boy, who felt as if he were in some way a culprit in being reprimanded. "She must come, if she does nothing but sit in the kitchen and keep order," was Mrs. Tracy's next remark. "She can't," Harold replied. "Her foot and ankle is all swelled and aches so she almost cries. She is awful sorry, and so am I, for I was coming with her to see the show." This put a new idea in Mrs. Tracy's mind, and she said to the boy, "How would you like to come anyway, and stay in the upper hall, and tell the people where to go? The boy I engaged has disappointed me. You are rather small for the place, but I guess you'll do, and I will give you 50 cents. "I'd like it first rate," Harold said, his face brightening at the thought of earning 50 cents and seeing the show at the same time. $50 were not very plentiful with Harold, and he was trying to save enough to buy his grandmother a pair of spectacles, for he had heard her say that she could not thread her needle as readily as she once did, and must have glasses as soon as she had the money to spare. Harold had seen a pair at the drug store for $1, and without knowing at all whether they would fit his grandmother's eyes or not, had asked the druggist to keep them until he had the required amount. 50 cents would just make it, and he promised at once that he would come. But in an instant there fell a shadow upon his face as he thought of Tom, his tormentor, who worried him so much. "What is it?" Mrs. Tracy asked, as she detected in him a disposition to reconsider. "Will Tom be up in the hall?" Harold asked. "Of course not," Mrs. Tracy replied. "He will be in the parlors until 10 o'clock, and then he will go to bed. Why do you ask?" "Because," Harold answered fearlessly, "if he was to be there I could not come. He chaffs me so and twits me with being poor and living in a house his uncle gave us." "That is very naughty in him, and I will see that he behaves better in future," Mrs. Tracy said, rather amused than otherwise at the boy's frankness. As the mention of the uncle reminded Harold of the telegram, he took it from his pocket and handed it to her. "Mr. Tracy said I was to bring you this. It's from Mr. Arthur, and he is coming to-night. I'm so glad, and Grandma will be, too." If Mrs. Tracy heard the last of Harold's speech she did not heed it, for she had caught the words that Arthur was coming that night, and for a moment she felt giddy and faint, and her hand shook so she could scarcely open the telegram. Arthur had been gone so long and left them in undisputed possession of the park, that she had come to feel as if it belonged to them by right, and she had grown so accustomed to a life of ease and luxury that to give it up now and go back to Langley seemed impossible to her. It never occurred to Dolly that they might possibly remain at the park if Arthur did come home. She felt sure they could not, for Arthur would hardly approve of his brother's stewardship when he came to realize how much it had cost him. They would have to leave, and this party she was giving would be her first and last at Tracy Park. How she wished she had never thought of it, or having thought of it, that she had omitted from the list those who, she knew, would be obnoxious to the foreign brother, and who had only been invited for the sake of their political influence, which might now be useless, for Frank Tracy, as a nobody with very little money to spend, would not run as well, even in his own party, as Frank Tracy of Tracy Park, with thousands at his command if he chose to take them. "It is too bad, and I wish we could give up the party," she said aloud, forgetting that Harold was still standing there. "You here yet? I thought you had gone," she continued, as she recovered herself and met the boy's wondering eyes. "Yes'm, but you ain't going to give the party up," he said, afraid of losing his $half. "Of course not. How can I, with all the people invited?" she asked questioningly, and a little less sharply. "I don't know, unless I get a pony and go round and tell 'em not to come," Harold suggested, thinking he might earn his 50 cents as easily that way as any other. But much as Mrs. Tracy wished the party had never been thought of, she could not now abandon it, and declining the services of Harold and the pony, she again bade him go home with a charge that he should be on time in the evening, adding, as she surveyed him critically, "If you have no clothes suitable, you can wear some of Tom's. You are about his size." "Thank you. I have my Meeton clothes, and do not want Tom's," was Harold's reply as he walked away, thinking he would go in rags before he would wear anything which belonged to his enemy, Tom Tracy. The rest of the morning was passed by Mrs. Frank in a most unhappy frame of mind, and she was glad when, at an hour earlier than she had reason to expect him, her husband came home. "Well, Dolly," he said the moment they were alone, "this is awfully unlucky, the whole business. If Arthur must come home, why couldn't he have written in advance and not take us by surprise? Looks as if he meant to spring a trap on us, don't it? And if he does, by Jove, he has caught us nicely. It will be somewhat like the prodigal son who heard the sound of music and dancing, only I don't suppose Arthur has spent his substance in riotous living, with not over nice people, but there is no telling what he has been up to all these years that he has not written to us. Perhaps he is married. He said in his telegram, 'Send to meet us.' What does that mean, if not a wife?" "A wife? Oh, Frank!" And with a great gasp, Dolly sank down upon the lounge chair near where she was standing, and actually went into the hysterics her husband had prophesied. In reading the telegram she had not noticed the little monosyllable "us," which was now affecting her so powerfully. Of course it meant a wife and possibly children, and her day was surely over at Tracy Park. It was in vain that her husband tried to comfort her, saying that they knew nothing positively, except that Arthur was coming home, and somebody was coming with him. It might be a friend, or what was more likely, it might be a valet; and at all events he was not going to cross Fox River till he reached it, when he might find a bridge across it. But Frank's reasoning did not console his wife, whose hysterical fit was succeeded by a racking headache, which by night was almost unbearable. Strong coffee, aconite, brandy, and belladonna were all tried without effect. Nothing helped her until she commenced her toilet, when in the excitement of dressing she partly forgot her disquietude, and the pain in her head grew less. Still she was conscious of a feeling of wretchedness and regret as she sat in her handsome boudoir, and felt that on the morrow another might be mistress where she had reigned so long. It was known in the house that Arthur was expected, and some one with him, but no hint had been given of a wife, and Mrs. Tracy had ordered separate rooms prepared for the strangers who were to arrive on the 10:30 train. How she should manage to keep up and appear natural until that time she did not know, and her face and eyes wore an anxious, frightened look, which all her finery could not hide. And still she was really very handsome and striking in her dress of peach blow satin and lace, when at last she descended to the drawing room and stood waiting for the first ring which would open the party. End of chapters 4 and 5. Chapters 6 and 7 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Cottage in the Lane. It was so called because it stood at the end of a broad, grassy avenue or lane, which led from the park to the entrance of the grounds of Collingwood, whose chimneys and gables were distinctly visible in the winter when the trees were stripped of their foliage. At the time when Mrs. Crawford took possession of it, its color was red, but the storms and rains of 11 summers and winters had washed nearly all the red away; and as Mrs. Crawford had never had the money to spare for its repainting, it would have presented a brown and dingy appearance outwardly, but for the luxurious woodbine which she had trained with so much care and skill that it covered nearly 3 sides of the cottage, and made a gorgeous display in the autumn when the leaves had turned a bright scarlet. Thanks to the thoughtfulness of Arthur Tracy, the cottage was furnished comfortably and even prettily when Mrs. Crawford entered it, and it was from the same kind friend that her resources mostly had come up to the day when, 3 years after her marriage, Amy Hastings came home to die, bringing with her a little 2-year-old boy, whom she called Harold, for his father. Just where the father was, if indeed he were living, she did not know. He had left her in London 6 months before, saying he was going to Paris for a few days, and should be back before she had time to miss him. Just before he left her he said to her playfully, "Cheer up, petite. I have not been quite as regular in my habits as I ought to have been, but London is not the place for a man of my tastes. Too many temptations for a fellow like me. When I come back we will go into the country where you can have a garden, with flowers and chickens, and grow fat and pretty again. You are not much like the girl I married. Good-bye." Then he kissed her and the baby, and went whistling down the stairs. She never saw him again, and only heard from him once. Then he was in Pau, where he said they were having such fine fox hunts. Weeks went by, and he neither wrote nor came, and Amy would have been utterly destitute and friendless but for Arthur Tracy, who when her need was greatest went to her, telling her that he had never been far from her, but had watched over her vigilantly to see that no harm came to her. When her husband went to Paris he knew it through a detective, and from the same source knew when he went to Pau, where all trace of him had been lost. "But we are sure to find him," he said encouragingly, "and meantime I shall see that you do not suffer. As an old friend of your husband, you will allow me to care for you until he is found." And Amy, who had no alternative, accepted his care, and tried to seem cheerful and brave while waiting for the husband who never came back. At last, when all hope was gone, Arthur sent her home to the cottage in the lane, where her mother received her gladly, thanking heaven that she had her daughter back again. But not for long. Poor Amy's heart was broken. She loved her husband devotedly, and his cruel desertion of her, for she knew now it was that, hurt her more than years of suffering with him could have done. Occasionally she heard from Arthur, who was still busy in search of the delinquent, and who always sent in his letter a substantial proof of his friendship and generosity. And so the weeks and months went by, and then there came a letter from Arthur saying that Harold Hastings had died in Berlin, and been buried at his expense. A few weeks later, and Amy too lay dead in her coffin; and they buried her under the November snow which was falling in great sheets upon the frozen ground. What Arthur felt when he heard the news no one ever knew, for he made no sign, but at once gave orders to Colvin that a costly monument should be placed at her grave, with only this inscription upon it: Amy, aged 23. Of course the low-minded people talked, and Mrs. Crawford knew they did, but her heart was too full of sorrow to care what was said. Her beautiful daughter was dead, and she was alone with the little boy, who had inherited his mother's beauty with all her lovely traits of character. Had Mrs. Crawford consented, Arthur would have supported him entirely, but she was too proud for that. She would take care of him herself as long as possible, she wrote him, but if, when Harold was older, he chose to educate him, she would offer no objection. And there the matter dropped, and Mrs. Crawford struggled on as best she could, sometimes going out to do plain sewing, sometimes taking it home, sometimes going to people's houses to superintend when they had company, and sometimes selling fruit and flowers from the garden attached to the cottage. But whatever she did, she was always the same quiet, ladylike woman, who commanded the respect of all, and who, poor as she was held in high esteem by the better class in Shannondale. Grace Atherton's carriage and that of Edith St. Clair stood oftener before her door than that at Tracy Park, and though the ladies came mostly on business, they found themselves lingering after the business was over to talk with one who, in everything save money, was their equal. Harold was a noble little fellow, full of manly instincts, and always ready to deny himself for the sake of others. That he and his grandmother were poor he knew, but he had never felt the effects of their poverty, save when Tom Tracy had jeered at him for it and called him a pauper. There had been one square fight between the two boys, in which Harold had come off victor with only a torn jacket, while Tom's eye had been black for a week, and Mrs. Tracy had gone to the cottage to complain and insist that Harold should be punished. But when she heard that Dick St. Clair had assisted in the fray, taking Harold's part, and himself dealing Tom the blow which blackened his eye, she changed her tactics, for she did not care to quarrel with Mrs. St. Clair of Grassy Spring. Harold and Richard St. Clair, or Dick, as he was familiarly called, were great friends, and if the latter knew there was a difference between himself and the child of poverty, he never manifested it, and played far oftener with Harold than with Tom, whose domineering disposition and rough manners were distasteful to him. That Harold would one day be obliged to earn his living, Mrs. Crawford knew, but he was still too young for anything of that kind; and when Grace Atherton or Mrs. St. Clair offered him money for the errands he sometimes did for them, she always refused to let him take it. Had she known of Mrs. Tracy's proposition that he should present at the party as hall boy, she would have declined, for though she could go there herself as an employee, she shrank from suffering Harold to do so. That Mrs. Tracy was not a lady she knew, and in her heart there was a feeling of superiority to the woman even while she served her, and she was not as sorry perhaps as she ought to have been, for the attack of rheumatism which would prevent her from going to the park to take charge of the kitchen during the evening. "I am sorry to disappoint her, but I am glad not to be there," she was thinking to herself as she sat in her bright, cheerful kitchen waiting for Harold, when he burst in upon her, exclaiming, "Oh, Grandma, only think! I am invited to the party, and I told her I'd go, and I'm to be there at 7:30 sharp, and to wear my meetin' clothes." "Invited to the party? What do you mean? Only grown-up people are to be there," Mrs. Crawford said. "Yes, I know," Harold replied, "but I'm not to be with the grown-ups. I'm to stay in the upper hall and tell 'em where to go." "Oh, you are to be a waiter," was Mrs. Crawford's rather contemptuous remark, which Harold did not heed in his excitement. "Yes, I'm to be at the head of the stairs and somebody else at the bottom, and they are to fiddlin' and dancin'. I've never seen anybody dance, and ice cream and cake, with something like plaster all over it, and oranges and cake, and oh, everything. Dick St. Clair told me. He knows. His mother has had parties, and she's going to-night, and her gown is crimson velvet with black and white fur on it, like our cat, only they don't call it that, and, oh, I forgot,
They have had a telegraph, and I took it to Mrs. Tracy, who almost cried when she read it. Mr. Arthur Tracy is coming home to-night." Harold had talked so fast that his grandmother could hardly follow him, but she understood what he said last, and started as if he had struck her a blow. "Arthur Tracy coming home to-night!" she exclaimed. "Oh, I am so glad!" "But Mrs. Tracy did not seem to be, and I guess she wanted to stop the party," Harold said, repeating as nearly as he could what had passed between him and the lady. Harold was full of the party to which he believed he had been invited, and when in the afternoon Dick St. Clair came up to the cottage to play with him, he felt a kind of patronizing pity for his friend who was not to share his honor. "Perhaps mother will let me come over and help you," Dick said. "I know how they do it. You mustn't talk to the people as they come up the stairs, nor even say good evening, only 'Ladies, will please walk this way,' and 'Gentlemen, that.'" And Dick went through with a pantomime performance for the benefit of Harold, who, when the drill was over, felt himself competent to receive the Queen's guests at the head of the great staircase in Windsor Castle. "Yes, I know," he said. "Ladies this way, and gentlemen that. But when am I to go down and see the dancing and get some ice cream?" On this point Dick was doubtful. He did not believe, he said, that the waiters ever went down to see the dancing or to get ice cream until the party was over, and then they ate it in the kitchen if there was any left. This was not a cheerful outlook for Harold, whose thoughts were more intent upon cream and dancing than upon showing the people where to go, and it was also the second time the word waiter had been used in connection with what he was expected to do. But Harold was too young to understand that he was not of the party itself. Later on it would come to him fast enough that he was only a part of the machinery which moved the social engine. Now he felt like the engine itself, and long before 6 o'clock he was dressed, and waiting anxiously for his grandmother's permission to start. "I'll tell you all about it," he said to her, "what they do and what they say, and what they wear, and if I can, I'll speak to Mr. Arthur Tracy, and thank him for mother's gravestone." By 7 o'clock he was on his way to the park, walking rapidly, and occasionally saying aloud, with a gesture of his hand to the right and the left, and a bow almost to the ground, "Ladies, this way," and "Gentlemen, that." When he reached the house the gas jets had just been turned up, and every window was ablaze with light from the attic to the basement. "My eye, ain't it swell!" Harold said to himself, as he stood a moment looking at the brilliantly lighted rooms. "Don't I wish I was rich and could burn all that gas, and maybe I shall be. Grandma says Mr. Arthur Tracy was once a poor boy like me, only he had an uncle, and I haven't. I've got to earn my money, and I mean to, and sometime, maybe, I'll have a house as big as this, and just such a party, with a boy upstairs to tell him where to go. I wonder now if I'm expected to go into the kitchen door? Of course not. I've got on my Sunday clothes, and I'm invited to the party. I shall ring." And he did ring, a sharp, loud ring, which made Mrs. Tracy, who had not yet left her room, start nervously as she wondered who had come so early. "Old Peterkin, of course. Those whom you care for least always come first." Peering over the banister, Tom Tracy saw Harold when the door opened, and screaming to his mother at the top of his voice, "It ain't old Peterkin, mother, it's Hal Hastings, come to the front door." He ran down the stairs, and confronting the intruder just as he was crossing the threshold, exclaimed, "Go 'long! You ain't no business ringing the bell as if you was a guest. Go to the kitchen door with the other servants." With a thrust of the hand he pushed Harold back, and was able to shut the door upon him, when, with a quick, dexterous movement, Harold darted past him into the hall, saying as he did so, "Darn you, Tom Tracy! I won't go to the kitchen door, and I'm not a servant, and if you call me so again, I'll lick you." How the matter would have ended is doubtful if Mrs. Tracy had not called from the head of the stairs, "Thomas! Thomas Tracy! I am ashamed of you. Come to me this minute. And you, boy, go to the kitchen. Or no, now you are here, come upstairs, and I'll tell you what to do." Her directions were very much like those of Dick St. Clair, except that she laid more stress upon the fact that he was not to speak to any one familiarly, but was to be in all respects a machine. Just what she meant by that Harold did not know,
Buddy hung his cap on a bracket, and taking his place where she told him to stand, watched her admiringly as she went down the staircase, followed by her husband, who looked anxious and ill at ease. Tom had disappeared, but his younger brother, Jack, who was wholly unlike him, came to Harold's side, and began telling him what quantities of good things there were in the dining room and pantry, and that his Uncle Arthur was coming home that night, and his mother was so glad she cried. Then, with a spring, he mounted upon the banister of the long staircase, and slipped swiftly to the bottom. Ascending the stairs almost as quickly as he had gone down, he bade Harold try it with him. "It's such fun, and mother won't care. I've done it 40 times," he said, as Harold demurred; and then, as the temptation became too strong to be resisted, 2 boys instead of 1 rode down the banister and landed in the lower hall, and 2 pairs of little legs ran nimbly up the stairs just as the door opened and admitted the first arrival. CHAPTER VII. The Party. The invitations had been for 7:30, and precisely at that hour Peterkin arrived, magnificent in his swallow tail and white shirt front, where an enormous diamond shone conspicuously. With him came Mrs. Peterkin, whose name was Mary Jane, but whom her husband always called May Jane. She was a frail, pale-faced little woman, who had once been Grace Atherton's maid, and had married Peterkin for his money. This was her first appearance at a grand party, and in her excitement and timidity she did not hear Harold's thrice-repeated words, "Ladies, go that way," but followed her husband into the gentlemen's dressing-room, where she deposited her wraps, and then, shaking in every limb, descended to the drawing-room, where Peterkin's loud voice was soon heard, as he slapped his host on the shoulder, and said, "You see we are here on time, though May Jane said it was too early. But I suppose 7:30 meant 7:30, and then I wanted a little time to talk up the ropes with you. We are going to run you in, you bet," and again his coarse laugh thrilled every nerve in Mrs. Tracy's body, and she longed for fresh arrivals to help quiet this vulgar man. Soon they began to come by 2s and 3s and 6s, and Harold was kept busy with his "ladies this way" and "gentlemen that." After Mrs. Peterkin had gone downstairs, leaving her wraps in the gentlemen's room, Harold, who knew they did not belong there, had carried them to the ladies' room and deposited them upon the bed, just as the girl who was to be in attendance appeared at her post, asking him sharply why he was in there rummaging the ladies' things. "I'm not rummaging. They are Mrs. Peterkin's. She left them in the other room, and I brought them here," Harold said, as he returned to the hall, eager and excited, and interested in watching the people as they came up the stairs and went down again. With the quick instinct of a bright, intelligent boy, he decided who was accustomed to society and who was not, and leaning over the banister, when not on duty, watched them as they entered the drawing-room and were received by Mr. and Mrs. Tracy. Unconsciously he began to imitate them, bowing when they bowed, and saying softly to himself, "Oh, how do you do? Good evening. Happy to see you. Pleasant to-night. Walk in. Yes." This was the monosyllable with which he finished every sentence, and was the affirmation to the thought in his mind that he too would some day go down those stairs, and into those parlors as a guest, while some other boy in the upper hall bade the ladies "go this way," and the gentlemen that. It was after 9 when Mr. and Mrs. St. Clair arrived with Squire Harrington from Collingwood. Harold had been looking for them, anxious to see the crimson satin trimmed with ermine of which Dick had told him. Many of the guests he had mentally criticized unsparingly, but Mrs. St. Clair he knew was genuine, and his face beamed when in passing him she smiled upon him with her sweet, gracious manner, and said pleasantly, "Good evening, Harold. I knew you were to be here. Dick told me, and he wanted to come and help you, but I thought he'd better stay home with Nina." Up to this time no one had spoken to Harold, and he had spoken to no one except to tell them where to go, but had as far as possible followed Mrs. Tracy's injunction to be a machine. But the machine was getting a little tired. It was hard work to stand for 2 hours or more, and Mrs. Tracy had impressed it upon him that he was not to sit down. But when Mrs. St. Clair came from the dressing-room and stood before him a moment, he forgot his weariness, and forgot that he was not to talk, and said to her, involuntarily, "Oh, Mrs. St. Clair, how handsome you look! Handsomer than anybody yet, and different too, somehow." Edith knew the compliment was genuine, and she replied, "Thank you, Harold. Then, laying her hand on his head and parting his soft brown hair, she said, as she noticed a look of fatigue in his eyes, "Are you not tired standing so long? Why don't you bring a chair from one of the rooms, and sit when you can?" "She told me to stand," Harold replied, nodding toward the parlors, from which a strain of music just then issued. The dancing had commenced, and Harold's feet and hands beat time to the lively strains of the piano and violin until he could contain himself no longer. The dancing he must see at all hazards, and know what it was like, and when the last guests came up the stairs there was no hall boy there to tell them, ladies this way and gentlemen that, for Harold was in the thickest of the crowd, standing on a chair so as to look over the heads of those in front of him and see the dancers. But alas for poor Harold! He was soon discovered by Mrs. Tracy, who, asking him if he did not know his place better than that, ordered him back to his post, where he was told to stay until the party was over. Wholly unconscious of the nature of his offense, but very sorry that he had offended, Harold went up the stairs, wondering why he could not see the dancing, and how long the party would last. His head was beginning to ache with the glare and gas, his little legs were tired, and he was growing sleepy. Surely he might sit down now, particularly as Mrs. St. Clair had suggested it, and bringing a chair from one of the rooms, he sat down in a corner of the hall, and was soon in a sound sleep, from which he was roused by the sound of Mr. Tracy's voice as he came up the stairs, followed by a tall, distinguished looking man, who wore a Spanish cloak wrapped gracefully around him, and a large, broad-brimmed hat drawn so closely as to hide his features from view. As he reached the upper landing he raised his head, and Harold, who was now wide awake and standing up, caught a glimpse of a thin, pale face, and a pair of keen black eyes which seemed for an instant to take everything in. Then the head was dropped, and the two men disappeared in a room at the far end of the hall. "I'll bet that's Mr. Arthur. How grand he is! Looks just like a pirate in that cloak and hat," was Harold's mental comment. Before he had time for further thought, Frank Tracy came from the room, and hurried down the stairs to rejoin his guests. 5 minutes later, and the door at the end of the long hall, which communicated with the back staircase and the rear of the house, opened, and a man whom Harold recognized as the expressman from the station appeared with a huge trunk on his shoulder and a large valise in his hand. These he deposited in the stranger's room, and then went back for more, until 4 had been carried in. But when he came with the 5th and largest of all, a hand, white and delicate as a woman's, was thrust from the doorway with an imperative gesture, and a voice with a decided foreign accent exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, don't bring any more boxes in here! Why, I'm positively stumbling over them now. Surely there must be some place in the house for my luggage, besides my private apartment." Then the door was shut with a bang, and Harold heard the sliding of the bolt as Arthur Tracy fastened himself into his room. End of chapter 6 and 7. Chapter 8 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Arthur. All the time that Frank Tracy had been receiving his guests and trying to seem happy and at his ease, his thoughts had been dwelling upon his brother's telegram, and the ominous words, "Send someone to meet us." How slowly the minutes dragged until it was 10 o'clock, and he knew that John had started for the station to meet the dreaded us. He had told everybody that he was expecting his brother, and had tried to seem glad on account of it. "You and he were great friends, I believe?" he said to Squire Harrington. "Yes, we were friends," the latter replied, "but when he lived here my health was such that I did not mingle much in society. I met him, however, in Paris 5 years ago, and found him very companionable and quite Europeanized in his manner and tastes. He spoke French or German altogether, and might easily have passed for a foreigner. I shall be glad to see him." "And so shall I," chimed in Peterkin, whose voice was like a trumpet, and could be heard everywhere. "A fust-rate chap, though we didn't use to hitch very well together. He was all fired big feelin', and them days Peterkin was nowhere. But circumstances alter cases. He'll be glad to see me now, no doubt." And with the most satisfied air the millionaire put his hand, as if by accident, on his immense diamond pin, and pulling down his swallow tail, walked away. Frank saw the faint smile of contempt which showed itself in Squire Harrington's face, and his own grew red with shame, but paled almost instantly as the outer door was opened by some one who did not seem to think it necessary to ring; and a stranger, in Spanish cloak and broad-brimmed hat, stepped into the hall. Arthur had come, and was alone! The train had been on time, and at just 10:30 the long line of cars stopped before the Shannondale station, where John, the coachman from Tracy Park, was waiting. The night was dark, but by the light from the engine and the office John saw the foreign-looking stranger who sprang upon the platform, and felt sure it was his man. But there was no one with him, though it seemed as if he were expecting someone to follow him from the car, for he stood for a moment waiting. Then, as the train moved on, he turned with a puzzled look upon his face to meet John, who said to him respectfully, "Are you Mr. Arthur Tracy?" "Yes, who are you?" was the response. "Mr. Frank Tracy sent me from the Park to fetch you," John replied. "I think he expected someone with you. Are you alone?" "Yes. No," and Arthur's voice indicated growing alarm and uneasiness as he looked around him. "Where is she? Didn't you see her? She was with me all the way. Surely she got off when I did. Where can she have gone?" He was greatly excited, and kept peering through the darkness as he talked; while John, a good deal puzzled, looked curiously at him, as if uncertain whether he were in his right mind or not. "Was there someone with you in the car?" he asked. "Yes, in the car, and in New York, and on the ship. She was with me all the way," Mr. Tracy replied. "It is strange where she is now. Did no one alight from the train when I did?" "No one," John answered, more puzzled than ever. "I was looking for you, and there was no one else. She may have fallen asleep and been carried by." "Yes, probably that is it," Mr. Tracy said, more cheerfully. "She was asleep and carried by. She will come back to-morrow." He seemed quite content with this solution of the mystery, and began to talk of his luggage, which lay upon the platform, a pile so immense that John looked at it in alarm, knowing that the carriage could never take it all. 8 trunks, 2 portmanteaus, and a hat box," he said aloud, counting the pieces. "Yes, and a nice sum those rascally agents in New York made me pay for having them come with me," Arthur rejoined. "They weighed them all, and charged me a little fortune. I might as well have sent them by express; but I wanted them with me, and here they are. What will you do with them? This is hers," and he designated a black trunk or box, longer and larger than 2 ordinary trunks ought to be. "I can take one of them with the box and portmanteau, and the expressman will take the rest. He is here. Hello, Brown," John said, calling to a man in the distance, who came forward, and, on learning what was wanted, began piling the trunks into his wagon, while Arthur followed John to the carriage, which he entered, and, sinking into a seat, pulled his broad-brimmed hat over his face and eyes, and sat as motionless as if he had been a stone. For a moment John stood looking at him, wondering what manner of man he was, and thinking of the woman who, he said, had been with him in the train. At last, remembering a message his master had given him, he began, "If you please, sir, Mr. Tracy told me to tell you he was very sorry he could not come himself to meet you. If he had known that you were coming sooner he would have done different; but he did not get your telegram till this morning, and then it was too late to stop it. We are having a great breakdown to-night." During the first of these remarks, Arthur had given no sign that he heard, but when John spoke of a "breakdown," he lifted his head quickly, and the great black eyes flashed a look of inquiry upon John, as he said, "Breakdown? What's that?" "A party, a smasher. Mr. Tracy is running for Congress," was John's reply. And then over the thin face there crept a ghost of a smile, which, faint as it was, changed the expression wonderfully. "Oh, a party," he said. "Well, I will be a guest, too. I have my dressing suit in some of those trunks. Frank is going to Congress, is he? That's a good joke. Drive on. What are you standing there for?" The carriage door was shut, and mounting the box, John drove as rapidly toward Tracy Park as the darkness of the night would admit, while the passenger inside sat with his hat over his eyes, and his chin almost touching his breast, as if absorbed in thought. Once he spoke to himself, and said, "Poor little Gretchen! I wonder how I could have forgotten and left her in the train. What will she do alone in a strange place? But perhaps heaven will take care of her. She always said so. I wish I had her faith and could believe as she does." They had turned into the park by this time, and very soon drew up before the house, from every window of which lights were flashing, while the sound of music and dancing could be distinctly heard. "I need not ring at my own house," Arthur thought, as he ran up the steps, and opening the door, stepped into the hall; and thus it was that the first intimation which Frank had of his arrival was when he saw him standing in the midst of a crowd of people who were gazing curiously at him. "Arthur!" he exclaimed, rushing forward and taking his brother's hand, "welcome home again! I did not hear the carriage, though I was listening for it. I am so glad to see you. Come with me to your room." And he led the way upstairs to the apartment prepared for the stranger. He had seen at a glance that Arthur was alone, unless indeed he had brought a servant who had gone to the side door, and thus relieved from a load of anxiety he was very cordial in his manner, and began at once to make excuses for the party, repeating in substance what John had already said. "Yes, I know. That fellow who drove me here told me," Arthur replied, throwing off his coat and hat, and beginning to lave his face and neck and hands in the cold water which he turned into the bowl until it was full to the brim, and splashed over the sides as he dashed it upon himself. All this time Frank had not seen his face distinctly, nor did he have an opportunity to do so until the ablutions were ended, and Arthur had rubbed himself with, not one towel, but two, until it seemed as if he must have taken off the skin in places. Then he turned, and running his fingers through his luxuriant hair, which had a habit of curling around his forehead as in his boyhood, looked full at his brother, who saw that he was very pale, and that his eyes were unnaturally large and bright, while there was about him an indescribable something which puzzled Frank a little. It was not altogether the air of foreign travel and cultivation which was so perceptible, but a something else, a restlessness and nervousness of speech and manner as he moved about the room, walking rapidly and gesticulating as he walked. "You are looking thin and tired. Are you not well?" Frank asked. "Oh, yes, perfectly well," Arthur replied, "only this infernal heat in my blood, which keeps me up to fever pitch all the time. I shall have to bathe my face again." And going a second time to the bowl, he began to throw the water over his face and hands as he had done before. "I'd like a bath in ice water," he said, as he began drying himself with a fresh towel. "If I remember right, there is no bathroom on this floor, but I can soon have one built. I intend to throw down the wall between this room and the next, and perhaps the next, so as to have a suite." The second washing must have cooled him, for there came a change in his manner, and he moved more slowly and spoke with greater deliberation as he asked some questions about the people below. "Will you come down by and by?" Frank said, after having made some explanations with regard to his guests. "No, you will have to excuse me," Arthur replied. "I am too tired to encounter old acquaintances or make new. I do not believe I could stand old Peterkin, who you say is a millionaire." "I suppose you want his influence. Your coachman told me you were running for Congress," and Arthur laughed the old, merry, musical laugh which Frank remembered so well. Then suddenly changing his tone, he asked, "When does the next train from the East pass the station?" Frank told him at 7 in the morning, and he continued, "Please send the carriage to meet it. Gretchen will probably be there. She was in the train with me, and should have gotten out when I did, but she must have been asleep and carried by." Gretchen, who is she?" Frank stammered, while the cold sweat began to run down his back. Instantly into Arthur's eyes there came a look of cunning, as he replied, "She is Gretchen. See that the carriage goes for her, will you?" His voice and manner indicated that he wished the conference ended, and with a great sinking at his heart Frank left the room, and returned to his guests and his wife, who had not seen the stranger when he entered the hall, and did not know of Arthur's arrival until her husband rejoined her. "He has come," he whispered to her, while she whispered back, "Is he alone?" "Yes, but somebody is coming to morrow. I do not know who. Gretchen, he calls her," was Frank's reply. "Gretchen?" Mrs. Tracy repeated in a trembling voice. "Who is she?" "I don't know. He merely said she was Gretchen, his daughter, perhaps. was Frank's answer, which sent the color from his wife's cheeks, and made her so faint and sick that she could scarcely stand, and did not know at all what her guests were saying to her. Meantime, Arthur had changed his mind with regard to going down into the parlors, and unlocking the trunk which held his own wardrobe, he took out an evening suit fresh from the hands of a London tailor, and, arraying himself in it, stood for a moment before the glass to see the effect. Everything was faultless, from his necktie to his boots; and, opening the door, he went into the hall, which was empty, except for Harold, who was sitting near the stairs, half asleep again. Most of the guests were in the supper room, but a few of the younger portion were dancing, and the strains of music were heard with great distinctness in the upper hall. "Ugh!" Arthur said with a shiver, as he stopped a moment to listen, while his quick eye took in every detail of the furniture and its arrangement in the hall. "That violinist ought to be hung. The pianist, too. Don't they know what horrid discord they are making? It brings that heat back. I believe, upon my soul, I shall have to bathe my face again." Suiting the action to the word, he went back and washed his face for the third time; then returning to the hall, he advanced toward Harold, who was now wide awake, and standing up to meet him. As Arthur met the clear brown eyes fixed so curiously upon him, he stopped suddenly, and put his hand to his head as if trying to recall something; then going nearer to Harold, he said, "Well, my little boy, what are you doing up here?"
"Telling the folks which way to go," was Harold's answer.
"Who are you?" Arthur continued. "What is your name?"
"Harold Hastings," was the reply, and instantly there came over the white face, and into the large bright eyes, an expression which made the boy stand back, as the tall man came up to him, and, laying a hand on his shoulder, said excitedly, "Harold Hastings? He was once my friend, or I thought he was; but I hate him now. And he was your father, and Amy Crawford was your mother, n'est-ce pas? Answer me." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I don't know what you mean by n'est-ce pas," Harold said in a frightened voice; and Arthur continued, as he tightened his grasp on his shoulder, "I hated your father, and I hate you, and I am going to throw you over the stair railing," and seizing Harold's coat collar, he swung him over the banister as if he had been a feather, while the boy struggled and fought and held on to the rails, until help appeared in the person of Frank Tracy, who came swiftly up the stairs, demanding the cause of what he saw. He had been standing near the drawing-room door, and had caught the sound of his brother's voice and Harold's, as if in altercation. Excusing himself from those around him, he hastened to the scene of action in time to save Harold from a broken limb, if not a broken neck. "What is it? What have you been doing?" he asked the boy, who replied amid his tears. "I hain't been doing anything, only minding my business, and he came and asked me who I was, and when I told him, he was going to chuck me over the railing, darn him! I wish I was big. I'd lick him."
Harold's cheeks were flushed, and the great tears glittered in his eyes as he stood up, brave and defiant, and resentful of the injustice done him. "Arthur, are you mad?" Frank said. And whether it was the tone of his voice or his words, something produced a wonderful effect upon his brother, whose mood changed at once, and who advanced towards Harold with outstretched hand, saying to him, "Forgive me, my little man. I think I must have been mad for the instant. There is such a heat in my head, and the crash of that music almost drives me wild. Shall it be peace between us, my boy?" It was next to impossible to resist the influence of Arthur Tracy's smile, and Harold took the offered hand, and said, between a sob and a laugh, "I don't know why you wanted to throw me downstairs." "Nor I, and I will make it up to you some time," was Arthur's reply, as he took his brother's arm, and said, "Now introduce me to your guests." The moment the gentlemen disappeared from view, Harold's resolution was taken. It was nearly midnight. He was very tired and sleepy, and his head was aching terribly. He could not see the dancing; he had had nothing to eat; he had stood until his legs were ready to drop off, and, to crown all, a lunatic had tried to throw him over the banister.
"I won't stay here another minute," he said.
And leaving the hall by the rear entrance, and slipping down a back stairway, he was soon in the open air, and running swiftly through the park toward the cottage in the lane. Meanwhile the two brothers had descended to the drawing-room, where Arthur was soon surrounded by his old acquaintances, whom he greeted with that cordiality and friendliness of manner which had made him so popular with those who knew him best. Every trace of excitement had disappeared, and had he been master of ceremonies himself, he could not have been more gracious or affable. Even old Peterkin was treated with a consideration which put that worthy man at his ease, and set his tongue in motion. At first he had felt a little overawed by Arthur's elegant appearance, and had whispered to his neighbor, "That's a swell, and no mistake. I s'pose that's what you call foreign get-up. Well, me and Ma is going to Europe some time, and hang me if I don't put on style when I come home. I'd kind of like to speak to the feller. I wonder if he remembers that I was running a boat when he went away." If Arthur did remember it, he showed no sign when Peterkin at last pressed up to him, claiming his attention as "Captain Peterkin of the Liza Ann, the fastest boat on the canal, and by George, the all-firedest meanest too, I guess," he said. "But them days is past, and the old captain is past with them. I dabbed a little in ile, and if I do say it, I could almost buy up the whole canal if I wanted to. But I ain't an atom proud, and I don't forget the old boatin' days, and I've got the Liza Ann hauled up into my backyard as a relic. The children use it for a playhouse, but to me it is what d'ye call it? Gol darn, what is it?" "Souvenir," suggested Arthur, vastly amused at this tirade, which had assumed the form of a speech and drawn a crowd around Peterkin. "Wall, yes, I s'pose that's it, though 'tain't exactly what I was trying to think of," he said. "It's a reminder, and keeps down my pride, for when I get to feelin' pretty big after hearin' myself pointed out as Peterkin the millionaire, I go out to that old boat in the backyard, and says I, 'Liza Ann,' says I, 'you and me has took many a trip up and down the canal with about the wust crew and the wust hosses and the wust boys that was ever created, and though you've got a new coat of paint on to you, and can set still all day and do nothin', while I can wear the finest of broadcloth and set still too, it won't do for us to forget the pit from which we was dug, and I don't forget it neither, no more than I forget favours shown when I was not just cut. You, sir, rode on the Liza Ann with that crony of yours. Hastings was his name. And you paid me handsome, though I didn't ask nothin'. And there's your brother, Frank, I call him. I don't forget that he used to speak to me civil when I was nobody, and now, though I'm a Dimocrat, as everybody who knows me knows, and everybody most does know me, for Shannondale, alas, was my native town, I'm going to run him into Congress, if it takes my bottom dollar, and anybody, Republican or Democrat, who don't vote for him ain't my friend, and must expect to feel the full heft of my " "Powerful disapprobation," Arthur said softly, and Peterkin continued. "Thank you, sir, that's the word. Powerful, sir, powerful." And he glowered threateningly at 2 or 3 young men in white kids and high shirt collars, who were known to prefer the opposing candidate. Peterkin had finished his harangue, and was wiping his wet face with his handkerchief, when Arthur, who had listened to him with well-bred attention, said, "I thank you, Captain Peterkin, for your interest in my brother, who, if he succeeds, will, I am sure, owe his success to your influence, and be grateful in proportion. Perhaps you have a bill you would like him to bring before the House?" "No," Peterkin said, with a shake of the head. "My bill is a little shaver 8 or 9 years old, too young to go from home, but," and he lowered his voice a little, "I don't mind saying that if there should be a chance, I'd like the post office fust rate. It would be a kind of hist, you know, to see my name in print, Captain Joseph Peterkin, P.M." Here the conversation ended, and this aspirant for the post office stepped aside and gave place to others who were anxious to renew their acquaintance with Arthur. It was between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning when the party finally broke up, and as the Peterkins had been the first to arrive, so they were the last to leave, and Mrs. Peterkin found herself again in the gentlemen's dressing room, looking for her wraps. But they were not there, and after a vain and anxious search, she said to her husband, "Joe, somebody has stole my things, and 'twas my Indian shawl, too, and gold-headed pin with a little diamond." Mrs. Tracy was at once summoned to the scene, and the missing wraps were found in the ladies' room, where Harold had carried them, but the gold-headed shawl pin was gone, and could not be found. Lucy, the girl in attendance, said, when questioned, that she knew nothing of the pin or Mrs. Peterkin's wraps either, except that on first going up after the lady's arrival she had found Harold Hastings fumbling them over, and that she sent him out with a sharp reprimand. Harold was then looked for, and could not be found, for he had been at home and in bed for a good 2 hours. Clearly, then, he knew something of the pin, and Peterkin and his wife said good night, resolving to see the boy the first thing in the morning and demand their property. When the Peterkins were gone, Arthur started at once for his room, but stopped at the foot of the stairs and said to his brother, "Don't forget to have the carriage at the station at 7 o'clock. Gretchen is sure to be there." "All right," was Frank's reply; while Mrs. Tracy asked, "Who is Gretchen?" If Arthur heard her, he made no reply, but kept on up the stairs to his room, where they heard him for a long time walking about, opening and shutting windows, locking and unlocking trunks, and occasionally splashing water over his face and hands. "Your brother is a very elegant looking man," Mrs. Tracy said to her husband, as she was preparing to retire. "Quite like a foreigner. But how bright his eyes are, and how they look at you sometimes! They almost make me afraid of him." Frank made no direct reply. In his heart there was an undefined fear which he could not then put into words, and with the remark that he was very tired, he stepped into bed, and was just falling into a quiet sleep, when there came a knock upon his door loud enough, it seemed to him, to waken the dead. Starting up, he demanded who was there, and what was wanted. "It is I," Arthur said. "I thought I smelled gas, and I have been hunting round for it. There is nothing worse to breathe than gas, whether from the furnace or the drain. I hope that is all right." "Yes," Frank answered, a little crossly. "Had a new one put in 2 weeks ago." "If there's gas in the main sewer it will come up just the same, and I am sure I smell it," Arthur said. "I think I shall have all the waste pipes which connect with the drain cut off. Good night. I'm sorry I disturbed you." They heard him as he went across the hall to his room, and Frank was settling down again to sleep when there came a second knock, and Arthur said, in a whisper, "I hope I do not trouble you, but I have decided to go myself to the station to meet Gretchen. She is very timid, and does not speak much English. Good night once more, and pleasant dreams." To sleep now was impossible, and both husband and wife turned restlessly on their pillows, Frank wondering what ailed his brother, and Dolly wondering who Gretchen was, and how her coming would affect them. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Who is Gretchen? This was the question which Mr. and Mrs. Tracy asked each other many times during the hours which intervened between their retiring and rising. But speculate as they might, they could reach no satisfactory conclusion, and were obliged to wait for what the morning and the train might bring. The party had been a success, and Frank felt that his election to Congress was almost certain. But of what avail would that be if he lost his foothold at Tracy Park, as he was sure to do if a woman appeared upon the scene? Both he and his wife had outgrown the life of 11 years ago, and could not go back to it without a struggle, and it is not strange if both wished that the troublesome brother had remained abroad instead of coming home so suddenly and disturbing all their plans. They heard him moving in his room before the clock struck 6, and knew he was getting himself in readiness to meet the dreaded Gretchen. Then, long before the carriage came round, they heard him in the hall opening the windows and admitting a gust of wind which blew their door open, and when Frank arose to shut it he saw the top of Arthur's broad-brimmed hat disappearing down the stairs. "I believe he is going to walk to the station. He certainly is crazy," Frank said to his wife as they dressed themselves, and waited with feverish impatience for the return of the carriage. Arthur did walk to the station, which he reached just as the ticket agent was unlocking the door, and there, with his Spanish cloak wrapped around him, he stalked up and down the long platform for more than an hour, for the train was late, and it was nearer 8 than 7 when it finally came in sight. Standing side by side, Arthur and John looked anxiously for someone to alight, but nobody appeared, and the expression of Arthur's face was pitiable as he turned it to John and said, "Gretchen did not come. Where do you suppose she is?" "I am sure I don't know. On the next train, maybe," was John's reply, at which Arthur caught eagerly. "Yes, the next train, most likely. We will come and meet it. And now drive home as fast as you can. This disappointment has brought that heat to my head, and I must have a bath. But stop a bit. Who is the best carpenter in town?" John told him that Belknap was the best, and Burchard the highest priced. "I'll see them both," Arthur said. "Take me to their houses." And in the course of half an hour he had interviewed both Burchard and Belknap, and made an appointment with both for the afternoon. Then he was driven back to Tracy Park, where breakfast had been waiting until it was spoiled, and the cook's temper was spoiled too, and when Frank and Dolly met him at the door, both asked in the same breath, "Where is she?" "She was not on this train. She will come on the next. We must go and meet her," was Arthur's reply as he passed up the stairs, while Frank and his wife looked wonderingly at each other. The spoiled breakfast was eaten by Mr. and Mrs. Tracy alone, for the children had had theirs and gone to their lessons, and Arthur had said that he never took anything in the morning except a cup of coffee and a roll, and these he wished sent to his room, together with a time table. After breakfast, Mrs. Tracy, who was suffering from a sick headache, declared her inability to sit up a moment longer, and returned to her bed, leaving her husband and the servants to bring what order they could out of the confusion reigning everywhere, and nowhere to a greater extent than in Arthur's room, or rather the rooms which he had appropriated to himself, and into which he had all his boxes and trunks brought, so that he could open them at his leisure. There were more coming, he said, boxes which were still in the custom house, and which contained many valuable things, such as pictures and statuary, and rugs, and inlaid tables and china. The house, which was very large, had 2 wings, while the main building was divided by a wide hall, with 3 rooms on each side, the middle one being a little smaller than the other 2, with each of which it communicated by a door. And it was in this middle room on the second floor Arthur had been put, and which he found quite too small for his use. So he ordered both the doors to be opened, and took possession of the suite, pacing them several times, and then measuring their length and breadth and height, and the distance between the windows. Then he inspected the wing on that side of the house, and going into the yard, looked the building over from all points, occasionally marking a few lines on the paper he held in his hand. Before noon every room in the house, except the one where Dolly lay sick with a headache, had been visited and examined minutely, while Frank watched him nervously, wondering if he would think they had injured anything, or had expended too much money on furniture. But Arthur was thinking of none of these things, and found fault with nothing except the drain and the gas fixtures, all of which he declared bad, saying that the latter must be changed at once, and that 10 pounds of copras must be bought immediately and put down the drain, and that quantities of chloride of lime and carbolic acid must be placed where there was the least danger of vegetable decomposition. "I am very sensitive to smells, and afraid of them too, for they breed malaria and disease of all kinds," he said to the cook, whose nose and chin were both high in the air, not on account of any obnoxious odor, but because of this meddling with what she considered her own affairs. If things were to go on this way, she said to the housemaid, and if that man was going to put his nose into drains and gas pipes, and kerosene lamps, and bowls of sour milk which she might have forgotten, she should give notice to quit. But when, half an hour later, some boxes and trunks which had come by express were deposited in the back hall, and Arthur, who was superintending them, said to her, as he pointed to a large black trunk, "I think this has the dress patterns and shawls I brought for you girls, for though I did not know you personally, I knew that women were always pleased with anything from Paris." Her feelings underwent a radical change, and Arthur was free to smell the drain and the gas fixtures as much as he liked. He was very busy, and though always pleasant, and even familiar at times, there was in all he said and did an air as if he had assumed the mastership. And he had. Everything was his, and he knew it, and Frank knew it too, and gave no sign of rebelling when the reins were taken from him by one who seemed to be driving at a breakneck speed. At lunch, while the brothers were together, Arthur declared his intentions in part, but not until Frank, who was anxious to get it off his mind, said to him, "By the way, I suppose you will be going to the office this afternoon, to see Colvin and look over the books. I believe you will find them straight, and hope you will not think I have spent too much, or drawn too large a salary. If you do, I will—" "Nonsense!" was Arthur's reply, with a graceful shrug of his shoulders. "Don't bother about that. There is money enough for us both. What I invested in Europe has trebled itself, and more too, and would make me a rich man if I had nothing else. I am always lucky. I played but once at Monte Carlo, just before I came home, and won $10,000, which I invested in But no matter. That is a surprise. Something for your wife and Gretchen. I have come home to stay. I do not think I am quite what I used to be. I was sick all that time when you heard from me so seldom, and I am not strong yet. I need quiet and rest. I have seen the world and am tired of it, and now I want a house for Gretchen and myself, and you too. I expect you to stay with me as long as we pull together pleasantly, and you do not interfere with my plans. I am going to take the 3 south rooms on the second floor for my own. I shall put folding doors, or rather a wide arch, between 2 of them, making them seem almost like one, and these I shall fit up to suit my own taste. In the smaller and middle room, where I slept last night, I shall have a large bow window, with shelves for books in the spaces between and beneath, and by the sides of the windows. I got the idea in a villa a little way out of Florence. Opposite this bow window, on the other side of the room, I shall have niches in the wall and corners for statuary, with shelves for books above and below. I have some beautiful pieces of marble from Florence and Rome, the Venus de Milo, Apollo Belvedere, Nydia and Psyche, and Ruth at the Well. But the crowning glory of this room will be the upper half of the middle window of the bow. This is to be of stained glass, bright but soft colors, which harmonize perfectly, 2 rows on the 4 sides, and in the center a lovely picture of Gretchen, also of cathedral glass, and so like her that it seems to speak to me in her soft German tongue. I had it made from a photograph I have of her, and it is very natural, the same sad, sweet smile around the lips which never said an unkind word to any one, the same bright, wavy hair and eyes of blue, innocent as a child, and Gretchen is little more than that. She's only 21. Poor little Gretchen!" And leaning back in his chair, Arthur seemed to be lost in recollections of the past. Not pleasant all of them, it would seem, for there was a moisture in his eyes when he at last looked up in response to his brother's question. "Who did you say Gretchen was?" Instantly the expression of the eyes changed to one of wariness and caution, as Arthur replied, "I did not say who she was, but you will soon know. I saw by the time table that the train which passes here at 11 does not stop, but the 3 o'clock does, and you will please see that John goes with the carriage. I may be occupied with the carpenters Burchard and Belknap, who are coming to talk with me about the changes I purpose to make, and which I wish commenced immediately. It is a rule of mine when I am to do a thing to do it at once. So I shall employ at least 20 men, and before Christmas everything will be finished, and I will show you rooms worthy of a palace. It is of Gretchen I am thinking, more than of myself. Poor Gretchen!" Arthur's voice was inexpressibly sad and pitiful as he said "poor Gretchen," while his eyes again grew soft and tender, with a far-away look in them, as if they were seeing things in the past rather than in the future. There was not a particle of sentiment in Frank's nature, and Gretchen was to him an object of dread rather than of romance. So far as he could judge, his brother had no intention of routing him, but a woman in the field would be different, and he should at once lose his vantage ground. "You seem very fond of Gretchen," he said at last. "Fond?" Arthur replied. "I should say I am, though the poor child has not much cause to think so. But I am going to atone, and this suite of rooms is for her. I mean to make her a very queen, and dress her in satin and diamonds every day. She has the diamonds. I sent them to her when I wrote her to join me in Liverpool." "And she did join you, I suppose?" Frank said, determined by adroit questioning to learn something of the mysterious Gretchen. "Yes, she joined me," was the reply. "Was she very seasick?" Frank continued. "Not a minute. She sat by me all the time while I lay in my berth, but she would not let me hold her hand, and if I tried to touch even her hair she always moved away to the other side of the stateroom, where she sat looking at me reproachfully with those soft blue eyes of hers." "And she was with you at the Brevoort in New York?" Frank said. "Yes, with me at the Brevoort." "And in the train?" "Yes, and in the train." "And you left her there?" "No, she left herself. She did not follow me out." "She went on by mistake, but is sure to come back this afternoon," Arthur replied rather excitedly, just as a sharp ring at the bell announced the arrival of Burchard and Belknap, the leading carpenters of the town, with whom he was closeted for the next 2 hours, and both of whom he finally hired in order to expedite the work he had in hand. At precisely 3 o'clock the carriage from Tracy Park drew up before the station, awaiting the arrival of the train and Gretchen. But though the former came, the latter did not, and John returned alone, mentally vowing to himself that he would not be sent on a fool's errand a third time. But 5 o'clock found him there again, with the same result. Gretchen did not come, and Arthur's face wore a sad, troubled expression, and looked pale and worn, notwithstanding the many times he bathed it in the coldest water, and rubbed it with the coarsest towels. He had unpacked several of his trunks and boxes, and made friends of all the servants by the presents, curious and rare, which he gave them, while Dolly's headache had been wholly cured at sight of the exquisite diamonds which her husband brought to her room and told her were the gift of Arthur, who had bought them in Paris, and who begged her to accept them with his love. The box itself, which was of tortoise-shell, lined with blue velvet, was a marvel of beauty, while the pin was a cluster of 5 diamonds, but the earrings were solitaires, large and brilliant, and Dolly's delight knew no bounds as she took the dazzling stones in her hands and examined them carefully. Diamonds were the jewels of all others which she coveted, but which Frank had never felt warranted in buying, and now they were hers, and for a time she forgot even Gretchen, whose arrival or rather non-arrival troubled her as much as it did her brother-in-law. Arthur had been very quiet and gentle all the afternoon, showing no sign of the temper he had exhibited the previous night at sight of Harold, until about 6 o'clock, when Tom, his nephew, came rushing into the library, followed by Peterkin, very hot and very red in the face, which he mopped with his yellow silk handkerchief. "Oh, mother," Tom began, "what do you think Harold Hastings has done? He stole Mrs. Peterkin's gold pin last night. It was stuck in her shawl, and she could not find it, and Lucy saw him fumbling with the things, and he denies it up-hill and down, and Mr. Peterkin is going to arrest him. I guess Dick St. Clair won't think him the nicest boy in town now. The thief! I'd like—" But what he would like was never known, for with a spring Arthur bounded towards him, and seizing him by the coat collar, shook him vigorously, while he exclaimed, "Coward and liar! Harold Hastings is not a thief. No child of Amy Crawford could ever be a thief, and if you say that again, or even insinuate it to any living being, I'll break every bone in your body. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. No, sir. I won't. I won't," Tom gasped, as well as he could, with his head bobbing forward and back so rapidly that his teeth cut into his underlip. "But I shall," Peterkin roared. "I'll have the young dog arrested, too, if he don't own up and give up." There was a wicked look in Arthur's black eyes, which were fastened upon Peterkin as he said, "What does it all mean, sir? Will you please explain?" "Yes, in double quick time," Peterkin replied, a little nettled by Arthur's manner, which he could not understand. "You see, me and May Jane was early to the doin's, fust ones, in fact, for when your invite says 7:30, it means it, I take it. Wall, we was here on time, and May Jane has been on a tear ever since, and says Miss St. Clair nor none of the big bugs didn't come till 9, which I take as imperlite, don't you?" "Never mind, we are not discussing etiquette. Go on with the pin and the boy," Arthur said haughtily. "May Jane," Peterkin continued, "had a gold-headed shawl pin with a small diamond in the head. Real, too, for I don't believe in shams, and ain't since the day I quit boatin' and hauled Eliza Ann up inter my backyard. Wall, she left this pin stickin' in her shawl, and no one was up there but this boy of that Crawford gal's, and nobody knows who else." Something in Arthur's face and manner made Frank think of a tiger about to pounce upon its prey, and he felt himself growing cold with suspense and dread as he watched his brother, while Peterkin continued, "When May Jane came to go home, her things wa'n't there, and the pin was missin'. And Lucy the girl said she found the boy pullin' them over by himself, when he had no call to be in there. And, sir, there ain't a lawyer in the United States that would refuse a writ on that evidence, and I'll get one of St. Clair afore to-morrow night. I told 'em so, the widder and the boy, who was as brassy as you please, and faced me down and said he never seen the pin, nor knowed there was one. While I swaw, if she didn't start round lively for a woman with her leg bandaged up in vinegar and flannel.
When I called the brat a thief and said I'd have him arrested, she made for the door and ordered me out. Me, Joel Peterkin of the Liza Ann! I'll make her smart, though, wuss than the rheumatiz. I'll make her feel the heft."
He did not have time to finish the sentence, for the tiger in Arthur was fully roused, and with a spring toward Peterkin he opened the door, and in a voice which seemed to fill the room, although it was only a whisper, he said, "Clown, loafer, puffball, leave my house instantly, and never enter it again until you have apologized to Mrs. Crawford and her grandson for the insult offered them by your vile accusations. If it were not for soiling my hands I would throw you down the steps," he continued, as he stood holding the door open, and looking, with his flashing eyes and dilated nostrils, as if he were fully equal to anything. Like most men of the boasting sort, Peterkin was a coward, and though he probably had twice the strength of Arthur, he went through the doorway out upon the piazza, where he stopped, and with a flourish of his fist denounced the whole Tracy tribe, declaring them a race of upstarts, no better than he was, and saying he would yet be even with them, and make them feel the heft of his powerful disapprobation. Whatever else he said was not heard, for Arthur shut the door upon him, and returning to the library, where his brother stood, pale, trembling, and anxious for the votes he felt he had lost, he became on the instant as quiet and gentle as a child, and consulting his watch, said in his natural tone, "7:15, and the train is due at 7:30. Please tell John to have the carriage ready. I am going myself this time." Frank opened his lips to protest against it, but something in his brother's manner kept him quiet and submissive. He was no longer master there, unless he scarcely dared whisper to himself what. But when the carriage went for the 4th time to the station after Gretchen, and returned without her, he said to his wife, "I think Arthur is crazy, and we may have to shut him up." "Oh, I wish you would," was Dolly's reply, in a tone of relief, for thus far, Arthur's presence in the house had not added to her comfort. "Of course he is crazy, and ought to be taken care of before he tears a house down over our heads, or does some dreadful thing." "That's so, and I'll see St. Clair to-morrow, and find out the proper steps to be taken," said Frank. That night he dreamed of windows with iron bars across them, and straitjackets into which he was putting his brother, while a face, the loveliest he had ever seen, looked reproachfully at him, with tears in the soft blue eyes, and a pleading pathos in the voice which said words he could not understand, for the language was a strange one to him. With a start Frank awoke, and found his wife sitting up in bed, listening intently to sounds which came from the hall, where some one was evidently moving around. Going to the door, and looking out, he saw his brother, wrapped in a long dressing gown, with a candle in his hand, opening one window after another, until the hall was filled with the cold night wind, which swept down the long corridor, banging a door at the farther end, and setting all the rest to rattling. "Oh, Frank, is that you?" Arthur said. "I am sorry I woke you, but I smelled an awful smell somewhere, and traced it to the hall, which you see I am airing. Better shut the door, or you will take cold. The house is full of malaria." There could be no doubt of his insanity, and next morning, when Mr. St. Clair entered his office, he found Frank Tracy waiting there to consult him with regard to the legal steps necessary to procure his brother's incarceration in a lunatic asylum. Arthur St. Clair's face wore a troubled look as he listened, for he remembered a time years before when he, too, had been interested in the lunatic asylum at Worcester, where a beautiful young girl, his wife, had been confined. She was dead now, and the Florida roses were growing over her grave, but there were many sad, regretful memories connected with her short life, and not the least sad of these were those of the asylum. "If it were to do over again, I would not put her there, unless she became dangerous," he had often said to himself, and he said much the same thing to Frank Tracy with regard to his brother. "Keep him at home, if possible. Do not place him with a lot of lunatics if you can help it. No proof he is crazy because he smells everything. My wife does the same. And as to this Gretchen, it is possible there was some woman with him on the ship, or in New York, and he may be a little muddled there. You can inquire at the hotel where he stopped." This was Mr. St. Clair's advice, and Frank acted upon it, and took immediate steps to ascertain if there had been a lady in company with his brother at the Brevoort House, where he had stopped, or if there had been any one in his company on the ship, which was still lying in the dock at New York. But Arthur Tracy alone was registered among the list of passengers, and only Arthur Tracy was on the books at the hotel. He had come alone, and been alone on the sea and at the hotel. Gretchen was a myth, or at least a mystery, though he still insisted that she would arrive with every train from Boston, and for nearly a week the carriage was sent to meet her, until at last there seemed to dawn upon his mind the possibility of a mistake, and when the carriage had made its 20th trip for nothing, and Mr. St. Clair, who was standing by him on the platform when the train came up and brought no Gretchen, said to him, "She did not come," he answered sadly, "No, there has been some mistake. She will never come." Then after a moment he added, "But there is a Gretchen, and I wrote to her to join me in Liverpool, and I thought she did, and was with me on the ship and in the train, but sometimes when my head is so hot I get things mixed and am not sure. But," and he looked wistfully in his companion's face, while his voice trembled a little, "don't let them shut me up. It will do no good. I was in an asylum 3 years or more near Vienna, went of my own accord, because of that heat in my head." "Been in an asylum?" Mr. St. Clair said wonderingly. "Yes," Arthur continued. "I was only out 3 months before I sailed for home. I wrote occasionally to Frank and Gretchen, but did not tell them where I was. They called it a maison de santé, and treated me well because I paid well, but the sight of so many crazy people made me worse, and if I had stayed I should have been mad as the maddest of them. Mine was a curious case, they said, and one not often met with in mental diseases. I was all right in everything except my memory, which played me the wildest tricks. Why, I actually forgot my name, and fancied myself an Austrian. Strangest of all, I forgot where Gretchen lived, and forgot her, too, a part of the time, and I don't know how long it was before I went to that place that I saw her last. As soon as I came out I was better, and in Paris things came back to me, and when I reached Liverpool I wrote to Gretchen to join me. That is all I know. I can see that I am in Frank's way, and he would like to shut me up. But stand by me, St. Clair, don't let him do it." Assuring him of his support against any steps which might be taken to prove him mad enough for the asylum, Mr. St. Clair continued, "I wouldn't come for Gretchen any more. Who is she?" "That is my little secret, my surprise which will be like a bombshell in the camp when she comes," Arthur replied as he walked towards the carriage, while Mr. St. Clair looked curiously after him and said to himself, "That fellow is not right, but he is not a subject for a madhouse, and I should oppose his being sent there. I do not believe, however, that they will try it on." CHAPTER X. Chapters 10 and 11 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Arthur Settles Himself. They did try it on, but not until after the November election, at which Frank was defeated by a large majority, for Peterkin worked against him and brought all the heft of his powerful disapprobation to bear upon him. Although Frank had had no part in turning him from the door that morning after the party, he had not tried to prevent it by a word, and this the low, brutal man resented, and declared his intention to defeat Frank if it cost him half his fortune to do so. And it did cost him at least $2,000, for Frank Tracy was popular with both parties. Many of the Democrats voted for him, but those who could be bought on both sides went against him, even to the widow Shipley's 4 sons. And when all was over, Frank found himself defeated by just as many votes as old Peterkin had paid for, not only in Shannondale but in the adjoining towns, where his money carried "heft," as he expressed it. It was a terrible disappointment to Frank and his wife, who had looked forward to a winter in Washington, where they intended to take a house and enjoy all society had to offer them in the national metropolis. Particularly were they anxious for the change now that Arthur had come home, for it was not altogether pleasant to be ruled where they had so long been rulers, and to see the house turned upside down without the right to protest. "I can't stand it, and I won't," Frank said to his wife in the first flush of his bitter disappointment. "Ever since he came home he has raised Cain generally with his carpenters and masons and painters, and stewing about water pipes and sewer gas and smells. He's mad as a March hare, and if I can't get rid of him by going to Washington, I'll do it in some other way. You know he is crazy, and so do I, and I'll swear to it on a stack of Bibles as high as the house." And Frank did swear to it before 2 or 3 physicians and Mr. St. Clair, who, at his solicitation, came to Tracy Park and were closeted with him for an hour or more, while he related his grievances, asserting finally that he considered his brother dangerous, and did not think his family safe with him, citing as proof that he had on one occasion threatened to kill his son Tom for accusing Harold Hastings of theft. How the matter would have terminated is doubtful if Arthur himself had not appeared upon the scene, calm, dignified, and courtly in his manner, which insensibly won upon his hearers, as in a few well chosen and eloquent words, he proceeded to prove that though he might be peculiar in some respects, he was not mad, and that a man might repair his own house and cut off his own water pipes, and take up his sewer, and detect a bad smell, and still not be a subject for a lunatic asylum. And, he continued, addressing his brother, it ill becomes you to take this course against me, you who have enriched yourself at my expense while I have held my peace. Suppose I require you to give an account of all the money which you have considered necessary for your support and salary. Would the world consider you strictly honorable? But I have no wish to harm you. I have money enough, and cannot forget that you are my brother. But molest me, and I shall molest you. If I go to the asylum, you will leave Tracy Park. If I am allowed to stay here in peace, you can do so, too. Good morning, gentlemen," and he bowed himself from the room, leaving Frank covered with confusion and shame, as he felt that he was beaten. The physicians did not think it a case in which they were warranted to interfere. Neither could conscientiously sign a certificate which should declare Arthur a lunatic, and their advice to Frank was that he should suffer his brother to have his own way in his own house, and when he felt that he could not bear with his idiosyncrasies he could go elsewhere. But it was this going elsewhere which Frank did not fancy; and after a consultation with his wife he decided to let matters take their course, for a time at least. Arthur's allusion to the sums of money his brother had appropriated to his own use had warned Frank that he was not quite so indifferent to or ignorant of his business affairs as he had seemed; and this, of itself, served to keep him quiet and patient during the confusion which ensued, as walls were torn down and doors and windows cut, while the house was filled with workmen, and the sound of the hammer and saw was heard from morning till night. It was the middle of October when Arthur commenced his repairs, but so many men did he employ, and so rapidly was the work pushed on, that the 1st of January found everything finished, and Arthur installed in his suite of rooms, which a prince might have envied, so richly and tastefully were they fitted up. Beautiful pictures and rich tapestry covered the walls in the first room, where the floor was inlaid with colored woods, and the centre was covered with a costly oriental rug, which Arthur had bought at a fabulous price in Paris. But the gem of the suite was the library, where the statuary stood in the niches, and where, from the large bow window at the south, a young girl's face looked upon the scene with an expression of shy surprise and half regret in the blue eyes, as if their owner wondered how she came there, and was always thinking of the fields and forests of far-away Germany. For it was decidedly a German face of the higher type, and such as is seldom found among the lower or even middle classes. And yet you instinctively felt that it belonged to the latter, notwithstanding the richness of the dress, from the pearl-embroidered cap set jauntily on the reddish-golden hair, to the velvet bodice and the satin peasant waist. The hands, small and dimpled like those of a child, were clasped around a prayer-book and a bunch of wild flowers, which had evidently just been gathered. It was a marvelously beautiful face, pure and sweet as that of a Madonna, and the workmen involuntarily bowed their heads before it, wondering who she was, or where, if living, she was now, and what relation she bore to the strange man who often stood before her whispering to himself, "Poor little Gretchen! Will you never come?" If he were expecting her now, he no longer asked that the carriage be sent to meet her. That had been one of the proofs of his insanity as alleged by his brother, and Arthur was sane enough to avoid a repetition of that offense, but he often went himself to the station when the New York trains were due, as it was from the west rather than the east that he was now looking for her. Frank, who watched him nervously, with all his senses sharpened, guessed what had caused the change and grew more nervous and morbid on the subject of Gretchen than ever. At first his brother, who was greatly averse to going out, had asked him to post his letters. Business letters they seemed to be, for they were addressed to business firms in New York, London, and Paris, with all of which Arthur had relations. But one morning when Frank went as usual to his brother's room, asking if there was any mail to be taken to the office, Arthur, who was just finishing a letter, replied, No, thank you. I will post this myself. I have been writing to Gretchen." "Yes, to Gretchen?" Frank said quickly, as he advanced nearer to the writing desk, hoping to see the address on the envelope. But Arthur must have suspected his motive, for he at once turned over the envelope and kept his hand upon it, while Frank said to him: "Is she in London now?" "No, she was never in London," was the curt reply, and then turning suddenly, Arthur faced his brother and said: "Why are you so curious about Gretchen? It is enough for you to know that she is the sweetest, truest little girl that ever lived. When she comes I shall tell you everything, but not before. You have tried to prove me crazy, have said I was full of cranks. Perhaps I am, and Gretchen is one of them, but it does not harm you, so leave me in peace, if you wish for peace yourself." There was a menacing look in Arthur's eyes which Frank did not like, and he resolved to say no more to him of Gretchen, whose arrival he again began to look for and dread. But she did not come, or any tidings of her, and Christmas came and went, and the lovely bracelets which Arthur brought from the trunk he said was hers, and into which no one had ever looked but himself, remained unclaimed, as did the costly inlaid work box and the cut glass bottles with the golden stoppers, while Arthur seemed to be settling into a state of great depression, caring nothing for the outside world, but spending all his time in the rooms he had prepared for himself, and one who never came. As far as possible he continued his foreign habits, having his coffee and rolls at 8 in the morning, his breakfast as he called it at 12:30, and his dinner at 6:30. All these meals were served in his room as elaborately and with as much ceremony as if lords and ladies sat at the table, instead of one lone man who required the utmost attention and care in the waiting. The finest of linen, and china, and glass, and silver adorned his table, with a profusion of flowers. Roses mostly, if he could get them, for Gretchen, he said, was fond of these, and as she might surprise him at any moment, he wished to be ready for her, and show that he was expecting her. Opposite him at the end of the table was always an empty plate with its surroundings, and the curiously carved chair which had seen the lion at Lucerne. But no one ever sat in it. No one ever used the decorated plate, or the glass mug at its side, with its twisted handle and the letter G on the silver cover. Just what this mug was for none of the household knew, until Grace Atherton, who had traveled in Europe, and to whom Mrs. Tracy showed it one day when Arthur was out, said: "Why, it is a beer mug, such as is used in Germany, though more particularly among the Bavarian Alps and in the Tyrol. This Gretchen is probably a tippler, with a red nose and double chin. I wish to goodness she would come and satisfy our curiosity." But Gretchen did not come, and as the days went by Arthur became more and more depressed, and remained altogether in his room, seeing no one and holding no intercourse with the outside world. He had returned no calls, and had been but once to see Mrs. Crawford. That interview had been a long and sad one, and when they talked of Amy, whose grave Arthur had visited on his way to the cottage, both had cried together, and Gretchen seemed for the time forgotten. They talked of Amy's husband, and then Arthur spoke of Amy's son, who was not present, and whom he seemed to have forgotten, for when Mrs. Crawford said to him, "You saw him on the night of your return home," he looked at her in a perplexed kind of way, as if trying to remember something which had gone almost entirely from his mind. It was this utter forgetfulness of people and events which was a marked feature of his insanity, if insane he were, and he knew it and struggled against it. And when Mrs. Crawford told him he had seen Harold he tried to recall him, and could not until the boy came in, flushed and excited from a race with Dick St. Clair through the crisp November wind, which had brought a bright color to his cheek and a sparkle to his eye. Then Arthur remembered everything, and something of his old prejudice came back to him, and his manner was a little constrained as he talked to the boy, whose only fault was that Harold Hastings had been his father. He did not stay long after Harold came in, but said good morning to Mrs. Crawford, and walked slowly away, going again to Amy's grave, and taking from it a few leaves of the ivy which was growing around the monument. And this was all the intercourse he held with Mrs. Crawford, except to send her at Christmas $100, which he said was for the boy Harold, to whom he had done an injustice. After this he seldom went out, but settled down into the life of a recluse, talking occasionally to himself, with some unseen person, who must have spoken in a foreign tongue, or tongues, for sometimes it was French, sometimes Italian, and oftener German, in which he addressed his fancied guest, and neither Frank nor Dolly could understand a word of the strange jargon. On the whole, however, he was very quiet and non-demonstrative, and if he were still expecting Gretchen, he gave no sign of it, and Frank was beginning to breathe freely, and to look upon his presence in the house as not altogether unbearable, when an event occurred which excited all Shannondale, and for a time made Frank almost as crazy as his brother. CHAPTER XI. The Storm. The winter since Christmas had been unusually severe, and the oldest inhabitants, of whom there are always many in every town, pronounced the days, as they came and went, the coldest they had ever known. 10, 12, and even 14 degrees below zero the thermometers marked more than once, while old Peterkin's, which was hung inside the Lizzie Ann, and always took the lead, went down one morning to 17, and all the water pipes and pumps in town either froze or burst, and Arthur Tracy, who never forgot the poor, sent tons and tons of coal to them, and whispered to himself, "Poor Gretchen! It is hard for her if she is on the sea in such weather as this. Heaven protect her! Poor little Gretchen!" The next day there was a change for the better, and the next, until when the last day of February dawned people began to look more cheerful, while the sun tried to break through the gray clouds which shrouded the wintry sky. But this was only temporary, for before noon the mercury fell again to 8 below, the wind began to rise, and when the New York train came panting to the station, at 6:30, clouds of snow so dense and dark were driving over the hills and along the line of the track, that nothing could be distinctly seen at a distance. It was not until the train had moved on that the station master, who was gathering up the mail bag which had been unceremoniously dropped, saw across the track at a little distance from him the figure of a woman who seemed to be trying to examine a paper she held in her hand, while clinging to her skirts and crying piteously was a child, but whether boy or girl he could not tell. "Can I do anything for you?" he said, advancing toward the stranger, who caught up the child in her arms, and without a word of answer, hurried away in the storm and rapidly increasing darkness. "Cur'us! She must have got off t'other side of the car. I wonder who she is and where she is goin'. Not fur, I hope, such a night as this. Ugh! The wind is like so many screech owls, and almost takes a feller off his feet," the agent said to himself, as he went back to the light and warmth of his office, where he soon forgot the woman who, with the child held closely in her arms, walked swiftly on, her eyes strained to their utmost tension as they peered through the darkness, until she reached a gate opening into a grassy road which led through the fields in a straight line to Tracy Park and Collingwood beyond. Carriages seldom traversed this road, but in the summer the people from Collingwood and Tracy Park frequently walked that way, as it was a much nearer route to town. Here the woman stopped, and looking up at the tall arch over the gate, said aloud, as if repeating a lesson learned by heart, "Leave the car on your right hand, take the road to the right, as I have drawn it on paper. Go straight on for a quarter of a mile or more until you come to a wide iron gate with a tall arch over it. This gate is also at your right. You cannot mistake it." "No," she continued, "I cannot mistake it. This is the place. We are almost there," and putting down the child, she tugged with all her strength at the gate, which she at last succeeded in opening, and resuming her burden, passed through into the field where the snow lay on the ground in great white drifts, while the blinding flakes and cutting sleet from the leaden clouds above beat pitilessly upon her as she struggled on her wearisome way. And while she toiled on, fighting bravely with the storm, and occasionally speaking a word of encouragement to the little child nestled in her bosom, Arthur Tracy stood at one of the windows in his library, with his face pressed against the pane, as he looked anxiously out into the darkness, shuddering involuntarily as the wind came screaming round a corner of the house, bending the tall evergreens until their slender tops almost touched the ground, and then rushing on down the carriage drive with a shriek like so many demons let loose from the ice caves of the north, where the winds are supposed to hold high carnival. They were surely holding a carnival to-night, and as Arthur listened to the roar of the tempest he whispered to himself, "A wild, wild night for Gretchen to arrive, and her dear little feet and hands will be so cold. But there is warmth and comfort here, and love such as she never dreamed of, poor Gretchen. I will hold her in my arms and chafe her cold fingers and kiss her tired face, until she feels that her homecoming is a happy one. It must be almost time," and he glanced at a small clock which stood upon the mantel. In the adjoining room the dinner table was laid for two, and one could see that more care than usual had been given to its arrangement, while the roses in the centre were the largest and finest of their kind. In the grate a bright fire was burning, and Arthur placed a large easy chair before it, and then brought from the library a footstool with a delicate covering of blue and gold. No foot had ever yet profaned this stool with a touch, for it was one of Arthur's specialties, bought at a great price in Algiers; but he brought it now for Gretchen, and saw in fancy resting upon it the cold little feet his hands were to rub and warm and caress until life came back to them, while Gretchen's blue eyes smiled upon him, and Gretchen's sweet voice said, "Thank you, Arthur. It is pleasant coming home." For the last 2 or 3 weeks Arthur had been very quiet and taciturn, but on the morning of this day he had seemed restless and nervous, and his nervousness and excitability increased until a violent headache came on, and Charles, the servant who attended him, reported to Mrs. Tracy that his lunch had been untouched, and that he really seemed quite ill. Then Frank went to him, and sitting down beside him as he lay upon a couch in the room with Gretchen's picture, he said to him, not unkindly, "Are you sick to-day?" For a few moments Arthur made no reply, but lay with his eyes closed, as if he had not heard. Then, suddenly rousing himself, he burst out vehemently, "Frank, you think me crazy, and you have based that belief in part on the fact that I am always expecting Gretchen; and so for a long time I have suppressed all mention of her, though I have never ceased to look for her arrival since, I may as well tell you the truth. I know now that she could not have been with me on the ship and in the train, although I thought she was. I wrote her to join me in Liverpool, and fancied she did; but my brain must have been a little mixed. She did not come with me, and when I made up my mind to that, as I did a few weeks ago, I wrote again telling her to come at once, and giving her directions how to find the park if she should arrive at the station and no one there to meet her. She has had more than time to get here, but I have said nothing about sending a carriage for her, as that seems to annoy you. But Frank," and Arthur's voice trembled as he went on, "I dreamed of her last night. Such strange dreams! And to-day she seems so near me that more than once I have put out my hand to touch her." "Frank, it is not insanity,
"This presentiment that she is near me, that she is coming to me, or tidings of her. It is mind acting upon mind. Her thoughts of me reaching forward and fastening upon my thoughts of her,
making a mental bridge on which I see her coming to me."
"And you will send for her? You will let John go again? Think if she should arrive in this terrible storm, and no one there to meet her. You will send this once, and if she is not there I will not trouble you again." There was something in Arthur's face which Frank could not resist, and he promised that John should go. "Oh, Frank!" Arthur exclaimed, his face brightening at once, "you have made me so happy! My headache is quite gone." And then he began to plan the dinner, which was to be more elaborate than usual and served an hour later, so as to give plenty of time for Gretchen to rest and dress herself if she wished to do so. "And she will when she sees the lovely dress I have for her," he thought, and after his brother left him he went to the large closet where he kept the trunk which he called Gretchen's, and into which Dolly's curious eyes had never looked, although she longed to know its contents. This Arthur now opened, and had Dolly been there she would have held her breath in wonder at the many beautiful things which it contained. Folded in one of the trays, as only a French packer accustomed to the business could have arranged it, was an exquisite dinner dress of salmon-colored satin, with a brocaded front and jacket of blue and gold, and here and there a knot of Duchess lace, which gave it a more airy effect. This Arthur took out carefully, and laid upon the bed in his sleeping apartment, together with every article of the toilet necessary to such a dress, from a lace pocket handkerchief to a pair of pale blue silk hose, which he kissed reverently as he whispered, "Dear little feet, which are so cold now in the wretched car; but they will never be cold again when once I have them here." He was talking in German, as he always did when Gretchen was the subject of his thoughts, and so Dolly, who came to say that some things which he had ordered for dinner were impossible now, could not understand him, but she caught a glimpse of the dress upon the bed, and advanced quickly toward the open door, exclaiming, "Oh, Arthur, what a lovely gown! Whose—" But before she completed her question, Arthur was upon the threshold and had closed the door, saying as he did so, "It is Gretchen's. I had it made at Worth's. She is coming to night, you know."
Dolly had heard from her husband of Arthur's fancy, and though she had no faith in it, she replied, "Yes, Frank told me you were expecting her, and I came to say that we cannot get the fish you ordered, for no one can go into town in this storm, and I doubt if we could find it if we did. You will have to skip the fish." "All right, all right. Gretchen will be too much excited to care," Arthur replied, standing with his hand upon the door knob until Dolly left the room and went to the kitchen, where Frank was interviewing the coachman. He had found that important personage before the fire, bending nearly double, and complaining bitterly of a fall he had just had on his way from the stable to the house. According to his statement, the wind had taken him up bodily, and carrying him a dozen rods or so, had set him down upon a stone flower pot which was left outside, nearly breaking his back, as he declared. This did not look very promising for the drive to the station, and Frank opened the business hesitatingly, and asked John what he thought of it. "I think I would not go out in such a storm as this with my back if Queen Victoria was to be there," John answered gruffly. "And what would be the use?" he continued. "I have been to meet that woman, if she is a woman, with the outlandish name, more than 50 times, I'll bet. He don't know what he is talking about when he gets on her track. And s'posen she does come. She can find somebody to fetch her. She ain't going to walk." This seemed reasonable, and as Frank's sympathies were with the coachman and his horses rather than with Gretchen and his brother, he decided with John that he need not go, and then returned to the library, resolving not to see his brother again until after train time, but to let him think that John had gone to the station. At 5:30, however, Arthur sent for him and said, "Has he gone? It must be time." "Not quite. It is only 5:30. The train does not come until 6:30, and is likely to be late," was Frank's reply. "Yes, I know," Arthur continued, "but he should be there on time. Tell him to start at once, and take an extra robe with him, and say to Charles that I will have sherry to-night, and champagne, too, and Hamburg grapes, and—" The remainder of his speech was lost on Frank, who was hurrying down the stairs with a guilty feeling in his heart, although he felt that the end justified the means, and that under the circumstances he was warranted in deceiving his half-crazy brother. Still he was ill at ease. He had no faith in Arthur's presentiments, and no idea that any one bound for Tracy Park would be on the train that night, but he could not shake off the feeling of anxiety, amounting almost to a dread of some impending calamity which possibly the sending of John to the station might have averted, and going to a window in the library, he too stood looking out into the night, trying not to believe that he was watching for some possible arrival, when above the storm he heard the shrill scream of the locomotive as it stopped for a moment, and then dashed on into the white snow clouds, trying to believe, too, that he was not glad as the minutes became a quarter, the quarter a half, and the half 3/4 of an hour, until at last he heard the clock strike the half hour past 7, and nobody had come. "I shall have to tell Arthur," he thought, and with something like hesitancy he started for his brother's room. Arthur was standing before the fire, with his arm thrown caressingly across the chair where Gretchen was to sit, when Frank opened the door and advanced a step or two across the threshold. "Has she come? I did not see the carriage. Where is she?" Arthur cried, springing swiftly forward, while his bright, eager eyes darted past his brother to the open doorway and out into the hall. "No, she has not come. I knew she wouldn't. And it was nonsense to send the horses out such a night as this," Frank said sternly, with a mistaken notion that he must speak sharply to the unfortunate man, who, if rightly managed, was gentle as a child. "Not come? There must be some mistake," Arthur said, all the brightness fading from his face, which grew pinched and pallid as he continued. "Not come? Oh, Frank! Did John say so? Was no one there? Let me go and question him. There must be a mistake." He was hurrying toward the door when Frank caught his arm and detained him, while he said decidedly, "No use to see John. Can't you believe me when I tell you no one was there? And I knew there would not be. It was folly to send." For a moment Arthur's pale, haggard face, which looked still more haggard and pale with the firelight flickering over it, confronted Frank steadily. Then the lips began to quiver, and the eyelids to twitch, while great tears gathered in his eyes, until at last, covering his face with his hands, he staggered to the couch, and throwing himself upon it, sobbed convulsively. "Oh, Gretchen, my darling!" he said. "I was so sure, and now everything is swept away, and I am left so desolate." Frank had never seen grief just like this, and with his conscience pricking him for the deception he had practised, he found himself pitying his brother as he had never done before, and when at last the latter cried out loud, he went to him, and laying his hand gently upon his bowed head, said to him soothingly, "Don't, Arthur. It is terrible to see a man cry as you are crying." "No, no, let me cry," Arthur replied. "The tears do me good, and my brain would burst without them. It is all on fire, and my head is aching so hard again." At this moment Charles appeared, asking if his master would have dinner served. But Arthur could not eat, and the table which had been arranged with so much care for Gretchen was cleared away, while Gretchen's chair was moved back from the fire and Gretchen's footstool put in its place, and nothing remained to show that she had been expected except the pretty dress with its accessories, which lay upon Arthur's bed. These he took care of himself, folding them with trembling hands and tear-wet eyes, as a fond mother folds the clothes her dead child has worn, sorrowing most over the half-worn shoes, so like the dear little feet which will never wear them again. So Arthur sorrowed over the high-heeled slippers, with the blue rosettes and pointed toes, fashionable in Paris at that time. Gretchen had never worn them, it is true, but they seemed so much like her, that his tears fell fast as he held them in his hands, and dropping upon the pure white satin, left a stain upon it. When everything was put away, and the long trunk locked again, Arthur went back to the couch, and said to his brother, who was still in the room, "Don't leave me, Frank, till I am more composed. My nerves are dreadfully shaken to-night, and I feel afraid of something. I don't know what. How the wind howls and moans! I never heard it like that but once before, and that was years ago, among the Alps in Switzerland. Then it blew off the roof of the chalet where I was staying, and I heard afterward that Amy died that night. You remember Amy, the girl I loved so well, though not as I loved Gretchen. If she had come, I should have told you all about her, but now it does not matter who she is, or where I saw her first, knitting in the sunshine, with a halo on her hair, and the blue of the summer skies reflected in her eyes. Oh, Gretchen, my love, my love!" He was talking more to himself than to Frank, who sat beside him until far into the night, while the wild storm raged on and shook the solid house to its very foundations. A tall tree in the yard was uprooted, and a chimney top came crashing down with a force which threatened to break through the roof. For a moment there was a lull in the tempest, and raising himself upon his elbow, Arthur listened intently, and then in a whisper, which made Frank's blood curdle in his veins, he said, "Hark! There's more abroad to-night than the storm. Something is happening which affects me. I have heard voices in the wind all the evening. Gretchen calling me from far away. Frank, Frank, did you hear that? It was a woman's cry. Her voice. Gretchen's. Yes, Gretchen, I am coming." With a bound he was at the window, which he opened, and leaning far out of it, listened to hear repeated a sound which Frank too had heard, a cry like the voice of one in mortal peril, calling for help. It might have been the wind which swept round the corner in a great gust, driving the snow and sleet into Arthur's face, and making him draw in his body, nearly half of which was leaning from the window as he waited for the cry to be repeated. But it did not come again, though Frank, whose nerves were strung to almost as high a tension as his brother's, thought he heard it once more above the roar of the tempest, and a feeling of disquiet took possession of him as he sat for an hour longer talking to his brother, and listening to the noise without. Gradually the storm subsided, and when the clock struck 1 the wind had gone down, the snow had ceased to fall, and the moon was struggling feebly through a rift of dark clouds in the west. After persuading his brother to go to bed, Frank retired to his own room, and was soon asleep, unmindful of the tragedy which was being enacted not very far away, where a little child was smiling in its dreams, while the woman beside it was praying for life until her mission should be accomplished. End of chapters 10 and 11. Chapter 12 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Tramp House. About midway between the entrance to the park and the Collingwood grounds, and 20 rods or more from the cross road which the strange woman had taken on the night of the storm, stood a small stone building which had been used as a schoolhouse until the Shannondale turnpike was built and the cross road abandoned. After that it was occupied by one poor family after another, until the property of which it was part came into the hands of the elder Mr. Tracy, who, with his English ideas, thought to make it a lodge and bring the gates of his park down to it. But this he did not do, and the house was left to the mercy of the winds and the storms and the boys, until Arthur became master, and with his artistic taste thought to beautify it a little and turn it to some use. "I would tear it down," he said to Mr. St. Clair, who stood with him one day looking at it. "I would tear it down, and have once or twice given orders to that effect, but as often countermanded them. I do not know that I am superstitious, but I am subject to fancies, or presentiments, or whatever you choose to call those moods, which take possession of you, and which you cannot shake off, and, singularly enough, one of these fancies is connected with this old hut, and as often as I decide to remove it something tells me not to; and once I actually dreamed that a dead woman's hand clutched me by the arm and bade me leave it alone. A case of 'Woodman, spare that tree,' you see." And Arthur laughed lightly at his own morbid fancies, but he left the house and planted around it quantities of woodbine, which soon crept up its sides to the chimney top, and made it look like the ivy-covered cottages so common in Ireland. It was the nicest kind of rendezvous for lovers, who frequently availed themselves of its seclusion to whisper their secrets to each other, and it was sometimes used as a dining room by the people of Shannondale, when in summer they held picnics in the pretty pine grove not far away. But during Arthur's absence it had been suffered to go to decay, for Frank cared little for lovers or picnics, and less for the tramps who often slept there at night, and for whom it came at last to be called the Tramp House. So the winds and the storms and the boys did their work upon it unmolested, and when Arthur came home the door hung upon one hinge, and there was scarcely a whole light of glass in the 6 windows. "Better tear the old rookery down. It is of no earthly use except to harbor rats and tramps. I've known 2 or 3 to spend the night in it at a time, and once a lot of gypsies quartered themselves here for a week and nearly scared Dolly to death," Frank said to his brother as they were walking past it, and Arthur was commenting upon its dilapidated appearance. "Oh, the tramps sleep here, do they?" Arthur said. "Well, let them. If any poor homeless wretches want to stay here nights they are very welcome, I am sure, and I will see that the door is rehung and glass put in the windows. May as well make them comfortable." "Do as you like," Frank replied, and there, so far as he was concerned, the matter ended. But while the carpenters were at work at the park, Arthur sent one of them to the old stone house and had the door fixed, and glass put in 2 of the windows, while rude but closed shutters were nailed before the others, and then Arthur went himself into the room and pushed a long table, which the picnic people had used for their refreshments and the tramps for a bed, into a corner, where one sleeping upon it would be more sheltered from the draught. All this seemed nonsense to Frank, who laughingly suggested that Arthur should place in it a stove and a ton of coal for the benefit of his lodgers. But Arthur cared little for his brother's jokes. His natural kindness of heart, which was always seeking another's good, had prompted him to this care for the Tramp House, in which he felt a strange interest, never dreaming that what he was doing would reach forward to the future and influence not only his life, but that of many others. The storm which had raged so fiercely around the house in the park had not spared the cottage in the lane, which rocked like a cradle as gust after gust of wind struck it with a force which made every timber quiver, and sent Harold close to his grandmother's side as he asked tremblingly, "Do you think we shall be blown away?" The rheumatism from which Mrs. Crawford had been suffering in the fall had troubled her more or less during the entire winter, and now, aggravated by a cold, it was worse than it had ever been before, and on the night of the storm she was suffering intense pain, which was only relieved by the hot poultices which Harold made under her direction, and applied to the swollen limb. This kept him up later than usual, and the clock was striking 11 when his grandmother declared herself easier, and bade him go to bed. It was at this hour that Arthur Tracy had fancied he heard the cry for help, and the snow was sweeping past the cottage in great billows of white, when Harold went to the window and looked out into the night. In the summer, when the leaves were upon the trees, the old stone house could not be seen from the cottage, from which it was distant 1/4 of a mile or more, but in the winter, when the trees were stripped of their foliage, it was plainly discernible, and as Harold glanced that way a gleam of light appeared suddenly, as if the door had been opened and the flickering rays of a candle had for a moment shone out into the darkness. Then it disappeared, but not until Harold had cried out, "Oh, Grandma, there's a light in the Tramp house! I saw it plain as day. Somebody is in there." "God pity them," was Mrs. Crawford's reply, though she did not quite credit Harold's statement or think of it again that night. It was late next morning when Harold awoke to find the sun shining into the room, and all traces of the terrible storm gone except the snow, which lay in great piles everywhere and came almost to the window's edge. But Harold was not afraid of snow, and soon had the walks cleared around the cottage, and when after breakfast, which he prepared himself, for his grandmother could not step, he was told that a doctor must be had and he must go for him, he commenced his preparations at once for the long and wearisome walk. "Better go through the park," his grandmother said to him, as he was tying his warm comforter about his ears and putting on his mittens. "It is a little farther that way, but somebody has broken a path by this time, and the cross road, which is nearer, must be impassable." Harold made no reply, but remembering the light he had seen in the Tramp house, resolved to take the cross road and investigate the mystery. Bidding his grandmother good bye, and telling her he should be back before she had time to miss him, he started on his journey, and was soon plunging through the snow, which in some places was up to his armpits, so that his progress was very slow, but by kicking with his feet and throwing out his arms like the paddles of a boat, he managed to get on until he was opposite the Tramp house, which looked like an immense snow heap, so completely was it covered. Only the chimney and the slanting roof showed any semblance to a house as Harold made his way toward it, still beating the snow with his arms, and thinking it was not quite the fun he had fancied it might be. He was close to the house at last, and stood for a moment looking at it, while a faint thrill of fear stirred in his veins, as he remembered to have heard that burglars and thieves sometimes made it their rendezvous after a night's marauding. What if they were there now, and should rush upon him if he ventured to disturb them? "I don't believe I will try it," he thought, as he glanced nervously at the door, which was blockaded by a great bank of snow; and he was about to retrace his steps, when a sound met his ear which made him stand still and listen until it was repeated a second time. Then, forgetting both burglar and thief, he started forward quickly, and was soon at the door, from which he dug away the snow with desperate energy, as if working for his life; for the sound was the cry of a little child, frightened and pleading. "Mamma, mamma," it seemed to say, and Harold answered cheerily, "I am coming as fast as I can." Then the crying ceased, and all was still inside, while Harold worked on until enough snow was cleared away to allow of his opening the door about a foot, and through this narrow opening he forced his way into the cold, damp room, where for a moment he could see nothing distinctly, for the sunlight outside had blinded him, and there was but little light inside, owing to the barred and snow-bound windows. Gradually, however, as he became accustomed to the place, he saw upon the long table in the corner, where Arthur Tracy had moved it months before, what looked like a human form stretched at full length and lying upon its back, with its white, stony face upturned to the rafters above, and no sound or motion to tell that it still lived. With an exclamation of surprise, Harold sprang forward and laid his hand upon the pale forehead of the woman, but started back quickly with a cry of horror, for by the touch of the ice-cold flesh he knew the woman was dead. "Frozen to death," he whispered with ashen lips; and then, as something stirred under the gray cloak which partly covered the woman, he conquered his terror, and went forward again to the table, over which he bent curiously. Again the cry, which was more like "Mannie" now than "mamma," met his ear, and, stooping lower, he saw a curly head nestled close to the bosom of the woman, while a little fat white hand was clasping the neck as if for warmth and protection. At this sight all Harold's fear vanished, and bending down so that his lips almost touched the bright wavy hair, he said, "Poor little girl!" He felt instinctively that it was a girl. "Poor little girl! Come with me away from this dreadful place." And he tried to lift up her head, but she drew it away from him, and repeated the piteous cry of "Mannie! Mannie!" At last, however, as Harold continued to talk to her, the cries ceased, and cautiously lifting her head, she turned toward him a chubby face and a pair of soft blue eyes, in which the great tears were standing. Then her lips began to quiver in a grieved kind of way, as if the horror of the previous night had stamped itself upon her tender mind, and she were asking for sympathy. "Money," she said again, placing one hand on the cold, dead face, and stretching the other toward Harold, who put out his arm to take her. But something resisted all his efforts, and a closer inspection showed him a long, old-fashioned carpet-bag, which enveloped her body from her neck to her feet, and into which she had evidently been put to protect her from the cold. "Not a bad idea, either," Harold said, as he comprehended the situation. "And your poor mother gave you the most of her cloak, too, and her shawl," he continued, as he saw how carefully the child had been wrapped, while the mother, if it were her mother, had paid for her unselfishness with her life. "What is your name, little girl?" he asked. The child, who had been staring at him while he talked as if he were a lunatic, made no reply until he had her in his arms, when she, too, began to talk in a half-frightened way. Then he looked at her as if she were the lunatic, for never had he heard such speech as hers. "I do believe you are a Dutchman," he said, as he wrapped both shawl and cloak around her and started for the door, which he kicked against some time in order to make an opening wide enough to allow of his egress with his burden. When at last they emerged from the cold, dark room into the bright sunshine, the child gave a great cry of delight, and the blue eyes fairly danced with joy as they fell upon the dazzling snow. Then she put both arms around Harold's neck, and nestling her face close to his, kissed him as fondly as if she had known him all her life, while the boy paid her back kiss after kiss as he proceeded slowly toward home. The child was heavy, and the bag and shawl made such an unwieldy bundle that his progress was very slow, and he stopped more than once to rest and take breath, and as often as he stopped the blue eyes would look up inquiringly at him with an expression which made his boyish heart beat faster, as he thought what pretty eyes they were, and wondered who she was. Once he fell down, and bag and baby rolled in the snow; but only the vigorous kicking of a pair of little legs inside the bag showed that the child disapproved of the proceeding, for she made no sound, and when he picked her up she brushed the snow from his hair and laughed as if the thing had been done for fun. He reached the cottage at last, and bursting into the room where his grandmother was sitting with her foot in a chair, exclaimed, as he put down the child, who, as she was still enveloped in the bag, stood with difficulty, "Oh, Grandma, what do you think? I did see a light in the tramp house, and there is somebody there. A woman, dead, frozen to death with nothing over her, for she had given her cloak and shawl to her little girl. I went there. I found her, and brought the baby home in the carpet bag, and now I must go back to the woman. Oh, it was dreadful to see her white face, and it is so cold there and dark." And as if the horror of what he had seen had just impressed itself upon him, the boy turned pale and faint, and staggering to a chair, burst into tears. Too much astonished to utter a word, Mrs. Crawford stared at him a moment in a bewildered kind of way, and then, when the child, seeing him cry, began also to cry for "money," and struggle in the bag, she forgot her lame foot, on which she had not stepped for a week, and going to the little girl released her, and taking her upon her lap, began to untie the soft woolen cloak, and to chafe the cold fingers, while she questioned her grandson. Having recovered himself somewhat, Harold repeated his story, and asked with a shudder, "Must I go for her alone? I can't. I was not afraid with the baby there, but it is so awful, and I never saw any one dead before." "Go back alone? Of course not," his grandmother replied. "But you must go to the park at once and tell them. Go as fast as you can. She may not be dead." "Yes, she is," Harold answered decidedly. "I touched her face, and nothing alive could feel like that." He was buttoning his overcoat preparatory to a fresh start, but before he went he kissed the little girl, who was sitting on his grandmother's lap, and who, as she saw him leaving her, began to cry for him, and to utter curious sounds unintelligible to them both. But Harold brought her a piece of bread, which she began to devour ravenously, and then he stepped quietly out and was soon breaking through the drifts which lay between the cottage and the park. Chapter XIII. Chapter 13 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Woman. They had slept later than usual at the Park House that morning, and Frank and his family were just sitting down to breakfast when John, with a white, scared face, looked in and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Tracy, but something dreadful has happened. There's a woman frozen to death in the Tramp House with a baby, and Harold Hastings found them. He is here, sir. He will tell you himself." And he went for the boy, who soon entered the room, followed by every servant in the house. Harold had come upon John in the stable, and sinking down exhausted upon the hay, had told his story, while the man listened terror-stricken and open-mouthed. Then, seeing how weak and tired Harold seemed, and how he sank back upon the hay when he attempted to rise, he took him in his arms, and carrying him to the kitchen, left him there while he went with the news to his master. "A woman dead in the Tramp House, and a baby!" Frank exclaimed, and for an instant he felt as if he were dying, for there flashed over him a conviction that the woman had come in the train the previous night, and that it was her cry for help which had been borne to him on the winds, and to which he had paid no heed. "Are you sick? Are you going to faint?" his wife said to him as she saw how white he grew, as Harold related the particulars of his finding the woman and the child. "I am not going to faint. But it makes me sick and shaky to think of a woman freezing to death so near us that if she had cried for help we might perhaps have heard her," Frank replied. Then turning to Harold he continued, "How did she look? Was she young? Was she pretty? Was she dark or fair?" He almost gasped the last word as if it choked him, and no one guessed how anxiously he waited for Harold's answer. "I don't know. It was so dark in there, and cold, and I was afraid some of the time, and in a hurry. I only know that her nose was long and large, for I touched it, when I was trying to get at the little girl, and it was so cold. Oh, oh!" And Harold shuddered as if he still felt the icy touch of the dead. "A long nose, and a large one," Frank said involuntarily, while a sigh of relief escaped him, as he remembered that the nose of the picture in his brother's room was neither long nor large. Still Harold might be mistaken, and though he had no cause for believing that the woman lying dead in the Tramp House was Gretchen, there was a horrible feeling in his heart, while a lump came into his throat and affected his speech, which was thick and indistinct, as he rose from his chair at last, and said to John, "We have no time to lose. Hitch the horses to the long sleigh as quick as you can. We must go to the Tramp House after the woman, and send to the village for a doctor, and telegraph to Springfield for the coroner. I suppose there must be an inquest, and Dolly, see that a room is prepared for the body." "Oh, Frank, must it come here? Why not take it to the cottage? The child is there," Mrs. Tracy said. "I tell you that woman must come here," was Frank's decided reply, as he began to make himself ready for the ride. "Don't tell Arthur yet," he said as he left the house and took his seat in the sleigh, which was soon plowing its way through the snow banks in the direction of the Tramp House. It was Harold who acted as master of ceremonies, for John was nervous and hung back from the half-opened door, while Frank was too much unstrung to know just what he was doing or saying, as he squeezed through the narrow space and then stood for a moment, snow-blind and dizzy, in the cheerless room. Harold was not afraid now. He had been there before, and seen and touched the white face of the corpse, and he went fearlessly up to it, followed by Frank, who could scarcely stand, and who laid his hand for support on Harold's shoulder, and then turned curiously and eagerly toward the woman. John had lingered outside, shoveling the snow from the door, which he succeeded in opening wide, so that the full broad sunlight fell upon the face, which was neither young, nor pretty, nor fair, while the hair was black as night. Frank noted all these points at a glance, and could have shouted aloud for joy, so great was the revulsion of his feelings. It was not Gretchen lying there before him, and he was not a murderer, as he had accused himself of being, for this woman did not come by the train. She had no connection with Tracy Park. She was going somewhere else, to Collingwood perhaps, when, overcome by the storm and the cold, she had sought shelter for the night in this wretched place. "I suppose the proper thing to do is to leave her here till the coroner can see her," he said to John. "But no train can get through from Springfield to-day, I am sure, and I shall have her taken to the Park. Bring me the blankets from the sleigh." He was very collected now, for a great load was lifted from his mind. "Had she nothing with her, nothing to cover her?" he asked, as they proceeded to wrap her in the warm blankets which, had they sooner come, would have saved her life. Harold told him again of the carpet bag and the cloak and the shawl which had covered the child, and added,
"That's all. There don't seem to be anything else. Oh, what's this?"
and, stooping down, he picked up some hard substance which she had kicked against the table. It proved to be one of those olive wood candlesticks so convenient in travelling as when not in use they can be made into a small round box or ball and take but little room. It contained the remains of a wax candle which had burned down into the socket and then gone out. Near by upon the floor was a tiny box of matches, with 2 or 3 charred ones among them. "The poor woman must have had a light for at least a portion of the time," Frank said as he picked up the box.
"She had. I know she had," Harold cried excitedly, "for I saw it and told Grandma so. It was like she had opened the door and let out a big blaze, and then everything was dark, as if the door was shut or the wind had blown the candle out."
"What time was that, do you think?" Frank asked.
"It must have been about 11," Harold replied, "for I remember hearing the clock strike and Grandma saying I must go to bed, it was so late. I was up with her because her foot was so bad, and I warmed the poultices."
Frank groaned aloud, unmindful of the boy looking so curiously at him, for that was the time when he had heard the sound like a human voice in distress. He had thought it a fancy then communicated to him by his brother's nervousness, but now he was certain it must have been the stranger calling through the storm, in the vain hope that somebody would hear and come. Somebody had heard, but no one had come; and so in the cold and the darkness, with the snow sifting through every crevice and blowing down the wide chimney to the hearth, where it made a drift like a grave, she had battled for her own life and that of the child beside her, saving the latter, but losing her own. "If I had only believed it was a cry," Frank thought, as he wrapped the body in the blankets and buffalo robe as tenderly and reverently as if the stiffened limbs had belonged to his mother. He saw as distinctly before him as if painted upon canvas, the angry sky, the half open door, through which the sleet was driving, the light behind, and the frantic, freezing woman screaming for help, while only the winds made answer, and the pitiless storm raged on. This was the picture which Frank was destined to see in his dreams for many and many a night, until the mystery was solved concerning the woman whom they carried to the sleigh, which was driven to the Park House, where, within 15 or 20 minutes, a crowd of anxious, curious people gathered. The messenger sent to town had done his work rapidly and thoroughly, and half the villagers who heard of the tragedy enacted at their very doors started at once for Tracy Park. The boy had stopped at the station and told his story there, making the baggage master feel as if he, too, were a murderer, or at least an accessory. "If I had only gone after that woman," he said, as he told of the stranger who had come on the train and gotten off on the side of the car farthest from the depot, "if I had gone after her and made her take a conveyance to where she was going, this would not have happened. But it was so all fired cold, and the wind was yelling so, and she walked off so fast, as if she knew her own business. So I just minded mine, or rather I didn't, for I never even seen the box or trunk which was pitched out helter-skelter and which I found this morning all covered up with snow. It is hers, of course, and I shall send it right over there, as it may tell who the poor critter was." This trunk, which was little more than a strong wooden box with 2 double locks upon it, was still further secured by a bit of rope wound twice around it and tied in a hard knot. There was nothing upon it to tell whose it was or whence it came, except the name of a German steamer on which its owner had probably crossed the ocean, and the significant word "Hold," showing that it had not been used in the stateroom. It had been checked at the Grand Central Depot in New York for Shannondale, and the check was still attached to the iron handle when it was put down in the kitchen at Tracy Park, where the utmost excitement prevailed, the servants huddling together with scared faces, and talking in whispers of the terrible thing which had happened, while Mrs. Tracy and the housekeeper, scarcely less excited than the servants, gave their attention to the dead. At the end of the rear hall was a small room where Frank sometimes received business calls when at home, and there they laid the body after the physician who had arrived declared that life had been extinct for many hours. Seen in the full daylight, she seemed to be at least 35 years of age, and her features, though not unpleasing, were coarse and large, especially the nose. Her hair was black, her complexion dark, and the hands which lay folded upon her bosom showed marks of toil, for they were rough and unshapely. Her woolen dress of grayish blue was short and scant, her knit stockings were black and thick, and her leather shoes were designed for use rather than ornament. A wide white apron was tied around her waist, and she wore a small black and white plaited shawl pinned about her neck. And there she lay, helpless and defenceless against the curious eyes bent upon her and the remarks concerning her, as one after another of the villagers came in to look at her and speculate as to who she was, or how she came in the tramp house. Among the crowd was Mr. St. Clair, who gave it as his opinion that she was a Frenchwoman of the lower class, and asked if nothing had been found with her except the clothes she wore. Harold told him of the shawl and cloak and carpet bag which she had carried with the child to the cottage. "Yes, there is something more, her trunk," chimed in the baggage master, who had just entered the room, trembling and breathless. "Her trunk? Then she did come in the cars?" Frank said, his hands dropping helplessly at his side, and his lips growing pale as the man replied: "Yes, last night on the 6:15 from New York. And what is curious, she got out on the side away from the depot, and I never seen her till the cars went on, when she was lookin' at a paper and the child cryin' at her feet. I spoke to her, but she didn't answer, and snatching up the child, she hurried off almost on a run. It was storming, so I didn't see her trunk till this mornin', when I found it on the platform. I wish I had gone after her and made her take a sleigh. If I had, she wouldn't now have been dead, and I swo' I feel as if I had killed her. I wonder why under the sun she turned into the lots, unless she was going to Collingwood." "Or Tracy Park," Frank said involuntarily. "Were you expecting any one?" Mr. St. Clair asked, and sinking into a chair, Frank replied: "No, I was not. But Arthur, who has been worse than usual for a few days, has again a fancy that Gretchen is coming. He says now that she was not in the ship with him, but that he has written her to join him here, and yesterday he took it into his head that she would be here last night, and insisted that the carriage be sent to meet her, but John had hurt his back, and as I had no faith in her coming, he didn't go. I wish he had. It might have saved this woman's life, although she is not Gretchen." Frank had made his confession, except so far as deceiving his brother was concerned, and he felt his mind eased a little, though there was still a lump in his throat and a feeling of disquiet in his heart, with a wish that the dead woman had never crossed his path, and a conviction that he had not yet seen the worst of it. Mr. St. Clair looked at him thoughtfully a moment, and then said: "I should not accuse myself too much. You couldn't know that any one would be there, and this woman certainly is not the Gretchen of whom your brother talks so much. Has he seen her? Does he know of the accident?" "I have not told him yet. He is not feeling well to day. Charles says he is still in bed," was Frank's reply. "We may find something in her trunk," Mr. St. Clair continued, "which will give us a clue to her history. Where do you suppose she kept her key?" No one volunteered an answer, until Harold suggested that if she had a pocket it was probably there, when half a dozen hands or more at once felt for the pocket, which was found at last, and proved to be one of great capacity, and to contain a heterogeneous mass of contents. A purse in which were 2 or 3 small German coins, an English sovereign, and a $5 greenback; 2 handkerchiefs, one soiled and coarse, bearing in German text the initials N.B., the other, small and fine, bearing the initial J. Also in German text, a pair of scissors, a thimble, a small needle case, a child's toy, a worn picture book, printed in Leipsic, a box of pills, some peanuts, some cloves, a piece of candy, a seed cake, a pocket comb, half a biscuit; and at the very bottom the brass check whose number corresponded with that upon the trunk; also a ring to which were attached 3 keys, one belonging to the trunk, another evidently to the carpet bag, while the third, which was very small and straight, must have been used for fastening some box or dressing case. It was Mr. St. Clair who opened the trunk, from which one of the servants had removed the rope, while Frank sat near watching anxiously as article after article was taken out and examined, but afforded no satisfaction whatever, or gave any sign by which the stranger might be traced. There was a black alpaca dress, and a few garments, which must have belonged to the woman. Some of them bore the initials N.B., some were without a mark, and all were cheap and plain, like the clothes of a servant. The child's dresses were of a better quality, and one embroidered petticoat bore the name Heroine, while the letter J was upon them all, except a towel of the finest linen, on one corner of which was the letter M, worked with colored floss. "Heroine," Mr. St. Clair repeated. "That is a French name, and a pretty one. It is the child's, of course." To this no one replied, and he continued his examination of the trunk until it was quite empty. "That is all," he said in a tone of disappointment; and Frank, who had been sitting by and holding some of the things in his lap as they were taken from the trunk, answered faintly, "No, here is a book. It was in her handkerchief," and he held up what proved to be a German Bible, but he did not tell of the photograph he had found and thrust into his pocket when no one was looking at him. It had slipped from the leaves of the Bible, and at sight of the face, of which he only had a glimpse, every drop of blood seemed to leave his heart and come surging to his brain, making him so giddy and wild that he did not realize what he was doing when he hid away the picture until he could examine it by himself. Once in his pocket, he dared not to take it out, although he raised his hand 2 or 3 times to do so, but was as often deterred by the thought that everybody would think that he had intended to hide it and suspect his motive. So he kept quiet and saw them examine the book, the blank page of which had been torn half off, leaving only the last 3 letters of what must have been the owner's name. ICH. That was all, and might as well not have been there, for any light it shed upon the matter. Opening the book by chance at 1 Corinthians, 2nd chapter, Mr. St. Clair, who could read German much better than he could speak it, saw pencil marks around the 9th verse, and read aloud, "Eye hath not seen nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him." On the margin opposite this verse was written in a girlish hand, "Think of me as there when you read this, and do not be sorry." A lock of soft golden hair which might have been cut from a baby's head, and a few faded flowers were tied with a bit of thread and lying between the leaves. And except that the book was full of marked passages, chiefly comforting and consolatory, there was nothing more to indicate the character of the owner. "If this Bible were hers, she was a good woman," Mr. St. Clair said, laying his hand reverently upon the forehead of the dead, while Frank, who saw another meaning between the lines, shook like one in an ague fit, for he did not believe that those hands, so pulseless and cold, had ever traced the words, "Think of me as there when you read this, and do not be sorry." She who wrote them might be, and probably was, dead, but her grave was far away, and the fact did not at all change the duty which he owed to her and him for whom the message was intended. "What shall I say to Arthur, and how shall I tell him?" he was wondering to himself, when Mr. St. Clair roused him by saying, "You seem greatly unstrung by what has happened. I never saw you look so ill." "Yes, I feel as if I had murdered her by not sending John to the station," Frank stammered, glad to offer this as an excuse for his manner, which he knew was strange and unnatural. "You are too sensitive altogether. John might not have seen her, she hurried off so fast, and you had no particular reason to think she was coming here," Mr. St. Clair said, adding, "We'd better leave her now. We can do nothing more until the coroner comes, which will hardly be to-day. I hear the roads are all blocked and impassable. Let everything remain in the trunk, where he can see them." Mechanically Mrs. Tracy, who was present, put the different articles into the trunk, leaving the Bible on the top, and then followed her husband from the room. She knew there was more affecting him than the fact that a dead woman was in the house, or that he had not sent John to the station. But what it was she could not guess, unless, and she, too, felt faint and giddy for a moment as a new idea entered her head. "Frank," she said to him when they were alone for a few moments, "Arthur had a fancy that Gretchen was coming last night. You do not think this woman is she?" "Gretchen? No, don't be a fool, Dolly. Gretchen is fair and young, and the woman is old and black as the ace of spades. Gretchen? No, indeed." Just then Charles came to the room and said that his master was very much excited, and wished to know the reason for so much commotion in the house, and why so many people were coming and going down and up the avenue. "I thought it better that you should tell him," Charles added, and with a sinking heart Frank started for his brother's room. He had not seen him before that day, and now as he looked at him it seemed to him that he had grown older since the previous night, for there were lines about his mouth and his face was very thin and pale. But his eyes were unusually bright, and his voice rang out clear as a bell as he said, "What is it, Frank? What has happened that so many people are coming here, banging doors, and talking so loud that I heard them here in my room, but could not distinguish what they said? What's the matter? Anyone hurt, or dead?" He put the question direct, and Frank gave a direct reply. "Yes, a woman was found frozen to death in a tramp house this morning, and was brought here. She is lying in the office at the end of the back hall." "A woman frozen to death in the tramp house?"
Arthur repeated. Then I did hear a cry. Oh, Frank, who is she? Where did she come from? We do not know who she is, or where she came from, Frank replied. Mr. St. Clair thinks she is French. There is nothing about her person to identify her, but I would like you to see her, and I see her? Why should I see her, and shock my nerves more than they are already shocked? Arthur said with a decided shake of his head. But you must see her, Frank continued. Perhaps you know her. She came last night. She Before he could utter another word, Arthur was at his side, and seizing him by the shoulder with the grip of a giant, demanded fiercely: "What do you mean by her coming last night? How did she come? Not by train, for John was there. Frank, there is something you are keeping back. I know it by your face. Tell me the truth. Is it Gretchen dead in this house?" "No," Frank answered huskily. "It is not Gretchen, if that picture is like her, for this woman is very dark and old, and besides that, has Gretchen a child?" For an instant Arthur stood looking at him, or rather at the space beyond him, as if trying to recall something too distant or too shadowy to assume any tangible form. Then, bursting into a laugh, he said, "Gretchen a child? That is the best joke I have heard. How should Gretchen have a child? She is little more than one herself, or was when I last saw her. No, Gretchen has no child. Why do you ask?" "Because," Frank replied, "there was a little girl found in the tramp house with this woman. She is at the cottage where Harold carried her. He found the woman this morning. Will you see her now?" Arthur answered "No," decidedly, and then Frank, who knew that he should never again know peace of mind if his brother did not see her, summoned all his courage and said: "Arthur, you must. I have not told you all. This woman did come by train from New York." "Then why did not John see her?" interrupted Arthur. "He was not there," Frank replied. "Forgive me, Arthur. I did not send him as you thought. It was so cold and stormy, and I had no faith in your presentiments, and so And so you lied to me, and I will never trust you again as long as I live, and if this had been Gretchen, I would kill you where you stand." Arthur hissed in a whisper more terrible to hear than louder voices would have been. "Yes, I will see this woman whose death lies at your door," he continued, with a gesture that Frank should precede him. Arthur was very calm and collected and stern as he followed to the office where the body lay, covered now from view, but showing terribly distinct through the linen sheet folded over it. "Remove the covering," he said in the tone of a master to his slave, and Frank obeyed. Then, bending close to the stiffened form, Arthur examined the face minutely, while Frank looked on, alternating between hope and dread, the former of which triumphed as his brother said quietly: "Yes, she is French, but I do not know her. I never saw her before. Had she nothing with her to tell who she was?" His mood had passed, and Frank did not fear him now. "She had a trunk," he replied. "Here it is, with her clothes, and the child's, and a Bible." He said the last slowly, and taking up the book, opened it as far as possible from the writing on the margin, which might or might not be dangerous. "It is a German Bible," he continued, and then Arthur took it quickly from him, as if it had been a long lost friend, turning the worn pages rapidly, but failing to discover the marked passage and the message for some one. The lock of hair and the faded flowers caught his attention, and his breath came hard and pantingly, as for a moment he held the little golden tress in his hand. "This must be her child's hair. You know I told you there was a little girl found with her. Would you like to see her?" Frank said. "No, no," Arthur answered hastily. "Let her stay where she is. I don't like children as a rule. You know I can't abide the noise yours sometimes make." He was leaving the room with the Bible in his hand, but Frank could not suffer that, and he said: "I suppose all these things must stay here till the coroner sees them, so I will put the Bible where I found it." Arthur gave it up readily enough, and then as he reached the door looked back and said: "If 40 coroners and undertakers come on this business, don't bother me any more. My head buzzes like a beehive. See that everything is done decently for the poor woman, and don't let the town bury her. Do it yourself, and send the bill to me. There is room enough in the Tracy plot. Put her in a corner." "Yes," Frank answered, standing in the open door and watching him as he went slowly down the long hall, and until he heard him going upstairs.
Then, locking the door which shut him in with the dead, he took the photograph from his pocket and examined it minutely, feeling no shadow of doubt in his heart that it was Gretchen, if the picture in the window was like her. It was the same face, the same sweet mouth and sunny blue eyes, with curls of reddish golden hair shading the low brow. The dress was different and more in accordance with that of a girl who belonged to the middle class, but this counted for nothing, and Frank felt himself a thief and a liar and a murderer as he stood looking at the lovely face and debating what he should do. Turning it over, he saw on the back a word traced in English letters, in a very uncertain, scrawling hand, as if it were the writer's first attempt at English. Spelling it letter by letter, he made out Wiesbaden, and knew it was some German town. Did Gretchen live there, he wondered, and how could he find out, and what should he do? He had not yet seen the child at the cottage, but from some things Harold said, he knew she was more like this picture than like the dead woman, and he felt sure that he ought to show Arthur the photograph and tell him his suspicions. Frank was not a bad man, nor a hard-hearted man, but he was ambitious and weak. He had enjoyed money and ease and position long enough to make him unwilling to part with them now, while for his children he was more ambitious than for himself. To see Tom master of Tracy Park was the great desire of his life, and this could not be if what he feared were proved true. "I will see the child before I decide what to do," he thought. "I can never know anything for certain, and I should be a fool to give up all my children's interests for an idea which may have no foundation. Arthur does not know half the time what he is saying, and might not tell the truth about Gretchen. She may not have been his wife. On the whole, I do not believe she was. He would never have left her if she had been, and if so, this child, if she is Gretchen's, has no right to come between me and mine. No, I shall wait a little while and think, though in the end I mean to do right." With these specious arguments Frank tried to quiet his conscience, but he could not help feeling that Satan had possession of him, and as he hurried through the hall he said aloud, as if speaking to some one, "Go away, go away! I shall do right, if I only know what right is." He did not see his brother again that day, or go to the cottage either, but as he was dressing himself next morning, he said to his wife, "That little girl ought to see her mother before she is buried. I shall send for her to-day. The coroner will be here, too. Did I tell you I had a telegram last night? He is coming on the early train." Mrs. Tracy passed the allusion to the coroner in silence, but of the little girl she said, "I suppose the child must come to the funeral, but you surely do not mean to keep her? We are not bound to do that because her mother froze to death on our premises." "Would you let her go to the poorhouse?" Frank asked. But Dolly did not reply, and as the breakfast bell just then rang, no more was said of the little waif until the sleigh was brought to the door, and Frank announced his intention of stopping for the child on his way back from the station, where he was going to meet the coroner. Chapter 14 Chapters 14 and 15 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 Little Jerry. It was nearly noon when Harold left Tracy Park the previous day and started for home, eager and anxious with regard to the child whom he claimed as his own. He had found her. She was his, and he should keep her, he said to himself, and then he wondered how his grandmother had managed with her, and if she had cried for him or her mother, and as he reached the house he stood still a moment to listen. But the sounds which met his ears were peals of laughter, mingled with mild and, as it would seem, unavailing expostulations from his grandmother. Opening the door suddenly, he found the child seated at the table in the high chair he used to occupy. Standing before her was a dish of bread and milk, of which she had evidently eaten enough, for she was playing with it and amusing herself by striking the spoon into the milk, which was splashed over the table, while 3 or 4 drops of it were standing on the forehead and nose of the distressed woman, who was vainly trying to take the spoon from the little hand clenching it so firmly. Mrs. Crawford had had a busy and exciting day with her charge, who, active and restless and playful, kept her on the alert and made her forget in part how lame she was. As she could not put her foot to the floor without great pain, and as she must move about, she had adopted the expedient of placing her knee on a chair to the back of which she held while she hobbled around the room, followed by the child, who, delighted with this novel method of locomotion, put her knee in a low chair, and holding to Mrs. Crawford's skirts, limped after her, imitating her perfectly, even to the groans she sometimes uttered when a twinge sharper than usual ran up her swollen limb. It was fun for the child, but almost death to the woman who, when she could endure it no longer, sank into a chair, and tried, by speaking sharply, to make the little girl understand that she must be quiet. But when she scolded, baby scolded back, in a language wholly unintelligible, shaking her curly head, and sometimes stamping her foot by way of emphasizing her words. When Mrs. Crawford laughed, the child laughed, and when once a pang severer than usual wrung the tears from her eyes, baby looked at her compassionately a moment, while her little face puckered itself into wrinkles as if she too were going to cry. Then, putting up her hand, she wiped the tears from Mrs. Crawford's cheeks, and, climbing into her lap, became as quiet as a kitten. But a touch sufficed to start her up, for she was full of fun and frolic, and her laughing blue eyes, which were of that wide open kind which see everything, were brimming over with mischief. Once or twice she called for "Money," and going to the window, stood on tiptoe, looking out to see if she were coming. But on the whole she seemed happy and content, exploring every nook and corner of the kitchen, and examining curiously every article of furniture as if it were quite new to her. Once, when Mrs. Crawford was talking earnestly to her, trying to make her understand, she stood for a moment, watching and imitating the motion of the lady's lips and the expression of her face. Then, going up to her, she began to examine her mouth and her teeth, as if she would know what manner of machinery it was which produced sounds so new and strange to her. She was a remarkable child for her age, though Mrs. Crawford was puzzled to know just what that was. She was very small, and, judging from her size, one would have said she was not more than 4 years old. But the expression of her face was so mature, and she saw things so quickly and understood so readily, that she must have been older. She was certainly very precocious, and Mrs. Crawford felt herself greatly interested in her as she watched her active movements, and listened to the musical prattle she could not understand. She had examined the carpet bag in which she found the articles necessary for an ocean voyage, and little else. Most of these were soiled from use, but there was among them a little clean white apron, and this Mrs. Crawford put upon the child, after having washed her face and hands, and brushed her hair, which had a trick of coiling itself into soft, fluffy curls all over her head. The bread and milk had been given her about 12 o'clock, and the laugh she gave when she saw it showed her appreciation of it quite as much as the eagerness with which she ate it. Her appetite appeased, however, she began to play with it, and throw the milk over the table and into Mrs. Crawford's face, just as Harold came in, full of what he had seen at the park, and anxious to see his baby, as he called her. Taking her on his lap, and kissing her rosy cheeks, he began to narrate to his grandmother all that had been done, and told her that Mr. St. Clair had said that the woman was French. "And if so," he continued, "baby must be French too, though she does not look a bit like her mother, who is very dark and not at all like you or Mrs. St. Clair." Then he told of the trunk which the baggage master had taken to the park, and of what it contained. "The women's clothes were marked N.B.," he said, "and some of the babies' such a funny name, Mr. St. Clair said it was French and pronounced Gerine, though it is spelled Gerin." "That is the name on the child's things in the bag," Mrs. Crawford said. "Of course it is baby's, then," Harold replied, "but I shall call her Jerry for short, even if it is a boy's name, and so, my little lady, I christen you Jerry." And kissing the forehead, the eyes, the nose, and the chin, he marked the shape of the cross upon the face upturned to his, and named his baby Jerry, and when he called her that she laughed and nodded as if the sound were not new to her. She was a beautiful child, with complexion as pure as wax, and eyes which might have borrowed their color from the blue lakes of Italy, or from the skies of England when they are at their brightest. "I wish she could talk to me. I suppose she must speak French," he said, as he was trying in vain to make her understand him. "Don't you know a word I say?" he asked her, and her reply was what sounded to him like "Oui, oui." "That's English!" he cried, delighted with her progress, but when he spoke to her again her answer was "Ja, ja," which seemed to him so nonsensical that after a few attempts to make her say yes, and to teach her what it meant, he gave up his lesson for the remainder of the day, and talked to her by signs and gestures which she seemed to understand. Whatever he did, she did, and he saw her more than once imitating his grandmother's motions as well as his own, to the life. Late in the afternoon Mr. St. Clair came to the cottage, curious to see the child, who, at sight of him, retreated behind Harold, and then peered shyly up at him, with a look in her great blue eyes which puzzled him on the instant, as one is frequently puzzled with a likeness to something or somebody he tries in vain to recall. In this instance it was hardly the eyes themselves, but rather the way they looked at him, and the sweep of the long lashes, together with a firm shutting together of the lips, which struck Mr. St. Clair as familiar, and when, with a swift movement of her little hand, she swept the mass of golden hair back from her forehead, he would have sworn that he had seen that trick 1,000 times, and yet he could not place it. That she was the child of the dead woman he believed, and as the mother was French, so also was she. He had once passed 2 years in France and was master of the language; so he spoke to her in French, but she made no reply, until he said to her, "Where is your mother, little one?" Then she answered promptly, "Dead," but the language was German, not French. "Oh, ho! You are a little Dutchman," Mr. St. Clair said, with some surprise in his voice. Then, as he noted the purity of her complexion, her fair hair and blue eyes, he said to himself, "Her father was a German and probably lived in Germany, but the mother was certainly French." He could speak German a little, and turning again to the child, he managed to say, "What is your name?" "Derry," was the reply; and Harold exclaimed, "That's it, she means Jerry. That's short for the name on her clothes, which you said was Jerrine. I have christened her Jerry, and she is my little girl, ain't you, Jerry?" "Ja, oui, es," was the answer, and there was a gleam of triumph in the blue eyes which flashed up to Harold for approbation. She had not, of course, understood a word he said, except, indeed, her name, but the tone of his voice was interrogatory, and seemed to expect an affirmative answer, which she gave in 3 languages, emphasizing "es" with a nod of her head, as if greatly pleased with herself. "Bravo!" Harold shouted. "She can say yes. I taught her, and I shall have her talking English in a few days as well as I do, shan't I, Jerry?" "Ja, es," was the reply. Then Mr. St. Clair tried to question her further with regard to herself and her home, but no satisfactory result was reached beyond the fact that her mother was dead, that her name was Jerry, or Derry, as she called it, and that she had been on a ship with Mani, who did so; and she imitated perfectly the motions and contortions of one who is deathly seasick. "I suppose she means her mother by Mani," Mr. St. Clair said; and when he asked her if it were not so, she answered, "Ja," and "es," as she did everything, adopting finally the latter word altogether, because she saw it pleased Harold. No matter what was the question put to her, her reply was "es," which she repeated quickly in a lisping tone, with a prolonged sound on the "s." When at last Mr. St. Clair took his leave, it was with a strange feeling of interest for the child, whose antecedents must always be shrouded in mystery, and whose future he could not predict. It seemed impossible for Mrs. Crawford to keep her, poor as she was, and as he had no idea that the Tracys would take her, there was no alternative but the poorhouse, unless he took her himself and brought her up with his own little 5-year-old Nina. He would wait until after the funeral and see, he decided, as he went back to his home at Briar Hill, where his children, Dick and Nina, were eager to hear all he had to tell them of the little girl whose mother had been frozen to death. The next morning the sleigh from Tracy Park stopped before the cottage door, and Frank, who had been to meet the coroner, alighted from it. He was pale and haggard as he entered the room where Jerry was playing on the floor with Harold's Maltese kitten. As he came in she looked up at him, and lifting her hand, swept the hair back from her forehead, just as she had done the day before when Mr. St. Clair was there. The motion had struck the latter as something familiar, though he could not define it. But Frank did, and his knees shook so he could hardly stand as he talked with Mrs. Crawford and told her he had come for the child, who ought to be where her mother was until after the funeral. "Then she will come back again. You will not keep her. She is mine, ain't you, Jerry?" Harold exclaimed eagerly; while Jerry, who with a child's instinct sensed danger from Harold's manner, and associated that danger with the strange man looking so curiously at her, sprang to her feet, which she stamped vigorously while she cried, "Es! Es! Es!" with her blue eyes anything but soft and sunny, as they usually were. In this mood she was not much like Gretchen in the picture, but she was like someone else whom Frank had seen in excited moods, and he grew faint and sick as he watched her, and saw the varying expression of her face and eyes. The way she shook her head at him and flourished her hands was a way he had seen many times, and he felt as if his heart would leap from his throat as he tried to speak to her. A turn of the head, a gesture of the hands, a curve of the eyelashes, a tone in the voice, seemed slight actions on which to base a certainty. But Frank did feel certain, and his brain reeled for an instant as his thoughts leaped forward years and years until he was an old man, and he wondered if he could bear it and make no sign. Then, just as he had decided that he could not, the tempter suggested to him a plan which seemed so feasible and fair that the future, with a secret to guard, did not look so formidable, and to himself he said, "It is not likely I can ever be positive, and so long as there is a doubt, however small, it would be preposterous to give up what otherwise must come to my children if not to me. But I will not wrong her more than I can help. Come, little girl," he said in his kindest tones as he advanced towards her, while Harold went for her cloak and hood. Jerry knew then that she was expected to go with the stranger and without Harold, and resisted with all her might. Standing behind him as if safe there, and clinging to his coat, she sobbed piteously, intermingling her sobs with "S, S, S," the only English word she knew, and which she seemed to think would avail in every emergency. And it did help her now, for Harold asked that he might go too, and when Jerry saw him with his coat and hat, and understood that he was to be her escort, she allowed herself to be made ready, and was soon in the sleigh and on her way to Tracy Park. Chapter 15. Jerry at the Park. "And so this is the little girl. We'll take her right to the kitchen, where she can get warm," Mrs. Tracy said as she met her husband in the hall with Harold and the mite of a creature wrapped in the foreign-looking cloak and hood. "No, Dolly," and Frank spoke very decidedly. "She is going to the nursery with the other children, and when they have their dinner she will have hers with them."
S, S, S,
Jerry said, as if she comprehended that there was a difference of opinion between the man and woman, and that she was on the affirmative side.
"Take her to the nursery? Oh, Frank, she may have something about her which the children will catch," Mrs. Tracy said, blocking the way as she spoke.
But Jerry, who through the half-open door had caught sight of the pretty sitting-room with its warm carpet and curtains and cheerful fire, shook her head defiantly at the lady, and brushing past her, went boldly into the room whose brightness had attracted her. Marching up to the fire, she stood upon the rug and looked about her with evident satisfaction. Then, glancing at Harold, she nodded complacently and said,
"S, S,"
while she held her little cold hands to the fire. "Acts as if she belonged here, doesn't she?" Frank said to his wife, who did not reply, so intent was she upon watching the strange child, who deliberately took off her cloak and hood, and tossing them upon the floor, drew a chair to the fire, and climbing into it, sat down as composedly as if she were mistress there, instead of an intruder. "Take her to the nursery now. I must see to that coroner," Frank continued, "and Harold must go too, or there will be the old Harry to pay."
"S, S,"
came very decidedly from the child, who went willingly with Harold, and was soon ushered into the large upper room, which was used both as nursery and schoolroom, for Mrs. Tracy would not allow her two sons, Tom and Jack, to come in contact with the boys at school, so she kept a governess who, glad of a home and the liberal compensation, sat all day in the nursery and bore patiently with Tom's freaks and Jack's dullness, to say nothing of the trouble it was to have Maud toddling about and interfering with everything.
"Hello!"
Tom cried as his mother came in, followed by Harold and Jerry.
"Hello, what's up?"
And throwing aside the slate on which he had been trying to master the difficulties of a sum in long division, he went toward them and said,
"Has the coroner come, and can't I go and see the inquest? You said maybe I could if I behaved, and I do, don't I, Miss Howard?"
Just then he caught sight of Jerry, and stopping short, exclaimed,
"By jingo, ain't she pretty? I mean to kiss her."
And he made a movement toward the little girl who looked up so shyly at him. But his mother caught his arm and held him back as she said sharply, "Don't touch her, there is no telling what you may catch. I wanted her to go to the kitchen, the proper place for her, but your father insisted that she should be brought here. I hope, Miss Howard, you will see that she does not go near the children."
"Yes, madam," Miss Howard replied, "but I am sure there can be no danger. She looks as clean and sweet as a rose."
Miss Howard was fond of children, and she held out her hand to the little girl, who seemed to have a most wonderful faculty for discriminating between friends and enemies, and who went to her readily, and leaning against her arm, looked curiously at the group of children, Tom and Jack and Maud, the latter of whom wished to go to her, but was restrained by the nurse. The moment the door closed upon Mrs. Tracy, Tom walked up to the child and said, "I wonder who you are, anyway, and how you will like the poorhouse." "Who said she was going to the poorhouse?" Harold exclaimed indignantly. "Mother said so," Tom replied. "I heard her talking to the cook. Where would she go if she didn't go to the poorhouse? Who would take care of her?" "I shall take care of her," Harold answered. "She will live with grandmother and me. I found her, and she is mine." "S," came from Jerry, as she swung one little foot back and forth, and looked confidingly at her champion. "You take care of her!" Tom sneered, with that supercilious air he always assumed towards those he considered his inferiors. "Why, you and your grandmother can't take care of yourselves, or you couldn't if it wasn't for Uncle Arthur. You wouldn't have any house to live in if he hadn't give it to you." Harold's arms were unfolded now, and the doubled fists were in his pockets, clenching themselves tighter and tighter as he advanced to Tom, who began to back toward the nurse for safety. "It's a lie, Tom Tracy," Harold said. "Mr. Arthur does not take care of us. We do it ourselves, and have for ever so long. He did give us the house, but it ain't for you to twit me of that. Whose house is this, I'd like to know? It isn't yours, nor your father's, and there isn't a thing in it yours. It is all Mr. Arthur's." "Well, we are to be his heirs, Jack and Maud and me. Mother says so," Tom stammered out, while Jerry, who had been looking intently first at one boy and then at the other, called out, "Nine, nine," and struck her hand toward Tom. "What does she mean by her 9, 9?" he asked of Miss Howard, who replied that she thought it was the German for "no, no," and that the child probably did not approve of him. Tom knew she did not, and though she was only a baby, he felt chagrined and irritable. Had he dared, he would have struck Harold, but he was afraid of Miss Howard, and remembering it must be time for the inquest, he slipped from the room, whispering to Harold as he passed him, "I'll thrash you yet." "Let me know when you are ready," was Harold's taunting reply, as the door closed upon the discomfited Tom. The inquest was a mere matter of form, for there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the woman had been frozen to death, and she had no friends to complain that due attention had not been paid her. So after a few questions put to Mr. Tracy, and more to Harold, who was summoned from the nursery to tell what he knew, a verdict was rendered of frozen to death. Then came the question where should she be buried, and at whose expense? Quite a number of people had assembled, and the little room was full. Conspicuous among them was Peterkin, who, having been elected to an office which necessitated a care for the expenditures of the village, was swelling with importance, and dying for a chance to be heard. When Harold came into the room, Jerry was with him. She had refused to let him leave her, and he led her by the hand into the midst of the men, who grew as silent and respectful the moment she appeared as if she had been a woman instead of a little child who could speak no word of their language, or understand what was said to her. It was her mother lying there dead, and they made way for her as, catching the sight of the white face, she uttered a cry of joy, and running up to the body, patted the cold cheeks while she kept calling, "Money, money," and saying words unintelligible to all, but full of pathos and love, and childlike coaxing for the inanimate form to rouse itself and speak to her again. "Poor little thing!" was said by more than one, and hands went up to eyes unused to tears, for the sight was a touching one. That lovely child bending over the dead face, and imprinting kisses upon it. Harold took her away from the body, and lifting her into a chair, kept by her as with her arm around his neck, she stood watching, and sometimes imitating the gestures of the men around her. It was Peterkin who spoke first, standing back so straight that his immense stomach, with the heavy gold watch chain hanging across it, seemed to fill the room. He gave his opinion before anyone else had a chance to express theirs. It was the first time he had been in the house since the morning after the party, when Arthur had turned him from the door. He had vowed vengeance against the Tracys, and kept this vow by spending $2,000 in order to defeat Frank as member of Congress, and to get himself elected as one of the village trustees, and now he had come, partly out of curiosity to see the woman and partly to oppose her being buried by the town, if such a thing were suggested.
Let them Tracys bury their own dead, he said to his wife before he left home, and he said it again in substance now, as with a tremendous ahem he commenced his speech, standing close to little Jerry, who watched him with a face which varied in its expression with every variation in his voice and manner, and reached its climax when he said, "I don't believe in saddling the town with a debt we don't orter pay. Let the Tracys bury their own dead, I say." "Es, es," Jerry chimed in with an emphatic nod of her head with each "s," and a flourish of her hand more threatening than approving toward the speaker, who glanced at her and went on. "Don't you see, gentlemen of the jury, who this cub looks like? I do, and so can you with half an eye. She looks like Arthur Tracy." Just then Jerry swept back her golden hair, and opening her eyes very wide, flashed them around the room until they rested by accident upon Frank, who, pale and faint and terrified, was leaning against the doorway trying to seem only amused at the tirade, which was concluded as follows. "Yes, Arthur Tracy. Not her skin, perhaps, not hair, nor her eyes, leastwise not the color, but something I can't describe. And this woman, her mother, you say is a furriner? That may be, but he's been in furrin parts too. I don't say nothin' nor incinerate nothin', but I won't consent to have the town pay what belongs to the Tracys. Let 'em run their own canoes and funerals too, I say. And as for this young one with the yeller hair, though where she got that, the Lord only knows, 'tain't hers," pointing to the corpse, "nor 'tain't his'n," pointing in the direction of Arthur's rooms. "As for her, I'm opposed to sendin' to the poorhouse another pauper." "She is not a pauper, and she is not going to the poorhouse either," Harold exclaimed, while Jerry came in with her "Nine, nine," which made the bystanders laugh, as Peterkin went on, addressing himself to Harold. "You are her champion, eh? And intend to take care of her? Mighty fine, I'm sure, but hadn't you better fetch back May Jane's pin that you took at the party?" "It is false!" Harold cried. "I never saw the pin, never!" and the hot tears sprang to his eyes at this unmanly assault. By this time Peterkin, who felt that everybody was against him, was swelling with rage, and seizing Harold by the collar, roared out, "Do you tell me I lie? You rascal! I'll teach you what belongs to manners." And he would have struck the boy but for Jerry, who had been watching him as a cat watches a mouse, and who, raising her war cry of "Nine, nine!" sprang at him like a little tiger, and by the fierceness of her gestures and the volubility of her German jargon, actually compelled him to retreat step by step until she had him outside the door, which she barred with her diminutive person. No one could help laughing at the discomfited giant and the mite of a child facing him so bravely, while she scolded at the top of her voice. Peterkin saw that he was beaten and left the house, while Frank, who had recovered his composure during the ludicrous scene, said to those present, "I would not explain to that brute, but it is not my intention to trouble the town. I have no more idea who this woman is than you have, and I'll swear that Peterkin's vile insinuations with regard to her are false. My brother says he never saw her, and he speaks the truth. She has every appearance of a foreigner, and her child—" Here Frank's tongue felt a little thick, but he cleared his throat and went on, "Her child speaks a foreign language, German they tell me. This poor woman died on or rather, my brother's premises. I have consulted with him, and he thinks as I do, that she should be cared for at our expense. He says, further, that there is room in the Tracy lot, she is to be buried there. I shall attend to it at once, and the funeral will take place to-morrow morning at 10 o'clock from this house. What disposition will be made of the child I have not yet decided, but she will not go to the poorhouse." "Oh, Mr. Tracy!" Harold burst out, "she is mine. She is to live with Grandma and me. You will not take her from me. Say you will not." "Will not," Jerry reiterated, imitating as well as she could Harold's last words. For a moment Mr. Tracy looked fixedly at the boy, pleading for a burden which would necessitate toil, and self-denial, and patience of no ordinary kind, and never had he despised himself more than he did when, believing what he did believe, he said at last, "I will talk with your grandmother and see what arrangements we can make. I rather think you have the best right to her. But she must stay here until after the funeral, when she can go with you if you like."
To this Harold did not object, and as Jerry seemed very happy and content, he left her while she was exploring the long drawing room, and examining the different articles of furniture. As she did not seem disposed to touch anything she was allowed to go where she liked, although Mrs. Frank remonstrated against her roaming all over the house as if she belonged there, and suggested again that she be sent to the kitchen. But Frank said no, and Jerry was left to herself, except as the nurse girl and Charles looked after her a little. And so it came about that toward evening she found herself in the upper hall, and after making the tour of the rooms whose doors were open, she came to one whose door was shut, nor could she turn the knob, although she tried with all her might. Doubling her tiny fist, she knocked upon the door, and then as no one came, kicked against it with her foot, but still with no result. Inside the room Arthur sat in his dressing gown, very nervous, and a little inclined to be irritable and captious. He knew there had been an inquest, and that many people had come and gone that day, for he had seen them from his window, and had seen too the sleigh with Frank and the coroner and Harold and a blue hood drive into the yard. But to the blue hood he never gave a thought, as he was only intent upon the dead woman, whose presence in the house made him so nervous and restless. "I shall be glad when she is buried. I have been so cold and shaky ever since they brought her here," he said to Charles, as with a shiver he drew his chair nearer to the fire, and leaning back wearily in it, fixed his eyes upon Gretchen's picture smiling at him from the window. "Dear little Gretchen," he said in a whisper, "you seem so near to me now that I can almost hear your feet at the door, and your voice asking to come in. Hush!" And he started suddenly, as Jerry's kicks made themselves heard even in the room where he sat. "Hush! Who is that banging at the door? Surely not Maud. They would not let her come up here. Go and see, and send her away." He had forgotten that he was listening for Gretchen, and when Charles, who had opened the door cautiously and descried the intruder, said to him, "It is that woman's child. Shall I let her in? She is a pretty little thing," he replied. "Let her in? No, why should you? And why is she allowed to prowl about the house? Tell her to go away." So Jerry was sent away with a troubled, disappointed look in her little face, and as the chill night came on, and the dark shadows crept into the room, and Gretchen's picture gradually faded from sight in the gathering gloom, until it seemed only a confused mixture of lead and glass, Arthur felt colder and drearier and more wretched than he had ever felt before. It was a genuine case of homesickness, if one can be homesick in his own house, surrounded by every possible comfort and luxury. He was tired and sick and disappointed, and his head was aching terribly, while thoughts of the past were crowding his brain where the light of reason seemed struggling to reinstate itself. He was thinking of Gretchen, and longing for her so intensely that once he groaned aloud and whispered to himself, "Poor Gretchen! I am so sorry for it all. I can see it clearer now, how I left her, and did not write, and I don't know where she is, or if she will ever come. And yet I feel as if she had come, or tidings of her. Perhaps my letter reached her. Perhaps she is on her way. God grant it, and forgive me for all I have made her suffer." It was very still in the room where Arthur sat, for Charles had gone out, and only the occasional crackling of the coal in the grate and the ticking of the clock broke the silence which reigned around him. And at last, soothed into quiet, he fell asleep, and dreamed that on his door he heard again the thud of baby feet, while Gretchen's voice was calling to him to let the baby in. End of chapters 14 and 15. Chapters 16 and 17 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Funeral and After. Long before 10 o'clock, the hour appointed for the funeral, the people began to gather at the Park House, and the avenue seemed full of them. The news that an unknown woman had been frozen to death in the Tramp House had spread far and wide, awakening in many a curiosity to see the stranger, and discover, if possible, a likeness to someone they might have known. It was strange how many reminiscences were brought to mind by this circumstance, of girls who had disappeared years before, and were supposed to be dead, or worse. And this woman might be one of them, and they came in crowds to see her, and to see as well the inside of the handsome house of which they had heard so much, especially since Mr. Arthur's return. But in this they were disappointed, for all the front rooms were locked against them, and only the large dining room, the breakfast room, the servants' hall, and the little back office, were thrown open to the public. In the first of these the corpse was lying in a handsome coffin, for Frank would have no other, and when the undertaker suggested to him that a cheaper one would answer just as well, he said, "I mean to bury her decently. Give me this one, and send the bill to me, not to Arthur." It was his funeral, and judging from his face he was burying all his friends, instead of a poor unknown woman, whose large coarse features and plain woolen dress looked out of place in that handsome black coffin with its silver plated trimmings. Frank had suggested that she should have a white merino shroud, but his wife had overruled him. It was not her funeral, and she had no interest in it, except that it should be over as soon as possible, and the house cleansed from the atmosphere of death. So when her husband asked if the child ought not to have a mourning dress, she scoffed at him for the suggestion, saying she did not like to see children in black, and even if she died herself, she should not wish hers to wear it. "I cannot imagine," she continued, "why you have taken so unaccountable a fancy to and interest in these people, especially the child. One would think she belonged to royalty, the fuss you make over her. What are we to do with her to night? Where is she to sleep?" "In the nursery," was his reply, and he saw his wishes carried out, and ordered in a crib which used to be Jack's, and bade the nurse to see that she was comfortable. So Jerry was put to bed in the nursery, and slept very quietly until about 10 o'clock, when she awoke, and cried piteously for both Money and Harold. Frank, who was sitting alone in the library, heard the cry, and knew it was not Maud's. Had it been, he would not have minded it, for he knew that she would be cared for without his interference. But something in the crying of this little foreign girl stirred him strangely, and after listening to it a few moments he arose, and going softly to the door of the nursery, stood listening until a sharp hush from the nurse girl decided him to enter, and going to the crib he bent over the sobbing child and tried to comfort her. She could not understand him, but the tone of his voice was kind, and when he put his hand on her hot head she took it in hers and held it fast, as if she recognized in him a friend. And Frank, as he felt the clasp of the soft, warm fingers, and saw the confiding look in the wide open eyes, grew faint and cold, and asked himself again, as he had many times that day, if he could do it. Jerry was asleep at last, but she sobbed occasionally in her sleep, and there were great tears on her eyelashes, while her fingers clutched Frank's hand tightly, as if fearing to let it go. But he managed to disengage it, and stealing cautiously from the room, went back to the library, where he sat late into the night, facing the future and wondering if he could meet it. He had Jerry at the table next morning, and saw that she was helped to everything she wanted without any regard to its suitability for her, and when his wife said rather curtly that she never supposed he was so fond of children, he answered her, "I am only doing as I would wish some one to do to Maud if she were like this poor little girl." When at last the hour for the funeral arrived, he placed her upon a high chair close to the coffin, where she sat through the short service, conspicuous in her gray cloak and blue hood, with her hair falling on her neck and piled in wavy masses on her forehead, while her bright eyes scanned the crowd eagerly, as if asking why they were there and why they were all looking so intently at her. More than one kind-hearted woman went up and kissed her, and when, at the close of the services, Mr. Tracy held her in his arms for a last look at her mother, their tears fell fast for the child, so unconscious of the meaning of what was passing around her. "Isn't she beautiful? Such lovely hair and eyes, and dazzling complexion," was said by more than one, and then they speculated as to her future. Would she go to the poorhouse? Would Frank Tracy keep her, or was it true, as they had heard, that Mr. Arthur Tracy was to adopt her as his own? And where was Mr. Arthur? He might at least have shown enough respect for the dead woman to come into the room, they said. But Arthur was sick in bed, suffering alternately from chills and a raging fever, which set his brain on fire and made him wilder than usual. He had not slept well during the night. Indeed, he said he had not slept at all. But this was a common assertion of his, and one to which Charles paid little heed. "A man can't snore and not sleep," was the unanswerable argument with which he refuted the sleepless nights of his master. On this occasion, however, he had heard no snoring, and Arthur's face, seen by the morning light, was a sufficient proof of the wakeful hours he had passed. He, too, had heard the distant crying, and felt instinctively that it was not Maud's. Starting up in bed to listen, he said, "What's that? Is that child here yet?" Yes, sir, she is to stay till after the funeral," was Charles's reply, and Arthur continued, "Bring me some cotton for my ears. I never can stand that noise. It is a peculiar cry." The cotton was brought. A window in the hall, which had a habit of rattling with every breath of wind, was made fast with a bit of shingle whittled out for that purpose, and then Arthur became tolerably quiet until morning, when he began to talk to himself in the German language, which Charles could not understand. But he caught the name Gretchen, and knew she was the subject of the sick man's thoughts. Suddenly turning to his attendant, to whom he always spoke in English, Arthur said, "The funeral is to day?" "Yes, sir, at 10 o'clock." "Well, lock every door leading up this way, and shut out the gossiping blockheads who will come by hundreds, and if we would let them swarm into my room as thick as the frogs were in the houses of the Egyptians. Shut the doors, Charles, and keep them out." So the doors were shut and bolted, and then Arthur lay listening with that intensity which so quickens one's hearing, that the faintest sounds are distinct at great distances. He heard the trampling footsteps as the people came crowding in, and the tread of horses' feet as sleigh after sleigh drove up the avenue, and once with a shudder he said, "That is the hearse, I am sure of it." Then all was still, and listen as he might he could not distinguish the faintest sound until the services were over, and the people began to leave the house. "There," he said with a sigh of relief, "it will soon be over. Bring me my clothes, Charles. I am going to get up and see the last of this poor woman. God help her, whoever she was." He was beginning to feel a great pity for the woman whose coffin they were putting in the hearse, which moved off a few rods, and then stopped until the open sleigh came up, the sleigh in which Frank Tracy sat, muffled in his heavy overcoat, for the day, though bright and sunny, was cold, and a chill wind was blowing. Dolly had taken refuge in a headache which had prevented her from being present at the funeral, and kept her from going to the grave, as her husband had wished her to do. So only Harold and Jerry occupied the sleigh with Frank, and these sat opposite him, with their backs to the horses, Jerry in her gray cloak and blue hood showing conspicuously as she came into full view of the window where Arthur stood looking at the procession, with a feeling at his heart as if in some way he were interested in the sad funeral, where there was no mourner, no one who had ever seen or known the deceased, except the little helpless girl, looking around her in perfect unconcern, save as she rather liked the stir and all that was going on. They had tied a thin veil over her head to shield her from the cold, and thus her face was not visible to Arthur. But he saw the blue hood and the golden hair on the old gray cloak, and the sight of it moved him mightily, making him hold fast to the window casing for support while he stood watching it. Just as far as he could see it his eye followed that hood, and when it disappeared from view, he turned from the window, deathly sick, and tottering back to his bedroom, vomited from sheer nervous excitement. "Thank heaven it is over, and the rabble gone," he said, when he became easier. "Go now and open all the doors and windows to let out the smell they are sure to have left. Ugh! I get a whiff of it now. Burn some of that aromatic paper, but open the hall windows first." Charles did as he was ordered, and the wind was soon sweeping through the wide hall, while Arthur's rooms were filled with an odor like the sweet incense burned in the old cathedrals. "I am very giddy and faint," Arthur said, when Charles came back to him after his ventilating operation. "I have looked at the bright snow too long, and there are 1,000 rings of fire dancing before my eyes, and in every ring I see a blue hood and veil, with waves of hair like Gretchen's. Wheel me out there, Charles, where I can see her." Charles obeyed, and moved the light bed lounge into the library, where his master could feast his eyes upon the sweet face which knew no change, but which always, night and day, smiled upon him the same. The picture had a soothing effect upon Arthur, and he gazed at it now until it began to fade away and lose itself in the blue hood and veil he had seen in the sleigh far down the avenue, and when a few minutes later Charles came in to look at him, he found him fast asleep. Meantime the funeral train had reached the cemetery, where the snow was piled in great drifts, and where, in a corner of the Tracy lot, they buried the stranger, with no tear to hallow her grave, and no pang of regret save that she had ever come there, with the mystery and the doubt which must always cling to her memory. Frank Tracy's face was very pale and stern as he held little Jerry in his arms during the committal of the body to the grave, and then bade her take one last look at the box which held her mother. But Jerry, who was growing cold and tired, began to cry, and so Frank took her back to the sleigh, which was driven to the cottage in the lane. Here she felt at home, and was soon supremely happy devouring the ginger cookie which Mrs. Crawford had given her, and in trying to pronounce English words under Harold's teaching. While the children were thus employed, Mr. Tracy was divulging to Mrs. Crawford the object of his visit. He could hardly explain, he said, why he was so deeply interested in the child, except it were that her mother had died on his premises. "I can't see her go to the poorhouse," he continued, with a trembling in his voice which made Mrs. Crawford wonder a little, as she had never credited him with much sympathy for anything outside his own family. "I can't see her go to the poorhouse, and I can't well take her into my family, as we have 3 children of our own. But I have made up my mind to care for her, and I have come to ask if, for a compensation, you will keep her here." "Yes, Grandma, say yes," Harold cried, while Jerry, with her mouth full of cookie, repeated, "A-S." "You see the children plead for me," Mr. Tracy said. "While she is young, say until she is 10 years old, I will pay you $3 a week, and after that more, if necessary. I know you will be kind to her, and that she will be happy here, and well brought up. Is it a bargain?" Mrs. Crawford had never seen him so interested in anything, and felt somewhat surprised and puzzled, but she expressed her willingness to take the child and do what she could for her. And so Jerry's future was settled, and counting out $12, Frank handed them to Mrs. Crawford, saying, "I will pay you for 4 weeks in advance, as you may need the money, and perhaps—" His face grew very red as he stammered on, "perhaps it may be as well not to tell how much I pay you. People, or rather, well, Mrs. Tracy might think it strange, and not understand why I feel such an interest in the child. I don't understand it myself." But he did understand, and all the way from the cottage to the park, he kept trying to reassure himself by saying, "I know nothing for sure. Arthur is expecting Gretchen, whoever she may be. He says he has written to her, and he has one of his presentiments that she was coming on the night when this woman arrived, who is no more like the Gretchen he raves about than I am. This woman has a child. He says Gretchen has none, and that he never saw this woman. And yet I find among the things a photograph exactly like the picture in the window, while the child certainly bears a resemblance to my brother, though no one else perhaps would see it. Now, sir," and he appeared to be addressing some unseen person, from whom he shrank, for he drew himself as far as was possible to his side of the sleigh, and shivered as he went on. "Now, sir, is that sufficient proof to warrant me in turning everything topsy-turvy, and making Arthur crazier than he is?" "Certainly not," he heard in reply, either from within or without, he hardly knew which, and he went on. "I shall try to find out who the woman was, of course, and where she came from. But how am I to do it? Arthur will not tell me a word about Gretchen, or what she is to him. Still, I mean to do right by the child. Arthur cannot live many years. His nerves will wear him out if nothing else, and when he dies his money will naturally come to me." "Naturally," his spectral companion replied, and he continued, "Well, what I intend doing is this. I shall make my will, in which Jerry will share with my children, and I shall further draw up a written request, that in case I die before my brother, any money which may fall to my children from him shall be shared equally with her. I shall, out of my own private funds, provide for her support and education until she comes of age, or marries. Can anything more be required of me?" "Nothing," was the consoling reply. And as the sleigh just then drew up before his door, Frank alighted from it, and said to himself as he ran up the steps, "I believe I have been riding with the devil, and have made a league with him." He found the house thoroughly aired and cleansed from all signs of the recent funeral; and when, at 1 o'clock, he sat down to lunch in the handsome dining room, and sipped his favorite claret, and ate his foreign preserves, and thought how much comfort and luxury money could buy, he was sure he had done well for himself and his children after him. But Frank Tracy never knew real peace of mind again, until years after, when, with his sin confessed, he was freed from the shadow which followed him day and night, walking by him when he walked, sitting by him when he sat, and watching by him when he slept, until life seemed at times unbearable. He made his will as he had said he would, but he went to Springfield to have it drawn up, for he knew that Colvin or any lawyer whom he might employ in Shannondale would wonder at it. He also wrote out what he called his dying request to his children, in case he should die before his brother. In this he stated emphatically his wish that Jerry should have her share of whatever might come to them from the Tracy estate, the same as if she were his own child. "I have a good and sufficient reason for this," he wrote in conclusion, "and I enjoin it upon you to carry out my wishes as readily as you would were I to speak to you from my grave." This done, Frank felt better, and the shadow at his side was not quite as real as it had been. He put his will and his dying request in a private drawer with Gretchen's photograph and testament. He had kept this last back when the stranger's trunk was sent to the cottage, thinking that if it were missed and inquired for, he could easily produce it, as having been mislaid. At the suggestion of Mr. St. Clair he went to New York, to the office of the German line of steamers, and made inquiries with regard to the passengers who had come on a certain ship at such a time. But nothing could be learned of any woman with a child, and after inserting in several of the New York papers a description of the woman with a request for any information concerning her which could be given, he returned home with the feeling that he had done all that could be required of him. He was very kind and even tender to his brother, who for several weeks suffered from low nervous depression, which kept him altogether in his room, to which he refused to admit any one except his attendant and Frank. He had ceased for the time being to talk of Gretchen, and never inquired for the child. Once Frank spoke of her to him, and told him where she was, and that she was learning to speak English very rapidly, and growing prettier every day. But Arthur did not seem at all interested, and only said, "How can Mrs. Crawford afford to keep her?" Others than Arthur asked that question, and among them Dolly, who, with a woman's quick wit, sharpened by something she accidentally saw, divined the truth, which she wrung at last from her husband. There was a fierce quarrel, almost their first, a sick headache which lasted 3 days, and a month or more of coldness between the married pair, and then, finding she could accomplish nothing, for Frank was as firm as a rock, Dolly gave up the contest, and tried, by economizing in various ways, to save the money which she felt was taken from her children by the little girl, who had become so dear to Mrs. Crawford that she would not have parted with her had nothing been paid for her keeping. CHAPTER XVII. Mr. Crazyman, do you want some cherries? More than 2 years had passed away since the terrible March night when the strange woman was frozen to death in the Tramp House, and her history was still shrouded in mystery. Not a word had been heard concerning her, and her story was gradually being forgotten by the people of Shannondale. Her grave, however, was tolerably well kept, and every Saturday afternoon in summer time a few flowers were put on it by Harold. Not so much for the sake of the dead as for the beautiful child who always accompanied him, laughing and frolicking, and sometimes dancing around the grave where he told her mother was buried. As there had been no date on which to fix Jerry's birth, they had called the first day of March her birthday, so that when more than 2 years later we introduce her to our readers, on a hot July morning she was said to be 6 years and 4 months old. In some respects, however, she seemed older, for there was about her a precocity only found in children who have always associated with people much older than themselves, or into whose lives strange experiences had come. In stature she was very short, though round and plump as a partridge. Dutchy, Mrs. Tracy called her, for Mrs. Tracy did not like her, and took no pains to conceal her dislike, though it was based upon nothing except the money which she knew was paid regularly to Mrs. Crawford for the child's maintenance. There could be no reason, she said to her husband, why he should support the child of a tramp, and the woman had been little better, judging from appearances, unless, indeed, and then she told what old Peterkin had said more than once, to the effect that Jerry Crawford, as she was called, was growing to be the image of the Tracys, especially Arthur. "And if so," she added, "you'd better let Arthur take care of her, and save your money for your own children." To this Frank never replied. He knew better than old Peterkin that Jerry was like his brother, and that it was not so much in the features as in the expression and certain movements of the head and hands, and tones of the voice when she was in earnest. She could speak English very well now, and sometimes when Frank, who was a frequent visitor at the cottage, sat watching her at her play, and listening to her as she talked to herself, as was her constant habit, he could have shut his eyes, and sworn it was his brother's voice calling to him from the hayloft or apple tree, where they had played together when boys. Jerry's favorite amusement was to make believe that either herself, or a figure she had made out of a shawl, was a sick woman, lying on a settee which she converted into a bed. Sometimes she was the nurse and took care of the sick woman, to whom she always spoke in German, bending fondly over her, and occasionally holding up before her a doll which Mrs. St. Clair had given her, and which she played was the woman's baby. Then she would be the sick woman herself, and tying on the broad frilled cap which had been found in the trunk, would slip under the covering, and laying her head upon the pillow, go through with all the actions of someone very sick, occasionally hugging and kissing the doll. Sometimes she enacted the pantomime of dying. Folding her hands together and closing her eyes, her lips moved, as if in prayer, for a moment, then, stretching out her feet, she lay perfectly motionless, with a set expression on the little face which looked so comical under the broad frilled cap. Then, as if it had occurred to her that action was necessary from someone, she exchanged places with the lay figure, and tying the cap upon its head, tucked it carefully in the bed by which she knelt, imitated perfectly the sobs and moans of a middle-aged person, mingled occasionally with the clearer, softer notes of a child's crying. The first time Frank witnessed this piece of acting Jerry had been at the cottage a year, and he had come to pay his weekly due. Both Mrs. Crawford and Harold were gone, but knowing they would soon return, as it was not in their habit to leave Jerry long alone, he sat down to wait, while she went back to the corner in the kitchen which she used as her playhouse.
"Somebody is sick, and I am taking care of her," she said to Mr. Tracy, who watched her through the pantomime of the death scene with a feeling, when it was over, that he had seen Gretchen die. There was not a shadow of doubt in his mind that the sick woman was Gretchen, the nurse the stranger found in the tramp house, and the doll baby the little girl upon whose memory that scene had been indelibly stamped, and who, with her wonderful powers of imitation, could rehearse it in every particular. Calling her to him after her play was over, he took her in his lap, and kissed the little grave face where the shadow of the scene she had been enacting had left its impress. "Jerry," he said, "that lady who just died in the bed with the cap on, was your mamma, was it not?" "Es," was Jerry's reply, for she still adhered to her first pronunciation of the word.
"And the other was the nurse?"
"Es," Jerry said again, "Mani."
This was puzzling, for he had always supposed that by Mani the child meant mamma. But he went on. "Try to understand me, Jerry. Try to think away back, before you came in the ship."
"Es, I will," she said, with a very wise look on her face, while Mr. Tracy continued.
"Had you a papa? Was he there with you?"
"Nein," was the prompt reply, and Mr. Tracy continued.
"Where did your mamma live? Was it in Wiesbaden?" He knew he did not pronounce the word right, and was surprised at the sudden lighting up of the child's eyes as she tried to repeat the name.
She began with a tremendous effort, but the W mastered her, and she gave it up with a shake of her head. "I not say dat, she said, and he put the question in another form.
"Where did your mamma die?"
"Tamp house. Froze to death,"
was the ready answer, and a natural one, too, for she had been taught by Harold that such was the case, and had often gone with him to the house, which was now shunned alike by tramps and boys. No one picnicked there now, for the place was said to be haunted, and the superstitious ones told each other that on stormy nights, when the wild winds were abroad, lights had been seen in the tramp house, where a pale-faced woman with her long black hair streaming down her back, stood in the doorway shrieking for help, while the cry of a child mingled with her call. But Harold shared none of these fancies. He was not afraid of the building, and often went there with Jerry, and sitting with her on the table, told her again and again how he had found her mother that wintry morning, and how funny she herself had looked in the old carpet bag, and so it is not strange that when Mr. Tracy asked where her mother died she should answer, in the tramp house, although she had acted a pantomime whose reality must have taken place under very different circumstances. "Of course she died in the tramp house, and I have nothing with which to reproach myself. I am altogether too morbid on the subject," Frank said, and he had decided that he was a pretty good sort of fellow after all, when at last Mrs. Crawford came in, and he paid her for Jerry's board. In some respects he was doing his duty by the child, who, as time went on, learned to love him better than anyone else, except Harold and Mrs. Crawford, whom she called Grandma. She always ran to meet him when he came, and sometimes when he went away accompanied him down the lane, holding his hand and asking him about Tracy Park and Maud and the crazy man. This was Harold's designation of Mr. Arthur, and perhaps of all the things at Tracy Park, Jerry was most desirous to see him and his rooms. Harold, who on one of the rare occasions when Arthur was out to dine, had been sent to the house on an errand, had gone with Jack into these rooms, which he described minutely to his grandmother and Jerry, dwelling longest upon the beautiful picture in the window. "Gretchen, he calls it," he said; and then Jerry, who was listening intently, gave a sudden upward and sidewise turn to her head, just as she had done when Mr. Tracy spoke to her of Wiesbaden.
"Gretchen,"
she repeated, with a little hesitancy.
"What the name was? Say again."
He said it again, and over the child's face there came a puzzled expression, as if she were trying to recall something which baffled all her efforts, and that evening Mrs. Crawford heard her saying to herself,
"Gretchen, Gretchen, who am she?"
Jerry had seen Maud Tracy many times, and had admired her greatly, with her pretty white dresses and costly embroideries; and once at church, when Maud passed near where she was standing, she stood back as far as possible, and held her plain gingham dress aside, as if neither it nor herself had any right to come in contact with so superior a being. Of Maud's home she knew nothing, except that it was a place to be admired and gazed at breathlessly at a respectful distance. But she was going there at last with Harold, who had permission to gather cherries for his grandmother from some of the many trees which grew upon the place. It was a hot morning in July, and the air seemed thunderous and heavy when she set off on what to her was as important an expedition as is a trip to Europe to an older person. She wanted to wear her pink gingham dress, the one kept sacred for Sunday, and had even hoped that she might be allowed to display her best straw hat with the blue ribbons and cluster of apple blossoms. She had no doubt that she should go into the house and see the crazy man, and Mrs. Tracy, who she heard wore silk stockings every day, and she wished to be suitably attired for the occasion. But Mrs. Crawford dispelled her air castles by telling her that she was only to go into the side yard, where the cherry trees were, and that she must be very quiet so as not to disturb Mr. Arthur, whose windows looked that way. To wear her pink dress was impossible, as she would get it stained with the juice of the cherries, while the best hat was not for a moment to be thought of. So Jerry submitted to the dark calico frock and high-necked, long-sleeved apron which Mrs. Crawford thought safe and proper for her to wear on a cherry expedition. A clean, white sunbonnet with a wide cape covered her head when she started from the cottage, with her tin pail on her arm. But no sooner was she in the path which led to the park than the obnoxious bonnet was removed and was swinging on her arm, while she was admiring the shadow which her long bright curls made in the sunshine as she shook her head from side to side. To tell the truth, our little Jerry was rather vain. Passionately fond of pictures and flowers, and quick to detect everything beautiful in art and nature, she knew that the little face she sometimes saw in Mrs. Crawford's old-fashioned mirror was pretty, and after the day when Dick St. Clair told her that her hair was awful handsome, she had felt a pride in it, and in herself, which all Mrs. Crawford's asseverations that handsome is that handsome does could not destroy. Maud Tracy's hair was black and straight, and here she felt she had the advantage over her.
"I do hope we shall see her," she said to Harold as she danced along. "Do you think we shall?"
Harold thought it doubtful, and even if they did, it was not likely she would speak to them, he said.
"Why not?"
Jerry asked, and he replied,
"Oh, I suppose they feel big because they are rich and we are poor." "But why ain't I rich, too? Why don't I live at the park like Maud, and wear low-necked aprons instead of this old high one?"
Jerry asked. But Harold could not tell, and only said,
"Would you rather live at the park than with me?"
"No," Jerry answered promptly, stopping short and digging her heel into the soft loam of the path.
"I would not stay anywhere without you. And when I live at the park you will live there too, and have codfish and tatto every day."
This was Harold's favorite dish, and as it was not his grandmother's, his taste was not gratified in that respect as often as he would have liked, hence Jerry's promise of the luxury. Just then, at a sudden turn in the path, they came upon Jack and Maud Tracy playing on a bench under a tree, while a nurse was at a distance either reading or asleep. Harold would have passed them at once, as he knew his grandmother was in a hurry for the cherries, but Jerry had no such intention. Stopping in front of Maud, she inspected her carefully, from her white dress and bright plaid sash to the string of amber beads around her neck, while side by side with this picture she saw herself in her dark calico frock and high-necked apron, with her sunbonnet and tin pail on her arm. Jerry did not like the contrast, and a lump began to swell in her throat. Then, as a happy thought struck her, she said, with something like exultation in her tone,
"My hair curls, and yours don't."
"No," Maud answered slowly.
"No, it don't curl, but it's black, and yours is yaller."
This was a setback to Jerry, who hated everything yellow, and who had never dreamed of applying that color to her hair. She only knew that Dick St. Clair had called it pretty, but in this new light thrown upon it all her pride vanished, for she recognized like a flash that it might be "yaller," and stood there silent and vanquished until Maud, who in turn had been regarding her attentively, said to her,
"Ain't you Jerry Crawford?"
That broke the ice of reserve, and the two little girls were soon talking together familiarly, and Jerry was asking Maud if she wore beads in her best clothes every day.
"Pooh! These ain't my best clothes. I have one gown all broderie and lace,"
was Maud's reply, while Jack, who was standing near, chimed in,
"My father's got lots of money, and so has Uncle Arthur, and when he dies we are going to have it. Tom says so."
Slowly the shadows gathered on Jerry's brow as she said, sadly,
"I wish I had an Uncle Arthur, and could wear beads and a sash every day."
Then as she looked at Harold, her face brightened immediately, and she exclaimed,
"But I have Harold and Grandma, and you hain't."
And running up to Harold, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him lovingly, as if to make amends for the momentary repining. "We must go now," Harold said, and taking her hand he led her away toward the house, which impressed her with so much awe that as she drew near to it she held her breath and walked on tiptoe, as if afraid that any sound from her would be sacrilege in that aristocratic atmosphere.
"Oh, isn't it grand, Harold? Isn't it grand?"
she kept repeating, with her mouth full of cherries, after they had reached the trees on which the ripe red fruit hung so thickly.
"Do you suppose we shall see the crazy man?"
she asked, and Harold replied,
"I guess not, unless he comes to the window. Those are his rooms, and that window which looks so ugly outside is the one with the picture in it,"
and he pointed to the south wing, most of the windows of which were open, while against one a long ladder was standing. It had been left there by a workman who had been up to fix the hinge of a blind, and who had gone to the village in quest of something he needed. Jerry saw the ladder and its close proximity to the open window, and she thought to herself,
"I mean to fill my pail with cherries and go up that ladder and take them to him. I wonder if he will bite me."
Suiting the action to the word, she stopped eating, and began to pick from the lower limbs as rapidly as possible until her pail was full.
"Pour them into the basket,"
Harold called to her from the top of the tree, but Jerry did not heed him. She had seen the tall figure of a man pass before the window, and a pale, thin face had for a moment looked out, apparently to discover whence the talking came.
"I'm going to take the crazy man some cherries,"
she cried, and before Harold could protest she was halfway up the ladder, which she climbed with the agility of a little cat.
"Jerry, Jerry, what are you doing?" Harold exclaimed. "Come back this minute. He doesn't like children. He tried to throw me over the banister once. He will knock you off the ladder. Oh, Jerry!" And Harold's voice was almost a sob as he watched the girl going up round after round until the top was reached, and she stood with her flushed, eager face just on a level with the window, so that by standing on tiptoe she could look into the room. It was Arthur's bedroom, and there was no one in it, but she heard the sound of footsteps in the adjoining apartment, and raising herself as far as possible and holding up her pail, she called out in a clear, shrill voice, "Mr. Crazy Man, Mr. Crazy Man, don't you want some cherries?"
End of chapters 16 and 17. Chapter 18 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Arthur and Jerry. Arthur had passed a restless night. Thoughts of Gretchen had troubled him, and 2 or 3 times he had started up to listen, thinking that he heard her calling to him from a distance. He had dreamed also of the blue hood seen that day of the funeral, and of the child who had come knocking at his door, whom he had refused to admit. He had never seen her since, and had never mentioned her of his own accord. Even Mrs. Crawford seemed to have passed completely from his mind. He never went to the cottage, or near it. He never went anywhere, in fact, but lived the life of a recluse, growing thinner and paler, and more reticent every day, talking now but seldom of Gretchen, though he never arose in the morning, or retired at night, without kissing her picture, and whispering to it some words of tenderness in German. He had measured the length of his 3 rooms and dressing room, and found it to be nearly 100 feet, so that by passing back and forth 25 times he would walk almost a mile. Regularly each morning, when it was not too cold or stormy, he would throw open his windows and take his daily exercise, which was but a poor substitute for what he might have had in the fresh air outside, but was nevertheless much better than nothing. On this particular morning, when Harold and Jerry were at the park, he was taking his walk as usual, though very slowly, for he felt weak and sick, and so inexpressibly lonely and desolate that it seemed to him he would gladly lie down and die. "If I knew Gretchen was dead, nothing would seem so desirable to me as the grave," he was saying to himself, when the sound of voices outside attracted his attention, and going to the window he saw the children, Harold in the top of the tree and Jerry at the foot, with her white sunbonnet shading her face. Recognizing Harold, he guessed who the little girl was, and a strange feeling of interest stirred in his heart for her, as he said, "Poor little waif! I wonder where she came from, or what will become of her." Then, resuming his walk, he forgot all about the little waif, until startled by a voice which rang, clear and bell-like, through the rooms. "Mr. Crazy Man! Mr. Crazy Man! Don't you want some cherries?" It was not so much the words as something in the tone, the foreign accent, the ring like a voice he never could forget, and which the previous night had called to him in his dreams. And now it was calling again from the adjoining room, which no one could enter without his knowledge. Mentally weak as he was, and apt to be superstitious, his limbs shook, and his heart beat faster than its wont, as he went toward his sleeping apartment, from which the voice came louder and more peremptory. "Mr. Crazy Man, where are you? I've brought you some cherries." He had reached the door by this time, and saw the pail on the broad window ledge where Jerry had put it, and to which she was clinging, with her white sunbonnet just in view. "Oh, Gretchen, how did you get here?" he said, bounding across the floor, with no thought of Jerry in his mind, no thought of anyone but Gretchen, whom he was constantly expecting to come, though not exactly in this way. "I climbed the ladder to fetch you some cherries, and I'm standing on the toppest stick," Jerry said, craning her neck until her bonnet fell back, disclosing to view her beautiful face flushed with excitement, and her bright wavy hair which, moist with perspiration, clung in masses of round curls to her head and forehead. "Great Heaven!" Arthur exclaimed as he stood staring at the wide open blue eyes confronting him so steadily. "Who are you, and where did you come from?" "I'm Jerry, and I comed from the carpet bag in the tramp house. Take me in, won't you?" Jerry said, and mechanically leaning from the window, Arthur took her in, while Harold from below looked on, horror-stricken with fear as to what the result might be if Jerry was left alone with a madman who did not like children. "He may kill her. I must tell the folks," he said, and going round to the side door he entered without knocking and asked for Mrs. Tracy. But she was not at home, and so he told the servants of Jerry's danger, and begged them to go to her rescue. "Pshaw! He won't hurt her. Charles will come pretty soon, and I'll send him up. Don't look so scared. He is harmless," the cook said to Harold, who, in a wild state of nervous fear, went back to the cherry trees, where he could listen and hear the first scream, which should proclaim Jerry's danger. But none came, and could he have looked into the room where Jerry stood, he would have been amazed. As Arthur lifted Jerry through the window and put her down upon the floor, he said to her, "Take off that bonnet, and let me look at you." She obeyed, and stood before him with an eager, questioning expression in her blue eyes, which looked at him so fearlessly. Arthur knew perfectly well who she was, but something about her so dazed and bewildered him that for a moment he could not speak, but regarded her with the hungry, wistful look of one longing for something just within his reach, but still unattainable. "Do you like me?" Jerry asked at last. "Like you?" he replied. "Yes. Why did you not come to me sooner?" And stooping, he kissed the cherry-stained mouth as he had never kissed a child before. Sitting down upon the lounge, he took her in his lap, and said to her again, "Who are you, and where did you come from? I know your name is Jerry, which is a strange one for a girl, and I know you live with Mrs. Crawford, but before that night, where did you live? Where did you come from?"
"Out of the carpet bag in the tramp house. I told you that once," Jerry said. "Harold found me. I am his little girl. He is out in the cherry tree and said I must not come up because you were crazy and would hurt me. You won't hurt me, will you? And be you crazy?"
"Hurt you? No," he answered, as he parted the rings of her hair from her brow. "I don't know whether I am crazy or not. They say so, and perhaps I am, when my head is full of bumble bees."
"Oh!"
Jerry gasped, drawing back from him.
"Can they get out? And will they sting?"
Arthur burst into a merry laugh, the first he had known since he came back to Shannondale. Jerry was doing him good. There was something very soothing in the touch of the little warm hands he held in his, and something puzzling and fascinating too in the face of the child. He did not think of a likeness to anyone; he only knew that he felt drawn toward her in a most unaccountable manner, and found himself wondering greatly who she was.
"Harold told me there were pictures and marble folks up here with nothing on, and everything, and that's why I comed. That, and to bring you some cherries. I like pictures. Can I see them?"
Jerry said. "Yes, you shall see them," Arthur replied, and he led her into the room where Gretchen's picture looked at them from the window.
"Oh, my!" Jerry exclaimed with bated breath. "Ain't she lovely? Is she God's sister?"
And folding her hands together, she stood before the picture as reverently as a devout Catholic stands before a Madonna. It was some time since Jerry had spoken a word of German, but as she stood before Gretchen's picture old memories seemed to revive, and with them the German word for pretty, which she involuntarily spoke aloud. Low as was the utterance, it caught Arthur's ear, and grasping her shoulder, he said, "What was that? What did you say, and where did you learn it?" His manner frightened her. Perhaps the bumble bees were coming out, and she drew back from him, forgetting entirely what she had said. "It was a German word," he continued, "and the accent is German, too. Can you speak it?" Unconsciously, as he talked, he dropped into that language, while Jerry listened, with a strained look on her face, as if trying to recall something which came and went, but went more than it came, if that could be.
"I talked that once," she said, "when I lived with Mamma, but she is dead. Harold found her, and I put flowers on her grave."
Half the time she was speaking in German, or trying to, and Arthur listened in amazement, while his interest in her deepened every moment as he took her through the rooms and showed her the marble people with nothing on them, and the beautiful pictures which adorned his walls. "How would you like to come and be my little girl?" he asked her at last, when, remembering Harold and the cherries, she told him she must go, and started toward the window as if she would make her egress as she had come in.
"Can Harold come too? I can't leave Harold," she said.
Then, as she caught sight of him still standing at a distance, gazing curiously up at the window through which she had disappeared, she called out,
"Yes, Harold, I'm coming. I've seen him and everything, and he did not hurt me. Good-bye."
And she turned toward Arthur with a little nod. Then, before he could stop her, she sprang out upon the ladder, and went down faster than she had come up, leaving the pail of cherries, and leaving, too, in Arthur's breast a tumult of emotions which he could not define. That night, when Frank, who had heard of Jerry's visit to his brother, went up to see him, he found him more cheerful and natural than he had seen him in weeks. As Frank expected, his first words were of the little girl who had come to him through the window and left him the cherries, of which he said he had eaten so many that he feared they might make him sick. What did Frank know of the child? What had he learned of her history? Of course he had made inquiries everywhere. It was just in the twilight before the gas was lighted, and so Arthur did not see how his brother's face flushed at first, and then grew white, as he recapitulated what the reader already knows, dwelling at length upon the inquiries he had made in New York, all of which had been fruitless. There was the name Jerrine on the child's clothing, he said, and the initials N.B. on that of her mother, who was evidently French, although she must have come from Germany. "Yes," Arthur replied, "the child is German, and interests me greatly. Her face has haunted me all the afternoon. Was there nothing in that trunk or the carpet bag which could be a clue?" "Nothing," Frank replied. "There were articles of clothing, all very plain, and a picture book printed at Leipzig.
I can get that for you if you like, though it tells nothing, unless it be that the mother lived in Leipsic."
Frank talked very rapidly and laid so much stress on Leipzig that Arthur got an idea that Jerry had actually come from there, just as his brother meant he should, and he began to speak of the town and recall all he knew of it. "I was never there but once," he said, "for although I spent a great deal of time in Germany, it was mostly in Heidelberg and Wiesbaden. Oh, that is lovely, Wiesbaden! And nights now when I cannot sleep, I fancy that I am there again, in the lovely park, and hear the music of the band, and see the crowds of people strolling through the grounds, and I am there with them, though apart from the rest, just where a narrow path turns off from a bridge, and a seat is half hidden from view behind the thick shrubberies. There I sit again with Gretchen, and feel her hand in mine, and her dear head on my arm. Oh, Gretchen!" There was a sob now in his voice, and he seemed to be talking to himself rather than to his brother, who said to him, "Gretchen lived in Wiesbaden, then?" "Yes, but for heaven's sake pronounce it with a V, and not a W, and in 3 syllables instead of 4," Arthur answered pettishly, his ear offended as it always was with a discordant sound or mispronunciation. "Wiesbaden, then," Frank repeated, understanding now why Jerry had stumbled over the name when he once spoke it to her. Clearly she had come from Wiesbaden, where Gretchen had lived, and where he believed she had died, though he did not tell Arthur so. He merely said, "Gretchen was your sweetheart, I suppose?" But Arthur did not reply. He never replied to direct questions as to who Gretchen was, but after a moment's silence he said, "You speak of her as something past. Do you believe she is dead?" "Yes, I do," was Frank's decided answer. "You have never told me who she was, though I have my own opinion on the subject, and I know you loved her very much, and if she loved you as much—" "She did, she did. She loved me more, far more than I deserved," was Arthur's vehement interruption. "Well, then," Frank continued, "if she did and were living she would have come to you, or answered your letters, or sent you some message." Frank's voice trembled here, and he seemed to see again the cold, still face of the dead woman, whose lips, could they have spoken, might have unlocked the mystery and brought a message from Gretchen. "True, true," Arthur replied. "She would have come or written. How long is it since I came home?" 4 years next October," Frank said. 4 years," Arthur went on. "Is it so long as that? And it was then years since I had seen her. Everything was blotted out from my mind from the time I entered that accursed maison de santé until I found myself in Paris. I am afraid she is dead." Just then Charles came in with lights and the chocolate his master always took before retiring, and so Frank said good night and went out upon the broad piazza, hoping the night air would cool his heated brow, or that the laughter and prattle of Jack and Maud, who were frolicking on the gravel walk, would drown the voice which said to him, "Frank Tracy, you are the biggest rascal living, but you have gone too far now to go back. People would never respect you again. And then there is Maud. You cannot disgrace her." No, he could not disgrace his darling Maud, who, as if guessing that he was thinking of her, came up the steps to his side, and seating herself upon his lap, pushed the hair from his forehead and kissed him lovingly. My beautiful Maud, he thought, for he knew she would be beautiful with her black hair and starry eyes and brilliant complexion, and he loved her with all the strength of his nature. To see her grow into womanhood, admired and sought after by everyone, was the desire of his heart, and as he believed that money was necessary to the perfect fulfillment of his desire, for her sake he would carry his secret to the grave. "Are you sick, papa?" Maud asked, looking into his face, on which the moon shone brightly. "No, pet," he answered her, "only tired. I am thinking of little Jerry Crawford. She was here this afternoon."
"Yes, I saw her in the park with Harold. Isn't he handsome, papa? And such a nice boy! So different from Tom," Maud said, and then she went on. "Jerry is pretty, too. Prettier than I am. Her hair curls and mine doesn't, but her dress is so ugly. That old high apron and calico gown. What makes her so poor and me so rich?"
Mr. Tracy groaned as he replied, "You are not rich, my child."
"Oh, yes, I am," Maud said. "I heard mamma tell Mrs. Brinsmaid so. She said Uncle Arthur was worth millions, and when he died we should have it all, because he could not make a will if he wanted to, and he had no children of his own." Maud had heard so much from her mother and others of their prospective wealth, that she understood the situation far better than she ought, and was already counting on the thousands waiting for her when her uncle died. And yet Maud Tracy had in her nature qualities which were to ripen into a noble womanhood. Truthful and generous, her instincts of right and wrong were very keen, and young as she was, she had no respect for anything like deception or trickery. This her father knew, and his bitterest pang of remorse came from the thought, what would Maud say if she knew? And it was more for her sake he was sinning than for his own or that of any other. She was so pretty, or would be when grown to young ladyhood, and the adornments which money could bring would so well become her. "Maud," he said at last, "how would you like to change places with Jerry? That is, let her come here and live, while we go away and be poor, not quite as she is, but like many people." "And not wear a sash and beads, and button boots every day?" Maud interrupted him quickly. "I should not like it at all. Why, Jerry dresses herself and wipes the dishes, and wears those big aprons all the time. No, I don't want to be poor." And as if something in her father's mind had communicated itself to her, she raised her head from his shoulder and looked beseechingly at him. "Nor shall you be poor if I can help it," he said, "but you must be very kind to Jerry, and never let her feel that you are richer than she. Do you understand?" "I think I do," Maud answered, adding as she kissed him fondly, "And now I suppose I must go, for there is Hetty come for me. So good night, you dearest, best papa in the world."
He knew she believed in him fully, and he could not undeceive her. He would bear the burden, he said to himself. There should be no more repining or looking back. Maud must never know, and so Jerry's chance was lost. The next morning Arthur awoke with a racking headache. He was accustomed to it is true, but this one was particularly severe. "It's the cherries, no wonder. A quart of those sour things would turn upside down any stomach," Charles said, as he glanced at the empty tin pail which was adorning an inlaid table, and then suggested a dose of ipecac as a means of dislodging the offending cherries. But Arthur declined the medicine. His stomach was well enough, he said. It was his head which ached, and nothing would help that but the cool little hands he had held in his the previous day. Charles must go for Jerry, for he wanted her, and as when Arthur wanted a thing he wanted it immediately, Charles was soon on his way to the cottage in the lane, where he found the little girl under a tall lilac bush, busy with mud pies she was making, and talking to herself, partly in English and partly in broken German, which she had resumed since her visit to the park.
"Seemed like something I had dreamed when he talked like that, and I could almost do it myself," she said to Harold when describing the particulars of her interview with Mr. Tracy, and her tongue fell naturally into the language of her babyhood. On hearing Charles's errand her delight was unbounded. "'Es, you'll let me go?" she cried, as she stood before Mrs. Crawford with the mud spots on her hands and face. "And you'll let me wear my best gown now, and my white apron with the shoulder straps, and my morocco shoes, because this is visiting." As Mrs. Crawford could see no objection to the plan, Jerry was soon dressed, and on her way to the park, tripping along airily, with an air of dignity and importance very amusing. Mrs. Tracy, who seldom troubled herself with her brother-in-law's affairs, knew nothing of his having sent for Jerry, and was surprised when she saw her coming up the walk with Charles, whose manner indicated that he knew perfectly what he was about. She had heard of Jerry's visit on the previous day, and had wondered what Arthur could find in that child to interest him, when he would never allow Maud in his room. She did not like Jerry because of the $3 a week which she felt was so much taken from herself, and why they should be burdened with the support of the child just because her mother happened to be found dead upon their premises, she could not understand. Only that morning she had spoken to her husband on the subject, and asked him how long he proposed to support her. "Just as long as I have $1 of my own, and she needs it," was his reply as he left the room, slamming the door behind him, and leaving her to think him almost as crazy as his brother.
Thus it was not in a very quiet frame of mind that she went out upon the piazza, and taking one of the large willow chairs standing there, began to rock back and forth, and wonder what had so changed her husband, making him silent and absent-minded and even irritable at times, as he had been that morning. Was there insanity in his veins as well as in his brother's, and would her children inherit it? Her darling Maud, of whom she was so proud, and who, she hoped, would some day be the richest heiress in the county, and marry Dick St. Clair, if indeed she did not look higher. It was at this point in her soliloquy that she saw Jerry coming up the walk, her face glowing with excitement and her manner one of freedom and assurance. Ascending the steps, Jerry nodded and smiled at the lady, whose expression was not very inviting, and who, to the child's remark, "I've comed again," answered icily, "I see you have. Seems to me you come pretty often." Turning to Charles, Mrs. Tracy continued, "Why is she here again so soon? What does she want?" Quick to interpret the meaning of the tones of a voice, and hearing disapprobation in Mrs. Tracy's, Jerry's face was shadowed at once, and she looked up entreatingly at Charles, who said, "Mr. Tracy sent me for her. She was with him yesterday, and he will have her again to-day." Then Jerry's face brightened, and she chimed in, "I'm visiting. I'm invited, and I'm going to stay to eat." Mrs. Tracy dared not interfere with Arthur, even if he took Jerry to live there altogether, and with a bend of her head she signified to Charles that the conference was ended. "Come, Jerry," Charles said, but Jerry held back a moment and asked, "Where's Maud?" If Mrs. Tracy heard, she did not reply, and Jerry followed on after Charles through the hall and up the broad staircase to the darkened room where Arthur lay, suffering intense pain in his head, and moaning occasionally. But he heard the patter of the little feet, for he was listening for it, and when Jerry entered his room he raised himself upon his elbow, and reaching the other hand toward her, said, "So you have come again, little Jerry. Or perhaps I should call you Little Cherry, considering how you first came to me. Would you like that name?" "Es," was Jerry's reply, in the quick, half-lisping way which made the monosyllable so attractive. "Well then, Cherry," Arthur continued, "take off that bonnet, and open the blind behind me. Then bring that stool, and sit where I can look at you while you rub my head with your hands. It aches enough to split, and I believe the bumblebees are swarming; but they can't get out, and if they could they are the white-faced kind, which never sting." Jerry knew all about white-faced bumblebees, for Harold had caught them for her, and with this fear removed she did as Arthur bade her, and was soon seated at his side, rubbing his forehead, where the blue veins were standing out full and round, and smoothing his hair caressingly with her fingers, which seemed to have in them a healing power, for the pain and heat grew less under their touch, and after a while Arthur fell into a quiet sleep. When he awoke, after half an hour or so, it was with a delicious sense of rest and freedom from pain. Jerry had dropped the shades to shut out the sunlight, and was walking on tiptoe round the room, arranging the furniture and talking to herself in whispers, as she usually did when playing alone. "Jerry," Arthur said to her, and she was at his side in a moment, "you are an enchantress. The ache is all gone from my head, charmed away by your hands. Now come and sit with me again, and tell me all you know of yourself before Harold found you. Where did you live? What was your mother's name? Try and recall all you can." Jerry, however, could tell him very little besides the tramp house and the carpet bag, and Harold letting her fall in the snow. Of the cold and the suffering she could recall nothing, or of the journey from New York in the cars. She did remember something about the ship, and her mother's seasickness, but where she lived before she went to the ship she could not tell. It was a big town, she thought, and there was music there, and a garden, and somebody sick. That was all. Everything else was gone entirely, except now and then when vague glimpses of something in the past bewildered and perplexed her. Her pantomime of the dying woman and the child had not been repeated for more than a year, for now her acting always took the form of the tragedy in the tramp house, with herself in the carpet bag, and a lay figure dead beside her. But gradually, as Arthur questioned her, the old memories began to come back and shape themselves in her mind, and she said at last, "It was like this. Play you was a sick lady and I was your nurse. I can't think of her name.
I guess I'll call her Manny. And there must be a baby. That's me, only I can't think of my name." "Call it Jerry, then," Arthur suggested, both interested and amused, though he did not quite understand what she meant. But he was passive in her hands, and submitted to have a big handkerchief put over his head for a cap, and to hold on his arm the baby she improvised from a sofa cushion of costly plush, around which she arranged as a dress an expensive table spread tied with the rich cord and tassel of his dressing gown. "You must cry a great deal," she said, "and pray a great deal, and kiss the baby a great deal, and I must scold you some for crying so much, and shake the baby some in the kitchen for making a noise, because, you know, the baby can walk and talk and is me, only I can't be both at a time." She was not very clear in her explanations, but Arthur began to have a dim perception of her meaning, and did what she bade him to do, and rather enjoyed having his face and hands washed with a wet rag, and his hair brushed and "turled," as she called it, even though the fingers which "turled" it sometimes made suspicious journeys to her mouth. He cried when she told him to cry. He coughed when she told him to cough. He kissed the baby when she told him to kiss it. He took the medicine from the tin pail in the form of the cherry juice left there, and did not have to make believe that it sickened him, as she said he must, for that was a reality. But when she told him he must die, but pray first, he demurred, and asked what he should say. Jerry hesitated a little. She knew that her prayers were "Our Father," and "Now I lay me," but it seemed to her that a person dying should say something else, and at last she replied, "I can't think what she did say, only a lot about him. There was a hymn somewhere, and I guess he was naughty, so pray for him and the baby, that's me, and tell Manny she must take me to Mecky." "To whom?" Arthur asked, and she replied, "To Mecky, where he was. Don't you know?" Arthur did not know, but he prayed for him, saying what she bade him say, a mixture of half English, half German. "There, now you are dead," she said at last, as she closed his eyes and folded his hands upon his chest. "You are dead, and mustn't stir nor breathe, no matter how awful we cry, Manny and I." Kneeling down beside him, she began a cry so like that of two persons, that if Arthur had not known to the contrary, he would have sworn there were two beside him, a woman and a child, the voice of one shrill and clear, and young, and frightened, the other older and harsher and stronger, and both blending together in a most astonishing manner. With a little practice she would make a wonderful ventriloquist, Arthur thought, as he watched her flitting about the room, talking to unseen people, and giving orders with regard to himself. Once Frank had witnessed a pantomime very similar to this, only then the play had ended with the death, while now there was the burial, and when Arthur moved a little and asked if he might get up, she laid a hand quickly on his mouth, with a peremptory, "Hush! You are dead, and we must bury you." But here Jerry's memory failed her, and the funeral which followed was an imitation of the one which had left the Park house 3 years before, and which Arthur had watched from his window. Frank was there, and his wife, and Peterkin, and Jerry imitated the voices of them all, and when some one bade her kiss her mother she stooped and kissed Arthur's forehead, and said, "Good-bye, mamma." Then throwing a thin tidy over his face, she continued, "Now I am going to shut the coffin." And as she worked at the corners, as if driving down the screws, Arthur felt as if he were actually being shut out from life, and light, and the world. To one of his superstitious tendencies the whole was terribly real, and when at last she told him he was buried, and the folks had come back, and he could get up, the sweat was standing upon his face and hands in great drops, and he felt that he had in very truth been present at the obsequies of some one whose death had made an impression so strong upon Jerry's mind that time had not erased it. There was in his heart no thought of Gretchen as there had been in Frank's when he was a spectator at the play. He had no cause for suspicion, and thought only of the child whose restlessness and activity were something appalling to him. "Now, what shall we play next?" she asked, as he sat white and trembling in his chair. "Oh, nothing, nothing," he groaned. "I cannot stand any more now." "Well, then, you sit still, and I'll clean house. It needs it badly. Such mud as that boy brings in I never see, and I'm so lame, too," Jerry responded,
and Arthur now recognized Mrs. Crawford, whose tidiness and cleanliness were proverbial, and for the next half hour he watched the little actress as she limped around the room exactly as Mrs. Crawford limped with her rheumatism, sweeping, dusting, and scolding, both to Harold and Jerry, the latter of whom once retorted,
"I wouldn't be so cross as that if I had 40 rheumatises in my legs, would you, Harold?"
But Harold only answered softly,
"Hush, Jerry. You should not speak so to Grandma, and she's so good to us both, when we haven't any mother."
Arthur would have laughed, so perfect was the imitation of voice and gesture, but at the mention of Harold's mother there came into his mind a vision of sweet Amy Crawford, who had been his first love, and for whose son he had really done so little. "Jerry," he said, "I guess you have cleaned house long enough. Wash your hands and come to me." She obeyed him, and looking into his face, said,
"Now what? Can you play cat's cradle or casino?"
"No. I want to talk to you of Harold. You love him very much?"
"Oh, 100 bushels. Him and Grandma, too."
"And he is very kind to you?"
"Yes, I guess he is. He never talks back, and I am awful sometimes, and once I spit at him and struck him, but I was so sorry and cried all night, and offered to give him my best doll, 'cause it was the plaything I loved most, and I went without my piece of pie, so he could have 2 pieces if he wanted,"
Jerry said, her voice trembling as she made this confession, which gave Arthur a better insight into her real character than he had had before. Hasty, impulsive, repentant, generous, and very affectionate he felt sure she was, and he continued, "Does Harold go to school?"
"Yes, and I too. To the district. But I hate it,"
Jerry replied. "Why hate it?" Arthur asked. "What is the matter with the district school?"
"Oh, it smells awful there sometimes when it is hot,"
Jerry replied, with an upward turn to her nose.
"And the boys are so mean, some of them. Bill Peterkin goes there, and I can't bear him, he plagues me so. Wants to kiss me. Ah, and says I am to be his wife, and he's got warts on his thumb."
Jerry's face was sufficiently indicative of the disgust she felt for Bill Peterkin with his warts, and leaning back in his chair, Arthur laughed heartily as he said, "And so you don't like Bill Peterkin? Well, what boys do you like?"
"Harold and Dick St. Clair,"
was the prompt response, and Arthur continued, "What would you have in place of the district school?"
"A governess,"
was Jerry's answer.
"Nina St. Clair has one, and Ann Eliza Peterkin has one, and Maud Tracy has one."
Here Jerry stopped suddenly, as if struck with a new idea.
"Why, Maud is your little girl, isn't she? You are her rich uncle, and she is to have all your money when you die. I wish I was your little girl."
She spoke the last very sadly, and something in the expression of her face brought Gretchen to Arthur's mind, and his voice was choked as he said to her, "I'd give half my fortune if you were my little girl." Then, laying his hand on her bright hair, he questioned her adroitly of her life at the cottage, finding that it was a very happy one, and that she had never known want, although Mrs. Crawford was unable to work as she once had done, and was largely dependent upon the price for Jerry's board, which Frank paid regularly. On this, however, Jerry did not speak. She only said,
"Harold works in the furnace and in folks' gardens, and does lots of things for everybody, and once Bill Peterkin twitted him because he goes to Mrs. Baker's sometimes after stuff for the pig, and Harold cried, and I got up early the next morning and went after it myself, and drew the cart home. After that Grandma wouldn't let Harold go for any more, and so I suppose the pig will not weigh as much. I'm sorry, for I like sausage, don't you?"
Arthur hated it, but he did not tell her so, and so she went on.
"Harold studies awful hard, and wants to go to college. He is trying to learn Latin, and recites to Dick St. Clair, but Grandma says it's uphill business. Oh, if I's only rich I'd give it all to Harold, and he should get learning like Dick. Maybe I can work some time and earn some money. I wish I could."
Arthur did not speak for a long time, but sat looking at the child whose face now wore an old and troubled look. In his mind he was revolving a plan which, with his usual precipitancy, he resolved to carry into effect at once. But he said nothing of it to Jerry, whose attention was diverted by the entrance of Charles and the preparations for luncheon, which, on the little girl's account, was served with more care than usual. Jerry, who had a great liking for everything luxurious, had taken tea once or twice at Grassy Spring with Nina St. Clair, and had been greatly impressed with the appointments of the table, prizing them more even than the dainties for her to eat. But what she had seen there seemed as nothing compared to this round Swiss table, with its colored glass and rare china, no two pieces of which were alike. "Oh, it's just like a dream!" she cried, as she watched Charles's movement and saw that there were 2 places laid. "Am I to sit down with you?" she said in an awe-struck voice. "And in that lovely chair? I am glad I wore my best gown. It won't dirty the chair a bit." But she took her pocket handkerchief and covered it over the satin cushion before she dared seat herself in the chair, which had once been brought out for Gretchen, and in which she now sat down, dropping her head and shutting her eyes a moment. Then, as she heard no sound, she looked up wonderingly and asked, "Ain't you going to say, 'For Christ's sake'? Grandma does." Arthur's face was a study with its mixed expression of surprise, amusement, and self-reproach. He never prayed, except it were in some ejaculatory sentences wrung from him in his sore need, and the thought of asking a blessing on his food had never occurred to him. But Jerry was persistent. "You must say 'for Christ's sake'," she continued, and with his weak brain all in a muddle, Arthur began what he meant to be a brief thanksgiving, but which stretched itself into a lengthy prayer, full of the past and of Gretchen, whom he seemed to be addressing rather than his Maker. For a while Jerry listened reverently, then she looked up and moved uneasily in the chair, and at last, when the prayer had continued for at least 5 minutes, she burst out impulsively, "Oh, dear, do say amen! I am so hungry." That broke the spell, and with a start Arthur came to himself and said, "Thank you, Jerry. Praying is a new business for me, and I do believe I should have gone on forever if you had not stopped me. Now, what will you have?" He helped her to whatever she liked best, but could eat scarcely anything himself. It was sufficient for him to watch Jerry sitting there in Gretchen's chair, and using Gretchen's plate which every day for so many years had been laid for her. Gretchen had not come. She would never come, he feared, but with Jerry he did not feel half as desolate as when alone, with only his morbid fancies for company. And he must have her there, at least a portion of the time. His mind was made up on that point, and when about 4 o'clock Jerry said to him, "I want to go now. Grandma said I was to be home by 5, he replied, "Yes, I am going with you. I wish to see your grandmother. I am going to drive you in the phaeton. How would you like that?" Her dancing eyes told him how she would like it, and Charles was sent to the stable with an order to have the little pony phaeton brought round as soon as possible, as he was going for a drive. Chapter 18. Chapters 19 and 20 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Arthur's Plan. "Why, the madam is going to drive, too, and I've come to harness. There'll be a row somewhere," John said. "Can't help it," Charles replied. "Mr. Arthur wants the phaeton, and will have it for all of madam." "Yes, I s'pose so. Wall, I'll go and tell her," was John's rejoinder as he started for the house, where Mrs. Tracy was just drawing on her long driving gloves and admiring her new hat and feather before the glass. Dolly looked almost as young and far prettier than when she came to the Park years before. A life of luxury suited her. She had learned to take things easily, and the old woman with the basket might now come every day to her kitchen door without her knowing it. She aped Mrs. Atherton of Briar Hill in everything, and had the satisfaction of knowing that she was on all occasions quite as stylish looking and well dressed as that aristocratic lady whom she called her intimate friend. She had also grown very proud and very exclusive in her ideas, and when poor Mrs. Peterkin, who was growing too with her million, ventured to call at the Park, the call was returned with a card which Dolly's coachman left at the door. Since the night of her party, and the election which followed when Frank was defeated, she had ignored the Peterkins, and laughed at what she called their vulgar imitation of people above them, and when she heard that Mary Jane had hired a governess for her two children, Bill and Ann Eliza, she scoffed at the airs assumed by come up people, and wondered if Mrs. Peterkin had forgotten that she was one of Grace Atherton's hired girls. Dolly had certainly forgotten the Langley life, and was to all intents and purposes the great lady of the Park, who held herself aloof from the common herd, and taught her children to do the same. She had seen Jerry enter the house that morning with a feeling of disapprobation, which had not diminished as the day wore on, and still the child stayed, and what was worse, Maud was not sent for to join her. "Not that I would have allowed it if she had been," she said to herself, for she did not wish her daughter intimate with one of whose antecedents nothing was known, but Arthur might at least have invited her. He had never noticed her children much, and this she deeply resented. Maud, who knew of Jerry's presence in the house, had cried to go and play with her, but Mrs. Tracy had refused, and promised as an equivalent a drive in the phaeton around the town. And it was for this drive Dolly was preparing herself when John came with the message that she could not have the phaeton, as Mr. Arthur was going to take Jerry home in it. Usually Arthur's slightest wish was a law in the household, for that was Frank's order, but on this occasion Dolly felt herself justified in rebelling. "Not have the phaeton? That's smart, I must say," she exclaimed. "Can't that child walk home, I'd like to know? Tell Mr. Tracy Maud has had the promise of a drive all day, and I am ready with my things on. Ask him to take the Victoria. He never drives." All this in substance was repeated to Arthur, who answered quietly, "Let Mrs. Tracy take the Victoria. I prefer the phaeton myself." That settled it, and in a few moments Jerry was seated at Arthur's side, and skimming along through the Park, and out upon the highway which skirted the river for miles. "This is not going home, and Grandma will scold," Jerry said. "Never mind Grandma, I will make it right with her. I am going to show you the country," Arthur replied, as he chirruped to the fleet pony, who seemed to fly along the smooth road. No one who saw the tall, elegant-looking man who sat so erect, and handled the reins so skillfully, would have suspected him of insanity, and more than one stopped to look after him and the little girl whose face looked out from the white sunbonnet with so joyous an expression. On the homeward route they met the Victoria, with John upon the box, and Mrs. Tracy and Maud inside. "There's Maud! Hello, Maud! See me? I'm riding!" Jerry called out cheerily, while Maud answered back, "Hello, Jerry!" But Mrs. Tracy gave no sign of recognition, and only rebuked her daughter for her vulgarity in saying "hello," which was second class and low. "Then Nina St. Clair is second class and low, for she says hello," was Maud's reply, to which her mother had no answer. Meanwhile the phaeton was going swiftly on toward the cottage, which it reached a few minutes after the furnace whistle blew for 6, and Harold, who had been working there, came up the lane. There were soiled spots on his hands and on his face, and his clothes showed marks of toil, all of which Arthur noticed while he was explaining to Mrs. Crawford that he had taken Jerry for a drive, and kept her beyond the prescribed hour. Then, turning to Harold, he said, "And so you work in the furnace?" "Yes, sir, during vacation, when I can get a job there," Harold answered, and Mr. Tracy continued, "How much do you get a day?" 50 cents in dull times," was the reply, and Arthur went on. 50 cents from 7 in the morning to 6 at night, and board yourself? A magnificent sum, truly. Pray how do you manage to spend so much? You must be getting rich." The words were sarcastic, but the tone belied the words, and Harold was about to speak, when his grandmother interrupted him, and said, "What he does not spend for us, he puts aside. He is trying to save enough to go to the high school, but it's slow work. I can do but little myself, and it all falls upon Harold." "But I like it, Grandma. I like to work for you and Jerry, and I have almost $20 saved," Harold said. "And in a year or two I can go away to school, and work somewhere for my board. Lots of boys do that." Arthur was hitching his pony to the fence, while a new idea was dawning in his mind. 50 cents a day, he said to himself, and he has $20 saved, and thinks himself rich. Why, I've spent more than that on one bottle of wine, and here is this boy, Amy's son, wanting an education, and working to support his grandmother like a common labourer. I believe I am crazy." He was in the cottage by this time, in the clean, cool kitchen, where the supper table was laid with its plain fare, wholly unlike the costly viands which daily loaded his board. "Don't wait for me, Harold must be hungry," he said, adding quickly, "or stay, if you will permit me, I will take a cup of tea with you. The drive has given me an appetite, and your tea smells very inviting." It was a great honour to have Arthur Tracy at her table, and Mrs. Crawford felt it as such, and was very sorry, too, that she had nothing better to offer him than bread and butter and radishes, with milk, and a dish of cold beans and chopped beets, and a piece of apple pie saved for Harold from dinner. But she made him welcome, and Jerry, delighted to return the hospitality she had received, brought him a clean plate and cup and saucer, and asked if she might get the best sugar bowl and the white sugar. Then, remembering the beautiful flowers which had adorned the table at Tracy Park, she ran out, and gathering a bunch of June pinks, put them in a little glass by his plate. When all was ready and they had taken their seats at the table, Mrs. Crawford closed her eyes reverently and asked the accustomed blessing which in that house preceded every meal. Jerry's "Amen" was a good deal louder and more emphatic than usual, while she nodded her head to Arthur with an expression which he understood to mean, "You know now what you ought to say instead of that long prayer," and he nodded back that he did so understand it. Arthur enjoyed the supper immensely, or pretended that he did. He ate 3 slices of bread and butter, he drank 3 cups of tea. He even tried the beans and the beets, but declined the radishes, which he said would give him nightmare. When supper was over and the table cleared away, he still showed no signs of going, but asking Mrs. Crawford to take a seat near him, he plunged at once into the business which had brought him there, and which, since he had seen Harold in his working dress and heard what he was trying to do, had grown to be of a twofold nature. He was very lonely, he said, and the little taste he had had of Jerry's society had made him wish for more, and he must have her with him a part at least of every day. "In short," he said, "I should like to undertake her education myself until she is older, when I will see that she has the proper finishing. She tells me she hates the district school, with Bill Peterkin and his warts." "Trying to kiss me," Jerry interrupted, as, open-eyed and open-mouthed, she stood with her hand on his shoulder, listening to him. "Yes, trying to kiss you, though I do not blame him much for that," Arthur said with a smile, and then continued. "She is ambitious enough to want a governess like Ann Eliza Peterkin and my brother's daughter, but I am better than a dozen governesses. I can teach her all the rudiments of an English education, with French and German and Latin too, if she likes. And my plan is that she shall come to me every day, except Saturdays and Sundays, at 10 in the morning, get her lessons and her lunch with me, and return home at 4 in the afternoon. Would you like it, Jerry?" "Oh, oh!" was all the answer Jerry could make for a moment, but her cheeks were scarlet, and tears of joy stood in her eyes until she glanced at Harold. Then all the brightness faded from her face, for how could she accept this great good, and leave him to drudge and toil alone? "What is it, Jerry?" Mr. Tracy asked, and with a half sob she replied, "I can't go without Harold. If I get learning, he must get learning too." And leaving Arthur, she crossed over to the boy, and putting her arm around him, looked up at him with a look which in after years he would have given half his life to win. "I shall not forget Harold," Arthur hastened to say, "and I have something better in store for him than reciting his lessons to me. When the high school opens in September, he is going there, and if he does well he shall go to Andover in time, and perhaps to Harvard. It will all depend upon himself, and how he improves his opportunities. What, crying? Don't you like it?" Arthur asked, as he saw the tears gathering in Harold's eyes and rolling down his cheeks. "Yes, oh, yes! But it don't seem real, and I guess it makes me kind of sick," Harold gasped, as, freeing himself from Jerry's encircling arm, he hurried from the room to think over this great and unexpected joy which had come so suddenly to him. With his naturally refined tastes and instincts, the dirty furnace work was not pleasant to him, neither were the many menial duties he was obliged to perform for the sake of those he loved. How to get an education was the problem he was earnestly trying to solve, and lo, it was solved for him. For a moment the suddenness of the thing overcame him, and he sat down upon a block of wood in the yard, faint and bewildered, while Arthur made his plan clear to Mrs. Crawford, saying that what he meant to do was partly for Jerry's sake and partly for the sake of the young girl who had been his early love. "I always intended to take care of you," he said, "but things go from my mind, and I forget the past as completely as if it had never been. But this will stay by me, for I shall have Cherry as a reminder, and if I am in danger of forgetting, she will jog my memory." For a moment Mrs. Crawford could not speak, so great was her surprise and joy that the good she had thought unattainable was to be Harold's at last. And yet something in her proud, sensitive nature rebelled against receiving so much from a stranger, even if that stranger were Arthur Tracy. It seemed like charity, she said. But Arthur overruled her, with that persuasive way he had of converting people to his views, and when at last he left the cottage it was with the understanding that Jerry should commence her lessons with him the first week in September, and that Harold should enter the high school in Shannondale when it opened in the autumn. Chapter 20. The working of Arthur's plan. As Arthur was wholly uncommunicative with regard to his affairs, and as Mrs. Crawford kept her own counsel, and bade Harold and Jerry to do the same, the Tracys knew nothing whatever of the plan until the September morning when Jerry presented herself at the Park House, and was met in the doorway by Mrs. Frank, who was just going out. Very few could have resisted the bright little face, so full of childish happiness, or the clear, assured voice, which said so cheerily, "Good morning, Mrs. Tracy. I'm come to school." But, prejudiced as she was against the girl, Mrs. Tracy could resist anything, and she answered haughtily, "Come to school? What do you mean? This is not a schoolhouse, and if you have any errand here, go round to the other door. Only company come in here." "But I'm company. I'm going to get learning. He told me to come," Jerry answered, flushed and eager, and altogether sure of her right to be there. Before Mrs. Frank could reply, a voice, distinct and authoritative, and to which she always yielded, called from the top of the stairway inside, "Mrs. Tracy, if that is Jerry to whom you are talking, send her up at once. I am waiting for her." Jerry did not mean the nod she gave the lady as she passed her to be disrespectful, but Mrs. Frank felt it as such, and went to her own room in a most perturbed state of mind, for which she could find no vent until her husband came in, when she stated the case to him, and asked if he knew what it meant. But Frank was as ignorant as herself, and could not enlighten her until that night, after he had seen his brother, and heard from him what he was intending to do. "God bless you, Arthur! You don't know how happy you have made me," Frank said, feeling on the instant that a great burden was lifted from his mind. Jerry was to be educated and cared for, and would probably receive all that the world would naturally concede to her if the truth were known. He believed, or thought he did, that Gretchen had never been his brother's wife, though to believe so seemed an insult to the original of the sweet face which looked at him from the window every time he entered his brother's room. Jerry was a great trouble to him, and he would not have liked to confess to anyone how constantly she was in his mind, or how many plans he had devised in order to atone for the wrong he knew he was doing her. And now his brother had taken her off his hands, and she was to be cared for and receive the education which would fit her to earn her own livelihood, and make her future life respectable. No particular harm was done her after all, and he might now enjoy himself, and cast his morbid fancies to the winds, he reflected, and he went whistling to his wife's apartment, and told her what he heard. For a moment Dolly was speechless with astonishment, and when at last she opened her lips, her husband silenced her with that voice and manner of which he was beginning to be afraid. It was none of their business, he said, what Arthur did in his own house, provided they were not molested, and if he chose to turn schoolmaster he had a right to do so. For his part he was glad of it, as it saved him the expense of Jerry's education, for if Arthur had not taken it in hand, he should, and Dolly was to keep quiet and let the child come and go in peace. After delivering himself of these sentiments, Frank went away, leaving his wife to wonder, as she had done more than once, if he too were not a little crazy, like his brother. But she said no more about Jerry's coming there, except to suggest that she might at least come in at the side door instead of the front, especially on muddy days when she was liable to soil the costly carpets. And Jerry, who cared but little how she entered the house if she only got in, came through the kitchen after the second day, and wiped her feet upon the mat, and once, when her shoes were worse than usual, took them off, lest they should leave a track. It is not our intention to linger over the first few months of Jerry's school days at Tracy Park, but rather to hasten on to the summer 4 years after her introduction to Tracy Park as Arthur's pupil. During all that time he had never once seemed to be weary of the task he had imposed upon himself, but on the contrary, his interest had deepened in the child who developed so rapidly under his training that he sometimes looked at her in astonishment, marveling more and more who she was, and from whom she had inherited her wonderful memory and power to grasp points which are usually far beyond the comprehension of a child of 10 or even 12, and which Maude Tracy could no more have mastered than her brother the stupid Jack, whose intellect had not grown with his body. There was a tutor now at Tracy Park for Jack, but Maude had been transferred to Arthur's care. This was wholly due to Jerry, who alone could have induced him to let Maude share her instruction. Arthur did not care for Maude. She was dull, he said, and would never have her lessons. But Jerry coaxed so hard that Arthur consented at last, and when Jerry had been with him about 3 years, Maude became his pupil, and that of Jerry as well, for nearly every day when the lessons were over, the two little girls might have been seen together under the trees in the park or in some corner of the house, Maude puzzled and perplexed and worried, and Jerry anxious, decided, and peremptory, as she went over and over again with what was so clear to her and so hazy to her friend. "Oh, dear me, Suze, what does ail you?" she said one day with a stamp of her foot, after she had tried in vain to make Maude see through a simple sum in long division. "Can't you remember first to divide, second multiply, third subtract, and fourth bring down?" "No, I can't. I can't remember anything, and if I could, how do I know what to divide or what to bring down? I am stupid and shall never know anything," was Maude's sobbing reply, as she covered her face with her slate. Maude's tears always moved Jerry, who tried to comfort her with the assurance that if she tried very hard she might sometime know enough to teach a district school. This was the height of Jerry's ambition, to teach a district school and board around; but Maude's aspirations were different. She was rich. She was to be a belle and wear diamonds and satins like her mother, and it did not matter so much whether she understood long division or not, though it did hurt her a little to be so far outstripped by Jerry, who was younger than herself. To Arthur, Jerry was a constant delight and surprise, and nothing astonished or pleased him more than the avidity with which she took up German. This language was like play to her, and by the time she was 10 years old she spoke and read and wrote it almost as well as Arthur himself. "It takes me back somewhere, I can't tell where," she said to him, "and I seem to be somebody else than Jerry Crawford, and I hear music and see people, and a pale face is close to me, and my head gets all confused trying to remember things which come and go." Only once after her first day at the park had she enacted the pantomime of the sick woman and the nurse, and then she had done it at Arthur's request. But it was not quite as thrilling as at first. The hymn for whom the dying woman had prayed was omitted, and the whole was mixed with the tramp house and the carpet bag and Harold, who was now a youth of 17 and a student at the high school in Shannondale, where he was making as rapid progress in his studies as Jerry was at the park. But Harold's life was not as serene and happy as Jerry's, for it was not pleasant for him to hear, as he often did, that he was a charity student supported by Arthur Tracy. Such remarks were very galling to the high-spirited boy, and he was constantly revolving all manner of schemes by which he could earn money and cease to be dependent. All through the long summer vacations he worked at whatever he could find to do, sometimes in people's gardens, sometimes on their lawns, but oftener in the hayfields, where he earned the most. Here Jerry was not unfrequently his companion. She liked to rake hay, she said. It came natural to her, and she had no doubt she inherited the taste from her mother, who had probably worked in the fields in Germany. One afternoon, when Jerry knew that Harold was busy in one of Mr. Tracy's meadows, she started to join him, for he had complained of a headache at noon, and had expressed a fear that he might not be able to finish the task he had imposed upon himself. The road to the field was by the tramp house, which looked so cool and quiet, with its thick covering of woodbine and ivy over it, that Jerry turned aside for a moment to look into the room which had so great a fascination for her, and where she spent so much time. Indeed, she seldom passed near it without going in for a moment and standing by the old table which had once held her and her dead mother. Things came back to her there, she said, and she could almost give a name to the pale-faced woman who haunted her so often. As she entered the damp, dark place now, she started with an exclamation of surprise, which was echoed by another, as Frank Tracy sprang up and confronted her. It was not often that he visited the tramp house, and he would not have confessed to any one his superstitious dread of it, or that, when he was in it, he always had a feeling that the dead woman found 3 years ago would start up to accuse him of his deceit and hypocrisy. Could he have had his way, he would have pulled the building down; but it was not his, and when he suggested it to Arthur, as he sometimes did, the latter opposed it, saying latterly, since Jerry had been so much to him, "No, Frank, let it stand. I like it because but for it Jerry might have perished with her mother, and I should not have had her with me." So the tramp house stood, and grew damper and mustier each year, as the moss and ivy gathered on the walls outside, and the dust and the cobwebs gathered on the walls within. These, however, Jerry was careful to brush away, for she had a playhouse in one corner, and a little workbench and chair, and she often sat there alone and talked to herself and the woman dead so long ago, and to others whose faces were dim and shadowy, but whom she felt sure she had known. Very frequently she went through the process of cleaning up, as she called it, and her object in stopping there now was, in part, to see if it did not need her care again. "Oh, Mr. Tracy, are you here? How you scared me! I thought it was a tramp," she said, as he came toward her. "Do you come here often?" he asked, as he offered her his hand. "Yes, pretty often. I like it, because mother died here, and sometimes I feel as if she would make it known to me here who she was. I talk to her, and ask her to tell me, but she never has. Oh, don't you wish she would?" Frank shuddered involuntarily, for to have Jerry told who she really was the last thing he could desire, but as a criminal is said always to talk about the crime he has committed and is hiding, so Frank, when with Jerry, felt impelled to talk with her of the past and what she could remember of it. Seating himself upon the bench with her at his side, he said, "And you really believe the woman found here was your mother?" "Why, yes, don't you? Who was my mother if she wasn't?" And Jerry's eyes opened wide as they looked at him. "I don't know, I am sure. Does my brother talk of Gretchen now?" was the abrupt reply. "Yes, at times," Jerry answered. "And yesterday, after I sang him a little German song which he taught me, he had them pretty bad. The bees in his head, I mean. That is what he calls it when things are mixed. And he says he is going to write to her, or her friends." "Write to her? I thought he had given that up. I thought Did he say, write to her friends?" Frank gasped, as he felt himself grow cold and sick with this threatened danger. Arthur had seemed so quiet and happy with Jerry, and had said so little of Gretchen, that Frank had grown quite easy in his mind, and the black shadow of fear did not trouble him as much as formerly. But now it was over him again, and grew in intensity as he questioned the child. "Have you ever tried to find out who Gretchen is?" he asked at last. "No," she replied, "but I guess she is his wife." "Yes," Frank said falteringly, "his wife. And where do you think she lived?" "Oh, I know that. In Wiesbaden. He told me so once, and it seems as if I had been there too when he talked about it, and I hear the music and see the flowers, and a white-faced woman is with me, not at all like mother, who they say was ugly and dark, black as a nigger, Tom told me once, when he was mad. Was she black?" Mr. Tracy made no reply to this, but said suddenly, "Jerry, do you like me well enough to do me a great favor?" "Why, yes, I guess I do. I like you very much, though not as well as I do Harold and Mr. Arthur. What do you want?" was Jerry's answer. After hesitating a moment, Mr. Tracy began. "There are certain reasons why I ought to know if my brother writes to Gretchen, or her friends, or any one in Germany, especially Wiesbaden. A letter of that kind might do me a great deal of harm. If he should write to any one in Germany, you would, perhaps, be asked to post the letter, as he never goes to town." He said this interrogatively, and Jerry answered him promptly. "I think he would give it to me, as I post nearly all his letters." "Yes, well. Jerry, can you keep a secret, and never tell any one what I am saying to you?" was Frank's next remark, to which Jerry responded, "I think I should tell Harold, and perhaps Mr. Arthur." "No, no, Jerry, never," and Frank laid his hand half menacingly upon the little girl's shoulder. "I have been kind to you, have paid for your board to Mrs. Crawford ever since you have been there." He felt how mean it was to say this, and did not at all resent Jerry's quick reply. "Yes, but Mrs. Peterkin says you do not pay enough." "Perhaps not," he continued, "but if Mrs. Crawford is satisfied, it matters little what Mrs. Peterkin thinks. Jerry, you must do this for me," he went on rapidly, as his fears kept growing. "You must never tell anyone of our conversation, and if my brother writes that letter soon, or at any time, you must bring it to me. Will you do it? Great harm would come if it were sent, harm to me, and harm to Maud, and—"
"To Maud?" Jerry repeated. "I would do anything for Maud. Yes, I will bring the letter to you if he writes one. You are sure it would be right for me to do so?"
Frank had touched the right chord when he mentioned his daughter's name, for during the years of close companionship the two little girls had learned to love each other devotedly, though naturally Jerry's was the stronger and less selfish attachment of the two. To her, Maud was a queen who had a right to tyrannize over and command her if she pleased, and as the tyranny was never very severe, and was usually followed by some generous act of contrition, she did not mind it at all, and was always ready to make up and be friends whenever it suited the capricious little lady.
"Yes, I will do it for Maud," she said again;
but there was a troubled look on her face, and a feeling in her heart as if, in some way, she was false to Arthur in thus consenting to his brother's wishes. But, she reflected, Arthur was crazy, so people said, and she herself knew better than any one else of his many fanciful vagaries, which at times took the form of actual insanity. For weeks he would seem perfectly rational, and then suddenly his mood would change, and he would talk strange things to himself and the child, who was now so necessary to him, and who alone had a soothing influence over him. Only the day before, he had been unusually excited after listening to a simple air which he had taught her, and which, at his request, she sang to him after Maud had gone out and left them alone. "I could swear you were Gretchen singing to me in the twilight, and across the meadow comes the tinkle of the bells where the cows and goats are feeding," he said to her, as he paced up and down the room. Then, stopping suddenly, he went up to her, and pushing her hair from her forehead, looked long and earnestly into her face. "Cherry," he said at last, using the pet name he often gave her, "you are some like Gretchen, as she must have been when of your age. Oh, if you only were hers and mine! But there was no child. And yet—" He seemed to be thinking intently for a moment, and then going to a drawer in his writing desk, which Jerry had never seen open before, he took out a worn, yellow letter, and ran his eye rapidly over it until he found a certain paragraph which he bade Jerry read. The paragraph was as follows: "I have something to tell you when you come, which I am sure will make you as glad as I am." Jerry read it aloud slowly, for the handwriting was cramped and irregular, and then looked up questioningly to Arthur, who said to her, "What do you think she meant by the something which would make me glad as she was?" "I don't know," Jerry answered him. "Who wrote it? Gretchen?" "Yes, Gretchen. It is her last letter to me, and I never went back to see what she meant, for the bees were bad in my head and I forgot everything, even Gretchen herself. Poor little Gretchen! What was the idea which came to me like a flash of lightning in regard to this letter when I heard you sing? It is gone, and I cannot recall it." There was a worried, anxious look on his face as he put the letter away, and went on talking to himself of Gretchen, saying he was going to write her again, or her friends, and find out what she meant. The next day Jerry met Frank in the tramp house, as we have described, and gave him the promise to bring him any letter directed to Germany, which Arthur might entrust to her. But the promise weighed heavily upon her as she walked slowly on toward the field where Harold was at work, and where she found him resting for a moment under the shadow of a wide spreading butternut. He looked tired and pale, and there was an expression on his face which Jerry did not understand. Harold was not in a very happy frame of mind. Naturally cheerful and hopeful, it was not often that he gave way to fits of despondency, or repining at his humble lot, so different from that of the boys of his own age, with whom he came in daily contact both at the school and in the town. Dick St. Clair, his most intimate friend, always treated him as if he were fully his equal, and often stood between him and the remarks which boys make thoughtlessly, and which, while they mean so little, wound to the quick such sensitive natures as Harold's. But not even Dick St. Clair could keep Tom Tracy in check. With each succeeding year he grew more and more supercilious and unbearable, pluming himself upon his position as a Tracy of Tracy Park and the wealth he was to inherit from his Uncle Arthur. For the last year he had been at Andover, where he had formed a new set of acquaintances, one of whom was spending the vacation with him. This was young Fred Raymond, whose home was at Redstone Hall in Kentucky, and whose parents were in Europe. Between the two youths there was but little similarity of taste or disposition, for young Raymond represented all that was noble and true, and though proud of his state and proud of his name, he never assumed the slightest superiority over those whom the world considered his inferiors. He was Tom's roommate, and hence the intimacy between them which had resulted in Fred's accepting the invitation to Tracy Park. If anything had been wanting to complete Tom's estimate of his own importance, this visit of the Kentuckian would have done it. All his former friends were cut, except Dick St. Clair, while Harold was as much ignored as if he had never existed. Tom did not even see him or recognize him with so much as a look, but passed him by as he would any common day laborer whom he might chance to meet. All through the summer days, while Harold was working until every bone in his body ached, Tom and his friend were enjoying themselves in hunting, fishing, driving or rowing, or lounging under the trees in the shady lawns. That afternoon, when Jerry joined him in the hayfield, Tom and the Kentuckian had passed him in their fanciful hunting suits with their dogs and guns, but though Harold was within a few yards of them, Tom affected not to see him, and kept his head turned the other way, as if intent upon some object in the distance. Leaning upon his rake, Harold watched them out of sight with a choking sensation in his throat, as he wondered if it would always be thus with him, and if the day would never come when he, too, could know what leisure meant, with no thought for the morrow's bread. "I am Tom's superior in everything but money, and yet he treats me like a dog," he said, as he seated himself upon the grass, where he sat fanning himself with his straw hat. When Jerry appeared in view he brightened at once, for in all the world there was nothing half so sweet and lovely to him as the little blue-eyed girl who sat down beside him, and, nestling close to him, laid her curly head upon his arm. "I've come to help you rake the hay," she said, "for Grandma told me you had a headache at noon and couldn't eat your huckleberry pie. I am awfully sorry, Harold, but I ate it myself, it looked so good, instead of saving it for your supper. It was nasty and mean in me, and I hope it will make me sick." But Harold told her he did not care for the pie, and was glad that she ate it if she liked it. Then he questioned her of the Park house and of Arthur, asking if the bees were often in his head now, or had she driven them out. "No, I guess I haven't. They were awful yesterday," Jerry replied. "He was talking of Gretchen all the time. I wonder who she was. Sometimes I look at her until it seems to me I have seen her or something like her, a paler face with sadder eyes. How he must have loved her, better than you or I could ever love anybody. Don't you think so?" Harold hesitated a moment, and then replied, "I don't know, but it seems to me I love you as much as one could ever love another." "Phoo! Of course you do. But that's boy love. That isn't like when you are old enough to have a beau." And Jerry laughed merrily as she sprang up, and taking Harold's rake, began to toss the hay about rapidly, bidding him sit still and see how fast she could work in his place. Harold was very tired, and his head was aching badly, so for a time he sat still, watching the graceful movements of the beautiful child who, it seemed to him, was slipping away from him. Constant intercourse with a polished man like Arthur Tracy had not been without its effect upon her, and there was about her an air which with strangers would have placed her at once above the ordinary level of simple country girls. This Harold had been the first to detect, and though he rejoiced at Jerry's good fortune, there was always with him a dread lest she should grow beyond him, and that he should lose the girl he loved so much. "What if she should think me a clown and a clodhopper, as Tom Tracy does?" he said to himself, as he watched her raking up the hay faster, and quite as well as he could have done himself. "I believe I should die." It was impossible that Jerry should have guessed the nature of Harold's thoughts, but once, as she passed near him, she dropped her rake, and going up to him, wiped his forehead with her apron, and kissing him fondly, said to him, "Poor tired boy, is your head awful? You look as if you wanted to vomit. Do you?" "No, Jerry," Harold answered laughingly. "I am not as bad as that. I was only wishing that I were rich and could give you and Grandma a home as handsome as Tracy Park. How would you like it?" "First rate if you were there," Jerry replied, "but if you were not, I shouldn't like it at all.
I never mean to live anywhere without you, because, you know I am your little girl, the one you found in the carpet bag, and I love you more than all the world, and will love and stand by you for ever and ever. Amen."
She said the last so abruptly, and it sounded so oddly, that Harold burst into a laugh, and taking up the rake she had dropped, began his work again, declaring that the headache was gone, and that he was a great deal better. End of chapters 19 and 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Mrs. Tracy's Diamonds. Mrs. Tracy was going to have a party, not a general one like that which she gave when our readers first knew her, and Harold Hastings stood at the head of the stairs and bade the ladies go this way and the gentlemen that. Since she had become a leader of fashion, she had ignored general parties and limited her invitations to a select few, which on this occasion numbered about 60 or 70. But the entertainment was prepared as elaborately as if hundreds had been expected, and the hostess was radiant in satin and lace and diamonds as she received her guests and did the honors of the occasion. The September night was soft and warm, and the grounds were lighted up, while quite a crowd collected near the house to hear the music and watch the proceedings. Mrs. Tracy would have liked to have Jerry in the upper hall, where Harold had once stood. It would help to keep the child in her place, she thought. But her husband promptly vetoed the proposition, saying that when Jerry Crawford came to the Park House to an entertainment it would be as a guest, and not as a waiter. So a colored boy stood in the upper hall, and a colored boy stood in the lower hall, and there were colored waiters everywhere, and Dolly had never been happier or prouder in her life. For Governor Markham and his wife from Iowa were there, and a judge's wife from Springfield, all guests of Grace Atherton, and in consequence hidden to the party. Another remarkable feature of the evening was the presence of Arthur in the parlors. He had known both Governor Markham and his wife Ethelyn Grant, and had been present at their wedding, and it was mostly on their account that he had consented to join in the festivities. Jerry, it is true, had done a great deal toward persuading him to go down, repeating, in her own peculiar way, what she had heard people say with regard to his seclusion from society. "You just make a hermit of yourself," she said, "cooped up here all the time. I don't wonder folks say you are crazy. It is enough to make anybody crazy, to stay in 1 or 2 rooms, and see nobody but Charles and me. Just dress yourself in your best clothes and go down and be somebody, and don't talk of Gretchen all the time. I am tired of it, and so is everybody. Give her a rest for one evening, and show the people how nice you can be if you only have a mind to." Jerry delivered this speech with her hands on her hips, and with all the air of a woman of 50, while Arthur laughed immoderately and promised her to do his best not to disgrace her. Jerry's anxiety was something like that of a mother for a child whose ability she doubts, and after her supper was over, she took her way to the Park House to see that Arthur was dressed properly for the occasion. "It would be like him to go without his necktie and wear his everyday boots," she thought. But she found him as faultlessly gotten up as he well could be in his old-fashioned evening dress, which sat rather loosely upon him, for he had grown thinner with each succeeding year. Jerry thought him splendid, and watched him admiringly as he left the room and started for the parlors, with her last injunction ringing in his ears. "Not a word out of your head about Gretchen, but try and act as if you were not crazy." "I'll do it, Jerry, don't you worry," he said to her with a little reassuring nod as he descended the stairs. And he kept his promise well. There was no word out of his head about Gretchen, and no one ignorant of the fact would ever have suspected that his mind was unsettled as he moved among the guests, talking to one and another with that pleasant, courtly manner so natural to him. A very close observer, however, might have seen his eyes dilate and even flash with some sudden emotion when his brother's wife passed him, and her brilliant diamonds sparkled in the bright gaslight. The setting was rather peculiar, but Mrs. Tracy liked it for the peculiarity, and had never had it changed. She was very proud of her diamonds, they were so large and clear, and she had the satisfaction of knowing that there were no finer, if as fine, in town. She seemed to know, too, just in what light to place herself in order to show them to the best advantage, and at times the gleams of fire from them were wonderful, and once Arthur put his hand before his eyes as she passed him, and muttering something to himself, moved quickly to another part of the room. This was late in the evening, and soon after he excused himself to those around him, saying it was not often that he dissipated like this, and as he was growing tired, he must say good night. The next morning Charles found him looking very pale and worn, with a bad pain in his head. He had not slept at all, he said, and would have his coffee in bed, after which Charles was to leave him alone, and not come back until he rang for him, as he might possibly fall asleep. It was very late that morning when the family breakfasted, and as they lingered around the table, discussing the events of the previous night, it was after 11 o'clock when at last Mrs. Tracy went up to her room. As she ascended the stairs, she caught a glimpse of Harold disappearing through a door at the lower end of the hall, evidently with the intention of going down the back stairway, and making his exit from the house by the rear door rather than the front. Mrs. Tracy knew that he was sometimes sent by his grandmother on some errand to Arthur, and giving no further thought to the matter, went on to her own room, which her maid had put in order. All the paraphernalia of last night's toilet was put away, diamonds and all. Contrary to her usual custom, for she was very careful of her diamonds, and very much afraid they would be stolen, she had left them in the box on her dressing bureau. But they were not there now. Sarah, who knew where she kept them, had put them away, of course, and she gave them no more thought until 3 days later, when she received an invitation to a lunch party at Briar Hill. "I shall wear my dark blue satin and diamonds," she said to her maid, who was dressing her hair, but the diamonds, when looked for, were not in their usual place. Sarah had not put them away, nor in fact had she seen them at all, for they were not upon the bureau when she went to arrange her mistress's room the morning after the party. The diamonds were gone, nor could any amount of searching bring them to light, and Mrs. Tracy grew cold and sick and faint, and finally broke down in a fit of crying, as she explained to her husband that her beautiful diamonds were stolen. She called it that now, and the whole household was roused and questioned as to when and where each had last seen the missing jewels. But no one had seen them since they were in the lady's ears, and she knew she had left them upon her bureau when she went down to breakfast. She was positive of that. No one had been in the room or that part of the house except Tom, Fred Raymond, Charles, and Sarah. Of these, the first two were not to be thought of for a moment, while the last two had been in the family for years, and were above suspicion. Clearly, then, it was someone from outside who had watched his or her opportunity and come in. "Had anyone been seen about the house at that hour?" Frank asked, and Charles remembered having met Harold Hastings coming out of the rear door, "but," he added, "I would sooner suspect myself than him." And this was the verdict of all except Mrs. Tracy, who now recalled the fact that she too had seen Harold "sneaking through the door as if he did not wish to be seen." That was the way she expressed herself, and her manner had in it more meaning even than her words. "What was Harold doing in the house? What was his errand? Does any one know?" she asked, but no one volunteered any information until Charles suggested that he probably came on some errand to Mr. Arthur. He would inquire, he said, and he went at once to his master's room. Arthur was sitting by his writing desk, busy with a letter, and did not turn his head when Charles asked if he remembered whether Harold Hastings had been to his room the morning after the party. "No, I have not seen him for more than a week," was the reply. "But he must have been here that morning," Charles continued. "Try and think." "I tell you no one was here. I am not quite demented yet. Now go. Don't you see you are interrupting me?" was Arthur's rather savage response, and without having gained any satisfactory information, Charles returned to the group, anxiously awaiting him. "Well?" was Mrs. Tracy's sharp interrogatory, to which Charles responded. "He does not remember what happened that morning, but that is not strange. He was very tired and unusually excited after the party, and when he is that way he does not remember anything. Harold might have been there a dozen times, and he would forget it." "Bring the boy, then. He will know what he was doing here," was Mrs. Tracy's next peremptory remark, and her husband said to her reproachfully, "Surely you do not intend to charge him with the theft?" "I charge no one with the theft until it is proven against him, but I must see the boy and know what he was doing here. I never liked this free running in and out by those people in the lane. I always knew something would come of it," Mrs. Tracy said, and Charles was dispatched for Harold. He found him mowing the lawn for a gentleman whose premises joined Tracy Park, and without any explanation told him that he was wanted immediately at the Park House. "But it is noon," Harold said, glancing up at the sun, "and there is Jerry coming to call me to dinner." "Better come at once. Jerry can go with you if she likes," Charles said, feeling intuitively that in the little girl Harold would find a champion. Harold left his lawn mower, and explaining to Jerry that he had been summoned to the Park house, whither she could accompany him if she chose, he started with her and Charles, whom he questioned as to what was wanted with him. "Were you in the Park house the morning after the party? That would be Tuesday," Charles asked. "Yes. I went to see Mr. Arthur Tracy, but could get no answer to my knock," Harold promptly replied, while his face flushed scarlet, and he seemed annoyed at something. He could not explain to Charles his motive in going to see Arthur, as now that the first burst of indignation was over, he felt half ashamed of it himself. On the afternoon of the day of the party he had been at Grassy Spring helping Mrs. St. Clair with her flowers, and after his work was done he had gone with Dick into the billiard room, where they found Tom Tracy and his friend young Raymond. They had come over for a game, and the four boys were soon busily engaged in the contest. Harold, who had often played with Dick, and was something of an expert, proved himself the most skilful of them all, greatly to the chagrin of Tom, who had not recognized him even by a nod. Dick, on the contrary, had introduced him to Fred Raymond with as much ceremony as if he had been the governor's son, instead of the boy who sometimes worked in his mother's flower garden. And the Kentuckian had taken him by the hand and greeted him cordially with a familiar "Howdy, Hastings! Glad to make your acquaintance." There was nothing snobbish about Fred Raymond, whose every instinct was gentlemanly and kind, and Harold felt at ease with him at once, and all through the game appeared at his best, and quite as well bred as either of his companions. When the play was over, Dick excused himself a moment, as he wished to speak with his father, who was about driving to town. As he stayed away longer than he had intended doing, Tom grew restless, and angry, too, that Fred should treat Harold Hastings as an equal, for the two had at once entered into conversation, comparing notes with regard to their standing in school, and discussing the merits of Cicero and Virgil, the latter of which Harold had just commenced. "We can't wait here all day for Dick," Tom said. "Let us go out and look at the pictures." So they went down the stairs to a long hall in which many pictures were hanging, some family portraits, and others copies of the old masters which Mr. St. Clair had brought from abroad. Near one of the portraits Fred lingered a long time, commenting upon its beauty, and the resemblance he saw in it to little Nina St. Clair, the daughter of the house, and whose aunt the original had been. The portrait was not far from the stairway which led to the billiard room, and Harold, who had remained behind, and was listlessly knocking the balls, could not help hearing all that was said. "By the way, who is that Hastings? I don't think I have seen him before. He is a right clever chap," Fred Raymond said, and Tom replied in that sneering, contemptuous tone which Harold knew so well, and which always made his blood boil and his fingers tingle with a desire to knock the speaker down. "Oh, that's Hal Hastings, a poor boy who does chores for us and the St. Clairs. His grandmother used to work at the Park house, and so Uncle Arthur pays for his schooling, and Hal allows it, which I think right small in him. I wouldn't be a charity student anyway, if I never knew anything. Besides that, what's the use of education to chaps like him? Better stay as he was born. I don't believe in educating the masses, do you?" Of himself, Tom could never have thought of all this, but he had heard it from his mother, who frequently used the expression, "not to elevate the masses," forgetting that she was once herself a part of the mass which she would not have elevated. Just what Fred said in reply Harold did not hear. There was a ringing in his ears, and he felt as if every drop of blood in his body was rushing to his head as he sat down, smarting cruelly under the wound he had received. He had more than once been taunted with his poverty and dependence upon Mr. Tracy, but the taunts had never hurt him so before, and he could have cried out in his pain as he thought of Tom's words, and knew that in himself there was the making of a far nobler manhood than Tom Tracy would ever know. Was poverty, which one could not help, so terrible a disgrace, an inseparable barrier to elevation, and was it mean and small in him to accept his education from a man on whom he had no claim? Possibly. And if so, the state of things should not continue. He would go to Arthur Tracy, thank him for all he had done, and tell him he could receive no more from him; that if he had an education, he must get it himself by the work of his own hands, and thus be beholden to no one. Full of this resolution, he went down the stairs and out into the open air, which cooled his hot head a little, though it was still throbbing terribly as he went through the leafy woods toward home. In the lane he saw Jerry coming toward him with her sunbonnet hanging down her back. The moment she saw him she knew something was the matter, and hastening her steps to a run, asked him what had happened, and why he looked so white and angry. Harold was sure of sympathy from Jerry, and he told her his story, which roused her to a high pitch of indignation.
"The miserable, nasty, sneaking Tom!"
she said, stopping short, and emphasizing each adjective with a stamp of her foot, as if she were trampling upon the offending Tom.
"I wish I had hurt him. I'd have scratched his eyes out, talking of you as if you were dirt. I hate him, and I told him so the other day, and spit at him when he tried to kiss me."
"Kiss you? Tom Tracy kiss you?" Harold exclaimed, forgetting his own grief in this insult to Jerry; for it seemed to him little less than profanity for lips like Tom Tracy's to touch his little Jerry.
"No, he didn't, but he tried, right before that boy from Kentucky. But I wriggled away from him, and bit him too, and he called me a cat, and said he guessed I wouldn't mind if you or Dick St. Clair tried to kiss me, and I shouldn't. But I'll fight him and Bill Peterkin every time. I wonder why all the boys want to kiss me so much."
"I expect it is because you have just the sweetest mouth in the world," Harold said, stooping down and kissing the lips which seemed made for that use alone. This little episode had helped somewhat to quiet Harold's state of mind, but did not change his resolve to speak to Mr. Tracy, and tell him that he could not receive any more favours from his hands. He would, however, wait until the morrow, as Jerry bade him do.
"You will worry him so that he will be crazier than a loon at the party," she said,
and so Harold waited, but started for the park the next morning as soon as he thought Mr. Tracy would see him. He had rung at the door of the rear hall, but as no one heard him, he ventured in, as he had done sometimes before, when sent for Jerry if it rained, and ascending the stairs to the upper hall, knocked 2 or 3 times at Arthur's door, first gently, and then louder as there came no response. "He cannot be there, and I must come again," he thought, as he retraced his steps, reaching the door at the lower end of the hall just as Mrs. Tracy came up the broad staircase on her way to her room. As the day wore on, and the next, Harold began to care less for Tom's insult, and to think that possibly he had been hasty in his determination to decline Arthur's assistance, especially as he meant to pay back every dollar when he was a man. He would at all events wait a little, he thought, and so had made no further effort to see Mr. Tracy, when Charles found him and told him he was wanted at the Park House. CHAPTER XXII. Searching for the Diamonds. They went directly to Mrs. Tracy's room, where they found that lady in a much higher fever of excitement than when she first discovered her loss. All the household had assembled in the hall and in her room except Arthur, who sat in his library, occasionally stopping to listen to the sound of the many voices, and to wonder why there was so much noise. Tom was there with his friend, Fred Raymond, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Harold, whose face wore a look of wonder and perplexity which deepened into utter amazement as Mrs. Tracy angrily demanded of him what his business was in the hall on Tuesday morning, when she saw him sneaking through the door. "Where had you been, and did you see my diamonds? Somebody has stolen them," she said, while Harold stared at her in utter astonishment. "Somebody's stolen your diamonds?" he repeated, without the shadow of an idea that she could in any way connect him with the theft; nor would the idea have come to him at all if Tom had not said with a sneer, "Better own up, Hal, and restore the property. It is your easiest way out of it." Then he comprehended, and had Tom knocked him senseless the effect could not have been greater. With lips as white as ashes, and fists tightly clenched, he stood shaking like a leaf, unable to speak until his eyes fell upon Jerry, whose face was a study. She had thrown her head forward and on one side, and was looking intently at Tom Tracy, while her blue eyes flashed fire, and her whole attitude was like that of a tiger ready to pounce upon its prey. And when Harold said faintly, "Ask Jerry, she knows," she did pounce upon Tom, not bodily, but with her tongue, pouring out her words so rapidly, and mingling with them so much German, that it was almost impossible to understand all she said. "You miserable, good-for-nothing, nasty fellow," she began. "Do you dare accuse Harold of stealing? You who are not fit to tie his shoes? And do you want to know why he was here that morning? I can tell you, but no, I won't tell you. I won't speak to you. I'll never speak to you again. And if you try to kiss me as you did the other day, I'll scratch out every single one of your eyes. You twit Harold of being poor, and call him a charity. What are you but a charity yourself, I'd like to know? Is this your house?
No, sir. It is Mr. Arthur's. Everything is Mr. Arthur's, and if you don't quit being so mean to Harold, I'll tell him every single nasty thing I know about you. Then see what he will do." As Jerry warmed with her subject, every look, every gesture, and every tone of her voice was like Arthur's, and Frank watched her with a fascination which made him forget everything else, until she turned suddenly to him, and in her own peculiar style and language told him why Harold had come to the Park House that morning when the diamonds were missing. "I advised him to come," she said with the air of a grown woman, "and I said I'd stand by him, and I will, for ever and ever, amen." The words dropped from her lips the more naturally, perhaps, because she had used them once before with reference to the humiliated boy, to whose pale set face there came a smile as he heard them again, and stretching out his hand, he laid it on Jerry's head with a caressing motion which told, plainer than words could have done, of his affection for, and trust in her. What more Jerry might have said was prevented by the appearance of a new actor upon the scene, in the person of Arthur himself. He had borne the noise and confusion as long as he could, and then had rung for Charles to inquire what it meant. But Charles was too much absorbed with other matters to heed the bell, though it rang 3 times, sharply and loudly. At last, as no one came, and the bustle outside grew louder, and Jerry's voice was distinctly heard, excited and angry, Arthur started to see for himself what had happened. "Oh, Mr. Arthur!" Jerry cried, as she caught sight of him coming down the hall. "I was just going after you to come and turn Tom out of doors, and everybody else who says that Harold took Mrs. Tracy's diamonds. She has lost them, and Tom—" But here she was interrupted by Tom himself, who, always afraid of his uncle, and now more afraid than ever because of the peculiar look in his eyes, stammered out that he had not accused Harold, nor anyone; that he only knew the diamonds were gone, and could not have gone without help. "Do you mean those stones your mother flashed in my eyes last night? Serves her right if she has lost them," Arthur said, without manifesting the slightest interest or concern in the matter. But when Jerry began her story, which she told rapidly in German, he became excited at once, and his manner was that of a maniac as he turned fiercely upon Tom, denouncing him as a coward and a liar, and threatening to turn him from the house if he dared harbor such a suspicion against Harold Hastings. "I'll turn you all into the street," he continued, "if you are not careful, and bring Harold and Jerry here to live. Then see if I can have peace. Diamonds, indeed! Gretchen's diamonds, too. If they are lost, search the house, but never accuse Harold again." At this point Arthur wandered off into German, which no one present could understand except Jerry, who stood holding fast to his arm, her face flushed and triumphant at Harold's victory and Tom's defeat. But as the tirade in German went on, she started suddenly forward, and with clasped hands and staring eyes stood confronting Arthur until he ceased speaking, and with a wave of his hand signified that he was through, and his audience dismissed. Jerry, however, did not move, but stood regarding him with a frightened, questioning expression on her face, which was lost upon the spectators, who were too much interested in the all-absorbing topic to notice anyone particularly. Tom was the first to go away, and his example was followed by all the servants except Charles, who succeeded in getting his master back to his room and quieting him somewhat, though he kept talking to himself of diamonds, and Paris, and Gretchen, who, he said, should not be wronged. "I am sorry this thing has happened. I have no idea that you know anything of the matter. I would as soon suspect my own son," Frank said to Harold as he was leaving the house. With this grain of comfort the boy went slowly home, humiliated and cut to the heart with the indignity put upon him, while Jerry walked silently at his side until they were nearly home, when she said suddenly, "I believe I know where the diamonds are." It was a habit of Jerry's to know something about everything, and as Harold had no idea that she could know anything of the diamonds, he scarcely noticed her remark, which recurred to him years after, when the diamonds came up to confront him again. It did not take long for the whole town to know of Mrs. Tracy's loss. The papers were full of it. The neighbors talked of it constantly, and 2 detectives were employed to work the matter up and discover the thief, if possible. A thorough search was also made at the Park House. Every servant was examined and cross-examined, and all their trunks and boxes searched. Every nook and corner and room was gone through in the most systematic order, even to Arthur's apartments.
This last was merely done as a matter of form, and to let the indignant servants see that no partiality was shown, the officers explained to Arthur, who at first refused to let them in, but who finally opened the door himself, and bade them go where they liked. Half hidden among the cushions of the sofa from which Arthur had risen when he let the officers in, and to which he returned again, was Jerry, her face pale to her lips, and her eyes like the eyes of some hunted animal when she saw the policeman cross the threshold. After her return home the previous day she had been unusually taciturn, and had taken no part in the conversation relative to the missing diamonds, but just before going to bed she said to Harold: "What will they do with the one who took the diamonds if they find him?" "Send him to State's prison," Harold answered. "And what do they do to them in State's prison?" Jerry continued. "Cut their hair off, make them eat bread and water and mush, and sleep on a board, and work awful hard," was Harold's reply, given at random, and without the least suspicion why the question had been asked. Jerry said no more, but the next morning she started for the Park house, which she knew was to be searched, and going to Mr. Arthur's room, looked him wistfully in the face, and she asked in a whisper: "Are they found?" "Found? What found?" he said, as if all recollection of the missing jewels had passed entirely from his mind. "Mrs. Tracy's diamonds which you gave her," was Jerry's answer. For a moment Arthur looked perplexed and bewildered and confused, and seemed trying to recall something which would not come at his bidding. "I don't know anything about it," he said at last. "I don't seem to think of anything, my head is so thick with all the noise there was here yesterday and the tumult this morning. Search warrants, Charles says, and 2 strange men driving up so early. Who are they, Jerry?" "Police come to search everybody and everything. Ain't you afraid?" Jerry said. "Afraid? No. Why should I be afraid? Why, child, how white you are, and what makes you tremble so? You didn't take the diamonds," was Arthur's response, as he drew the little girl close to him, and looked into her pallid face. "Mr. Arthur," Jerry began very low, as if afraid of being heard, "if I should give Maud something for her own, and she should keep it a good while, and then some day I should take it from her when she did not know it, and hide it, and not give it up, would that be stealing?" "Certainly. Why do you ask?" Jerry did not say why she asked, but put the same question to him she had put to Harold. "If they find the one who took the diamonds, will they send him to State's prison?" "Undoubtedly. They ought to." "And cut off his hair?" She was threading Arthur's luxuriant locks caressingly and almost pityingly with her fingers as she asked the last question, to which he replied shortly: "Yes." "And make him eat bread and water and mush?" "Yes, I believe so." "And sleep on a board?" "Yes, or something as bad." "And make him work awful hard until his hands are blistered?" Now she had in hers Arthur's hands, soft and white as a woman's, and seemed to be calculating how much hard work it would take to blister hands like these. "Yes, work till his hands drop off," Arthur said. With a shudder she continued: "I could not bear it, could you?" "Bear it? No, I should die in a week. Why, what does ail you? You are shaking like a leaf. What are you afraid of?" "I don't know. Only State's prison seems so terrible, and they are looking everywhere. What if they should come in here?" "Come in here? Impossible, unless they break the door down," Arthur replied; and then Jerry said to him: "If they do, suppose you lie down and let me cover you with the afghan and cushions." "But I don't want to lie down and be smothered with cushions," Arthur returned, puzzled, and wondering at the excitement of the child, who nestled close to his side and held fast to his hand as if she were guarding him, or expected him to guard her, while the examination went on outside, and the frightened and angry servants submitted to having their boxes and trunks examined. At last footsteps were heard on the stairs, and the sound of strange voices, mingled with that of Frank, who was protesting against his brother's room being entered. "You will lose every servant you have if we do not serve all alike," was the answer. Then Frank knocked at his brother's door, and asked admittance. "We must do it to pacify the servants," he said, as Arthur refused, bidding him to go about his business. After a little further expostulation Arthur arose, and unlocking the door, bade them enter and look as long as they pleased and where they pleased. It was a mere matter of form, for not a drawer or box was disturbed. But Jerry's breath came in gasps, and her eyes were like saucers, as she watched the men moving from place to place, and then looked timidly at Arthur to see how he was taking it. He took it very coolly, and when it was over and the men were about to leave, he bade them come again as often as they liked. They would always find him there ready to receive them, but the diamonds? Nix. This last he said to Jerry, who, the moment they were alone and he had seated himself beside her, put her head on his arm and burst into a hysterical fit of crying. "Why, Jerry, what is it? Why are you crying so?" he asked in much concern.
"Oh, I don't know," she sobbed. "Only I was so scared all the time they were in the room. What if they had found them? What if they should think that I took them, and should send me to prison and cut off my hair, and make me eat bread and water and mush, which I hate?"
Arthur looked at her a moment, and then, with a view to comfort her, said laughingly, "They would not send you to prison, for I would go in your stead."
"Would you? Could you? I mean, could somebody go for another somebody if they wanted to ever so much?" Jerry asked eagerly as she lifted her tear-stained face to Arthur's. Without clearly understanding her meaning, and with only a wish to quiet her, Arthur answered at random. "Certainly. Have you never heard of people who gave their life for another's? So why not be a substitute, and go to prison if necessary?" "Yes,"
Jerry answered, with a long-drawn breath, and the cloud lifted a little from her face. After a moment, however, she asked abruptly,
"Suppose the one who took the diamonds will not give them up, and somebody else knows where they are, ought that somebody else tell?"
"Certainly, or be an accessory to the crime," was Arthur's reply. Jerry did not know at all what an accessory was, but it had an awful sound to her, and she asked,
"What do they do to an accessory? Punish her? I mean, just the same?"
"Yes, of course," Arthur said, never dreaming of the wild fancy which had taken possession of her. That one could go to prison in another's stead, and that an accessory would be punished equally with the criminal, were the two ideas distinct in her mind when she at last arose to go, saying to Arthur, as she stood in the door,
"You are sure you are not afraid to have them come here again, if they take it into their heads to do so?"
"Not in the least. They can search my rooms every day and welcome, if they like," was Arthur's reply.
"Well, that beats me," Jerry said aloud to herself, with a nod for every word, as she went down the stairs and started for home, taking the tramp house on her way. "I guess I'll go in there and think about it," she said,
and entering the deserted building, she sat down upon the bench and began to wonder if she could do it, if worst came to worst, as it might.
"Yes, I could for him, and I'll never tell. I'll be that thing he said, and a substitute too, if I can," she thought, "though I guess it would kill me. Oh, I hope I shan't have to do it. I mean to say a prayer about it, anyway."
And kneeling down in the damp, dark room, Jerry prayed first, that it might never be found out, and second, that if it were she might not be called to account as an accessory, but might have the courage to be the substitute, and stand by him, for ever and ever. Amen.
"I may as well begin to practice and see if I can bear it," she thought,
as she walked slowly home, where she astonished Mrs. Crawford by asking her to make some mush for dinner. "Mush? Why, child, I thought you hated it," Mrs. Crawford exclaimed.
"I did hate it," Jerry replied, "but I want it now, real bad. Make it for me, please. Harold likes it, don't you, Hallie?"
Harold did like it very much, and so the mush was made, and Jerry forced herself to swallow it in great gulps, and made up her mind that she could not stand that any way. She preferred bread and water. So for supper she took bread and water and nothing else, and went up to bed as unhappy and nervous as a healthy growing child well could be. She had tried the mush, and the bread and water, and now she meant to try the shorn head, which was the hardest of all, for she had a pride in her hair, which so many had told her was beautiful. Standing before her little glass, with the lamp beside her, she looked at it admiringly for a while, turning her head from side to side to see the bright ringlets glisten. Then, with an unsteady hand, she severed, one by one, the shining tresses, on which her tears fell like rain as she gathered them in a paper and put them away, wondering if the prison shears would cut closer or shorter, and wondering if it would make any difference that she was only a substitute, or at most an accessory. It was a strange idea which had taken possession of her, and a senseless one, but it was terribly real to her, and that little shorn head represented as noble and complete a sacrifice as was ever made by older and wiser people. There was no hard board to sleep upon, and so she took the floor, with a pillow under her head and a blanket over her, wondering the while if this were not a more luxurious couch than convicts who had stolen diamonds were accustomed to have. "Why, Jerry, what have you done?" and "Oh, Jerry, how you look!" were the ejaculatory remarks which greeted her next morning when she went down to her breakfast of bread and water, for she would take nothing else. "Why did you do it?" Mrs. Crawford asked, a little angry and a good deal astonished; but Jerry only answered at first with her tears, as Harold jeered at her forlorn appearance and called her a picked chicken. "Maud's hair is short, and all the girls', and mine was always in my eyes and snarled awfully," she said at last, and this was all the excuse she would give for what she had done; while for her persisting in a bread and water diet she would give no reason for 3 or 4 days. Then she said to Harold, "You told me that the one who stole the diamonds would have to eat bread and water and have his head shaved, and I am trying to see how it would seem; am playing that I am the man and in prison, but I find it very hard. I don't believe I can stand it. I am so tired and hungry, and the blackberry pie we had for dinner did look so good." She put her hands to her head, and looked so white and faint that Harold was alarmed, and took her at once to his grandmother, who, scarcely less frightened than himself, made her lie down, and brought her a piece of toast and a cup of milk, which revived her a little. But the strain upon her nerves for the last few days, and the fasting on bread and water, proved too much for the child, who for a week or more lay up in her little room burning with fever, and talking at intervals of diamonds, and state's prison, and accessories and substitutes. Every day Arthur came and sat for an hour by her bed, and held her hot hands in his, and listened to her talk, and wondered at her shorn head, which he did not like. As he always talked to her in German while she answered in the same tongue, no one knew what they said to each other, though Harold, who understood a few German words, knew that she was talking of the diamonds and the prison and the substitute. "I shall never tell," she said to Arthur, "and I shall go. I can bear it better than you. It is not that which makes my head ache so. Oh, Mr. Arthur, I thought you so good, and I am so sorry about the diamonds. Mrs. Tracy was so proud of them. Can't you contrive to get them back to her? I could if you would let me. I am thinking all the time how to do it, and never let her know, and the back of my head aches so when I think." Arthur could not guess what she meant, except that the lost diamonds troubled her, and that she wished Mrs. Tracy to have them. Occasionally his brows would knit together, and he seemed trying to recall something which perplexed him, and which her words had evidently suggested to his mind. "Cherry," he said to her one day, when he came as usual, and her first eager question was, "Have they found them?" "Cherry, try and understand me. Do you know who took the diamonds?" Instantly into Jerry's eyes there came a scared look, but she answered unhesitatingly, "Yes, don't you?" "No," was the prompt reply, "though it seems to me I did know, but there has been so much talk about them, and you are so sick, that everything has gone from my head, and the bees are stinging me frightfully. Where are the diamonds?" But by this time Jerry was in the prison, sleeping on a board and eating bread and mush, and Arthur failed to get any satisfaction from her. Indeed, they were two crazy ones talking together, with little or no meaning in what they said. Only this Arthur gathered, that Jerry would be happy if Mrs. Tracy had her diamonds again, and did not know how they came to her. When this dawned upon him, he laughed aloud, and kissing her hot cheek, said to her, "I see. I know, and I'll do it. Wait till I come again." It was 10 o'clock in the morning when he left Mrs. Crawford's house. There was a train which passed the station at 10:30, bound for New York, and without returning to the Park, Arthur took the train, sending word to his brother not to expect him home until the next day, and not to be alarmed on his account, as he was going to New York and would take care of himself. Why he had gone Frank could not guess, and he waited in much anxiety for his return. It was evening when he came home, seeming perfectly composed and well, but giving no reason for his sudden journey to the city. His first inquiry was for Jerry, and his second, if anything had been heard of the diamonds. On being answered in the negative, he remarked, "Those rascally detectives are bunglers, and oftentimes would rather let the culprit escape than catch him. I doubt if you ever see the jewels again. but no matter, it will all come right. Tell your wife not to fret." The next morning, when Mrs. Tracy went to her room after breakfast, she was astonished to find upon her dressing bureau a velvet box with Tiffany's name upon it, and inside an exquisite set of diamonds, not as fine as those she had lost, or quite as large, but white and clear and sparkling, as she took them in her hand with a cry of delight and ran to her husband. Both knew from whom they came, and both went at once to Arthur, who, to his sister-in-law's profuse expressions of gratitude, replied indifferently, "Don't bother me with thanks. It worries me. I bought them to please the little girl, who talks about them all the time. She will get well now. I am going to tell her." Jerry was better and perfectly sane, and when she awoke that morning her first rational question had been for Arthur, and her second for the diamonds. Were they found, and if not, were they still looking for them? "No, they have not found them," Harold had said, "and the officers are still hunting for the thief, while the papers are full of the reward offered to anyone who will return them. $500 now, for Mr. Arthur has added $200 to the first sum. He was quite waked up to the matter. You know he seemed very indifferent at first." "Mr. Arthur offered $200 more?" Jerry exclaimed. "Well, that beats me. He must be crazy." "Of course he is. He don't know what he does or says half the time, and especially since you have been sick," Harold said. "Sick?" Jerry repeated quickly. "Have I been sick, and is that why I am in bed so late? I thought you had come in to wake me up, and I was glad, for I have had horrid dreams." Harold told her how long she had been sick. "And you've been crazy, too, as a loon," he continued. "And talked the queerest things about state's prison, and hard boards, and bread and water, and accessories, and substitutes, and so on. Mr. Arthur was here every day, and sometimes twice a day, but he did not come yesterday at all. There, hark! I do believe he is coming now. Don't you know who is said to be near when you are talking about him?" And with a laugh, Harold left the room just as Arthur entered it. "Well, Cherry," he said, "Mrs. Crawford tells me the bees are out of your head this morning, and I am glad. I have some good news for you. Mrs. Tracy has some diamonds, and is the happiest woman in town." Jerry had not noticed his exact words, and only understood that Mrs. Tracy had found her diamonds. "Oh, Mr. Arthur, I am so glad!" she cried, and springing up in bed she threw both arms around his neck and held him fast while she sobbed hysterically. "There, there, child. Cherry, let go. You throttle me. You are pulling my necktie all askew, and my head spins like a top," Arthur said, as he unclasped the clinging arms and put the little girl back upon her pillow, where she lay for a moment, pale and exhausted, with the light of a great joy shining in her eyes. "Did she know where they came from? How did you manage it? Are you sure she did not suspect?" she asked. "I put them on her dressing bureau while she was at breakfast," he replied, "and when she came up, there they were. Large solitaire earrings, and a bar with 5 stones, not quite as large or as fine as the ones she lost, but the best I could find at Tiffany's. Why, Jerry, what is the matter? You do not look glad a bit. I thought you wanted me to give them to her surreptitiously, and I did," he added, as the expression of Jerry's face changed to one of dismay and disappointment. "I did, I do," she said. "But I meant her very own, the ones you gave her." For a moment Arthur sat looking at her with a perplexed and troubled expression, as if wondering what she could mean, and why he had so utterly failed to please her, then he said slowly, "The ones I gave her? What do you mean? You make my head swim trying to remember, and the bumblebees are black-faced instead of white, and stinging me dreadfully. I wish you would say nothing more of the diamonds. It worries me, and makes me feel as if I were in a nightmare, and I know nothing of them." Raising herself on her elbow, and pointing her finger toward him in a half beseeching, half threatening way, Jerry said, "As true as you live and breathe, and hope not to be hung and choked to death, don't you know where they are?" This was the oath which Jerry's companions were in the habit of administering to each other in matters of doubt, and she now put it to Arthur as the strongest she knew. "Of course not," he answered, with a little irritation in his tone. "What ails you, Cherry? Are you crazy, like myself? Struggle against it. Don't let the bees get into your brain and swarm and buzz until you forget everything which you ought to remember, and do things you ought not to do. It is terrible to be crazy and half conscious of it all the time, conscious that no one believes what you say or holds you responsible for what you do." "Don't they?" Jerry asked, eagerly, for she knew the meaning of the word responsible.
"If a crazy man or woman took the diamonds and then forgot, and did not tell, and it was ever found out, wouldn't they be punished?"
"Certainly not," was the reassuring reply. "Don't you know how many murders are committed and the murderer is not hung because they say he is crazy?" In a moment the cloud lifted from Jerry's face, which grew so bright that Arthur noticed the change and said to her, "You are better now, I see, and I must go before I undo it all. Good bye, and never say diamonds to me again. It gets me all in well, a French pickle, mixed, you know." He kissed her, and promising to take her for a drive as soon as she was able, went out and left her alone, wondering why it was that his having given the diamonds to his sister in law had failed in its effect upon her, and upon himself too. For a long time after he was gone Jerry lay thinking with her eyes closed, so that if Harold or her grandmother came in they would think her asleep. Mr. Arthur was certainly crazy at times. Very crazy. She could swear to that, and so could many others. And if a crazy man was not responsible for his acts, then he was not, and the law would not touch him. But with regard to the accessory, she was not sure. If that individual were not crazy, why, then he or she might be punished; and as the taste she had had of bread and water and hard boards in the shape of the floor was not very satisfactory, and as Mrs. Tracy had other diamonds in the place of her lost ones, she finally determined to keep her own counsel and never tell what she had heard Arthur say that morning when the theft was discovered and he had talked so fast in German to her and to himself. If she had known just where the diamonds were she might have managed to return them to their owner. But she did not, and her better course was to keep quiet, hoping that in time Mr. Arthur himself would remember and make restitution; for that he had forgotten and was sincere in saying that he knew nothing of them she was certain, and her faith in him, which for a little time had been shaken, was restored. With this load lifted from her mind Jerry's recovery was rapid, and when the autumnal suns were just beginning to tinge the woodbine on the Tramp House and the maples in the park woods with scarlet, she took her accustomed seat in Arthur's room, and commenced her lessons again with Maud, who had missed her sadly, and who would have gone to see her every day during her sickness, if her mother had permitted it. End of chapters 21 and 22. Chapters 23 and 24 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Arthur's Letter. 2 weeks had passed since Jerry's return to her lessons, and people had ceased to talk of the missing diamonds, although the offered reward of $500 was still in the weekly papers, and a detective still had the matter in charge, without, however, achieving the slightest success. No one had been suspected, and the thief, whoever he was, must have been an expert, and managed the affair with the most consummate skill. Now that she had another set, Mrs. Tracy was content, and peace and quiet reigned in the household, except so far as Arthur was concerned. He was restless and nervous, and given to fits of abstraction, which sometimes made him forget the 2 little girls, one of whom watched him narrowly; and once, when they were alone and he seemed unusually absorbed in thought, she asked him if he were trying to think of something. "Yes," he said, looking up quickly and eagerly, "that is it. I am trying to remember something which, it seems to me, I ought to remember. But I cannot, and the more I try, the farther it gets from me. Do you know what it is?" Jerry hesitated a moment, and then she asked, "Is it the diamonds?" "Diamonds? No, what diamonds? Didn't I tell you never to say diamonds to me again? I am tired of it," he said. And in his eyes there was a gleam which Jerry had never seen there before when they rested upon her. It made her afraid, and she answered meekly, "Then I cannot help you to remember." "Of course not. No one can," Arthur replied, in a softened tone. "It is something long ago, and has to do with Gretchen." Then suddenly brightening, as if that name had been the key to unlock his misty brain, he added, "I have it, I know. It has come to me at last. Gretchen always sets me right. I wrote her a letter long ago, a year, it seems to me, and it has never been posted. Strange that I should forget that. But something came up, I can't tell what, and drove it from my mind." As he talked, he was opening and looking in the drawer which Jerry had never seen but once before, and that when he took from it the letter in German, a paragraph of which he had bidden her read. "Here it is," he said joyfully, as he took out a sealed envelope and held it up to Jerry. "This is the letter which you must post at once." He gave her the letter, which she took with a beating heart and a sense of shame and regret as she remembered her pledge to Mr. Frank Tracy. She had promised to take him any letter which Mr. Arthur might entrust to her care, and if she took this one she must keep her word. "Oh, I can't do it, I can't. It would be mean to Mr. Arthur," she thought; and returning him the letter, she said, "Please post it yourself, then you will be sure, and I might lose it, or forget. I am careless sometimes. Don't ask me to take it." She was pleading with all her might, but Arthur paid no heed, and only laughed at her fears. "I know you will not forget, and I'd rather trust you than Charles. Surely you will not refuse to do so small a favor for me?" "No," she said at last, as she put the letter in her pocket, with the thought that she would show it to Mr. Frank as she had promised, but would not let him keep it. She found him in the room where the dead woman had lain in her coffin, and where he often sat alone thinking of the day when the inquest was held, and when he took his first step in the downward road which had led him so far that now it seemed impossible to turn back. "If I had never secreted the photograph, or the book with the handwriting, everything would have been so different, and I should have been free," he was thinking, when Jerry knocked timidly at the door, rousing him from his reverie, and making him start with the nameless fear which was always haunting him. "Oh, Jerry, it is you," he said, as the little girl crossed the threshold, and shutting the door, stood with her back against it and her hands behind her. "What is it?" he asked, as he saw her hesitating. With a quick, jerky movement of the head, which set in motion the little rings of hair now growing so fast, and brought his brother to his mind, Jerry replied, "I came to tell you that Mr. Arthur has written the letter." "What letter?" Frank asked, for the moment forgetting the conversation he had held with the child in the tramp house. "The one I promised to bring you, the one to Germany," was Jerry's answer. And then Frank remembered what, in the excitement of the diamond theft, had passed from his mind. "Yes, yes, I know. Give it to me," he said, advancing rapidly toward her, and putting out his hand. "When did he write it? Let me see it, please." Rather reluctantly, Jerry handed him the bulky letter, the direction of which covered nearly the whole of one side of the envelope. Very nervously Frank scanned the address, which might as well have been in the Hindu language for any idea it conveyed to him. "To whom is it directed? I cannot read German," he said. "I don't know," Jerry replied. "I have not looked at it, and would rather not." "Why, what a little prude you are!" and Frank laughed uneasily. "What possible harm is there in reading an address? The postmaster has to do it, and any one who took it in the office would do it if he could." This sounded reasonable enough, and standing beside him, Jerry read the address in German first, then as he said to her, "I don't understand that lingo, put it in English," she read again. "To Marguerite Heinrich, if living, and if dead to any of her friends, or to the postmaster at Wiesbaden, Germany. If not delivered within 2 months, return to Arthur Tracy, Tracy Park, Shannondale, Massachusetts, USA." "Marguerite Marguerite Heinrich," Frank repeated. "That is not Gretchen. The letter is not to her." "I guess it is," Jerry replied. "He told me once that Gretchen was a pet name for Marguerite." "Yes," Frank returned, with a sigh of disappointment, while to himself he said, "It is not Marguerite Tracy, and that makes me less a scoundrel than I should otherwise have been." Then, turning to Jerry, as he put the letter in his pocket, he said, "Thank you for bringing this to me. I had forgotten all about it." "Mr. Tracy, you mustn't keep the letter. It is not yours. No harm will be done if it goes. Mr. Arthur will never let Maud be wronged." "Give it to me, please," Jerry cried, in a tone and manner she might have borrowed from Arthur himself, it was so like him when on his dignity. And Frank felt it, and he knew that he had more than a child to deal with, and must use diplomacy if he would succeed. So he said to her quietly and naturally, "Why, how excited you are! Do you think I intend to keep the letter? It is as safe with me as with you. It is true that when I talked to you in the tramp house I thought it must not be sent, but I have changed my mind, and do not care. I am going to the office, and will take it myself. John is saddling my horse now, and if I hurry I shall be in time for the Western mail. Good bye, and do not look so worried. Do you take me for a villain?" He was leaving the room as he talked, and before he had finished he was in the hall and near the outer door, leaving Jerry stupefied and perplexed and only half reassured. "If I had not sold myself to Satan before, I have now for sure. And still I did not actually tell her that I would post it, though it amounted to that," Frank thought, as he galloped through the park toward the highway which led to the town. Once he took the letter from his pocket and examined it again, wishing that he knew its contents. "If I could read German I believe I am bad enough to open it. But I can't, and I dare not take it to any one who can," he said, as he put it again in his pocket, half resolving to post it, and take the chances of its ever reaching Gretchen's friends or any one who had known her. "I'll see how I feel when I get inside," he thought, as he dismounted from his horse before the door of the post office. The mail was just in, and the little room was full of people waiting for it to be distributed; and Frank waited with them, leaning against the wall, with his head bent down, and beating his boot with his riding whip. "I must decide soon," he thought, when a voice not far from him caught his ear, and glancing from under his hat he saw Peterkin coming in, portly and pompous, and with him a dapper little man who in the days of the Liza Ann had been a driver for the boat, but who now, like his former employer, was a millionaire, and wore a $1,000 diamond ring. To him Peterkin was saying, "There, that's him, that's Frank Tracy, the biggest swell in town. Lives in that handsome place I was tellin' you about." Strange that words like these from a man like old Peterkin should have inflated Frank's pride; but he was weak in many points, and though he detested Peterkin, it gratified him to be pointed out to strangers as a swell who lived in a fine house, and with the puff of vanity came the reflection that, as Frank Tracy of some other place than Tracy Park, and a poor man, he would not be one whom strangers cared to see, and Jerry's chance was lost again. "Here is your mail, Mr. Tracy," the postmistress said; and stepping forward, Frank took his letters from her, just as Peterkin slapped him on the shoulder, and with a familiarity which made Frank want to knock him down, called out, "Hello, Tracy! Just the feller I wanted to see. Let me introduce you to Mr. B.J. Jones from Pennsylvany. Used to drive hosses for me in the days I ain't ashamed of, by a long shot. He's bought him a place out from Philadelphy, and wants to lay out a dummed if I know the word, but like them old chaps' gardens in Europe, and I told him of Tracy Park, which beats everything holler in this part of the country. Will you let us go over it and take a survey?" "Certainly, go where you like," Frank said, struggling to reach the door; but Peterkin buttonholed him and held him fast while he continued, "I say, Tracy, heard anything from them diamonds?" "Nothing," was the reply. "Didn't hunt in the right quarter," Peterkin continued. "Leastwise didn't foller it up, or you'd have found 'em without so much advertisin'." "What do you mean?" Frank asked. "Oh, nothin'," Peterkin replied, "only them diamonds never went off without hands, and them hands ain't 1,000 miles from the park." "Perhaps not," Frank answered mechanically, more intent upon getting away than upon what Peterkin was saying. He longed to be in the open air, and as he mounted his horse he said, as if speaking to some one near him, "Well, old fellow, I've done it again, and sunk myself still lower. You are bound to get me now some day, unless I have a death-bed repentance and confess everything. The thief was forgiven at the last hour, why not I?" Frank could have sworn that he heard a chuckle in his ear as he rode on, fast and far, until his horse was tired and he was tired too. Then he began to retrace his steps, so slowly that it was dark when he reached the village and turned down the road which led by the gate through which the woman had passed to her death on the night of the storm. As he drew near the gate, it seemed to him that there was something on the post nearest the fence which had not been there in the afternoon when he rode by, something dark and peculiar in shape, and motionless as a stone. He was not by nature a coward, and once he had no belief in ghosts or supernatural appearances, but now he did not know what he believed, and this object, whose outline seen against the western sky where a dim light was lingering, seemed almost like that of a human form, made his heart beat faster than its wont, and he involuntarily checked his horse just as a clear, shrill voice called out, "Mr. Tracy! Is that you?"
I have waited so long, and am so cold sitting here. Did you post the letter?" It was Jerry, who, after he had left her in his office, had been seized with an indefinable terror lest he might not post the letter after all. It seemed wrong to doubt him, and she did not really think that she did doubt him; still she should feel happier if she knew, and after supper was over she started along the grassy road until she reached the gate. Here she waited a long time, and then, as Mr. Tracy did not appear, she walked up and down the lane until the sun was down and the ground began to feel so damp and cold that she finally climbed up to the top of the gate post, which was very broad, and where, on her way down, she had frequently sat for a while. It was very cold and tiresome waiting there, and she was beginning to get impatient and to wonder if it could be possible that he had gone home by some other road, when she heard the sound of horses' hoofs and felt sure he was coming. "Why, Jerry, how you frightened me!" Frank said as he reined his horse close up to her. "Jump down and get up behind me. I will take you home." She obeyed, and with the agility of a little cat got down from the gate post and on to the horse's back, putting both arms around Frank's waist to keep herself steady, for the big horse took long steps and she felt a little afraid. "Did you post the letter?" she asked again as they left the gate behind them and struck into the lane. To lie now was easy enough, and Frank replied without hesitation. "Of course. Did you think I would forget it?" "No," Jerry answered. "I knew you would not. I only wanted to be sure, because he trusted it to me, and not to have sent it would have been mean, and a sneak, and a lie, and a steal. Don't you think so?" She emphasized the steal and the lie and the sneak and the mean, with a kick which made the horse jump a little and quicken his steps. "Yes," Frank assented. It would be all she affirmed, and more too, and the man who could do such a thing was wholly unworthy the respect of anyone, and ought to be punished to the full extent of the law. "That's so," Jerry said, with another emphatic kick and a slight tightening of her arms around the conscience-stricken man, who wondered if he should ever reach the cottage and be free from the clasp of those arms which seemed to him like bands of fire burning to his soul. "I'd never speak to him again," Jerry continued, "and Mr. Arthur wouldn't either. He is so right up and hates a trick. I don't believe either that any harm will come to Maud from that letter, as you said. If there does, and Mr. Arthur can fix it, he will, I know, for I shall ask him, and he once told me he would do anything for me, because I look as he thinks Gretchen must have looked when she was a little girl like me." They had reached the cottage by this time, where they found Harold in the yard looking up and down the lane for Jerry, whose protracted absence at that hour had caused them some anxiety, even though they were accustomed to her long rambles by herself and frequent absences from home. "You see I have picked up your little girl and brought her home. Jump down, Jerry, and good night to you," Mr. Tracy said as Harold came up to them. She was on the ground in an instant, and he was soon galloping toward home, saying to himself, "I don't believe I can even have a death-bed repentance. I have told too many lies for that, and worse than all, must go on lying to the end. I have sold my soul for a life of luxury, which after all is very pleasant," he continued, as he drew near the house, which was brilliantly lighted up, while through the long windows of the dining-room he could see the table, with its silver and glass and flowers, and the cheerful blaze upon the hearth. There was company staying in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Raymond from Kentucky, father and mother to Fred, and Mr. and Mrs. St. Clair, and Grace Atherton, and Squire Harrington had been invited to dinner, and were already in the dining-room when Frank entered it after a hasty toilet. He had been out in the country, and ridden further than he intended, he said, by way of apology, as he greeted his guests, and then took Mrs. Raymond in to dinner. Dolly was very fine that evening in claret velvet with her new diamonds, which were greatly admired, Grace Atherton declaring that she liked them quite as well as the stolen ones, whose setting was rather passé. "That is why I prized them so much. It made them look like heirlooms, as if one had always had a family," Dolly said. Grace Atherton shrugged her still plump shoulders just a little, and thought of the first call she ever made upon Dolly when the lady entertained her in her working apron. Dolly did not look now as if she had ever seen a working apron, and was very bright and talkative and entertaining, and all the more so because of her husband's silence. He was given to moods, and sometimes aggravated his wife to desperation when he left all the conversation to her. "Do talk," she would say to him when they were alone. "Do talk to people, and not sit so glum, with that great wrinkle between your eyes, as if you were mad at something. And do laugh, too, when anybody tells anything worth laughing at, and not leave it all to me. Why, I actually giggle at times until I feel like a fool, while you never smile or act as if you heard a word. Look at me occasionally, and when I elevate my eyebrows, so, brace up and say something, if it isn't so cunning." This elevating of the eyebrows and bracing up were matters of frequent occurrence, as Frank grew more and more silent and abstracted, and now, after he had sat through a very funny story told by Mr. St. Clair, and had not even smiled or given any sign that he heard it, he suddenly caught Dolly's eye, and saw that both eyebrows and nose and chin were up as marks of unusual disapprobation, for how could she guess of what he was thinking as he sat with his head bent down and his eyes seemingly half shut? But they came open wide enough, and his head was high enough when he saw Dolly's frown, and turning to Mrs. Raymond he began to talk rapidly and at random. She had just returned from Germany, where she had left her daughter Marion in school, and Frank asked her of the country, and if she had visited Wiesbaden, and had there met or heard of any one by the name of Marguerite Heinrich. Mrs. Raymond had spent some months in Wiesbaden, for it was there her daughter was at school, and she was very enthusiastic in her praises of the beautiful town. But she had never seen or heard of Marguerite Heinrich, or of any one by the name of Heinrich. "Marguerite Heinrich," Dolly repeated. "Who in the world is she, and where did you know her?" "I never did know her, I have only heard of her," Frank replied, again lapsing into a silence from which he did not rouse again. He was thinking of the letter, and of the lies he had told since his deception began, and how sure it was that he had sinned beyond forgiveness. When he was a boy he had often listened, with the blood curdling in his veins, to a story his grandmother told with sundry embellishments, of a man who sold his soul to the devil in consideration that for a certain number of years he was to have every pleasure the world could give. It had been very pleasant listening to the recital of the fine things the man enjoyed, for Satan kept his promise well. But the boy's hair had stood on end as the story neared its close, and he heard now, when the probation was ended, the devil came for his victim down the wide-mouthed chimney, scattering bricks and firebrands over the floor, as he carried the trembling soul out into the blackness of the stormy night. Strangely enough, this story came back to him now, and notwithstanding the horror of the thing, he laughed aloud as he glanced up at the tall oak mantel, wondering if it would be that way he would go one day with his master, and seeing in fancy Dolly's dismay when the teacups and saucers and vases and plaques came tumbling to the floor as he disappeared from sight in a blue flame, which smelled of brimstone. It was a loud, unnatural laugh, but fortunately for him it came just as Grace Atherton had set the guests in a roar with what she was saying of Peterkin's struggle to enter society, and so it passed unnoticed by most of them. But that night, in the privacy of his room, where Dolly delivered most of her lectures, she again upbraided him with his taciturnity, telling him that he never laughed but once, and then it sounded more like a groan than a laugh. "You have hit the nail on the head this time, for it was a groan," Frank said, as he plunged into bed; and Dolly, as she undressed herself deliberately, and put her diamonds carefully away, little dreamed what was passing in the mind of the man who all through the long hours of the night lay awake, seldom stirring lest he should disturb her, but repeating over and over to himself the words, "Lost for ever and ever, but if Maud is happy, I can bear it." CHAPTER XXIV. 10 years later. Jerry spelled her name with an IE now instead of a Y. She was 20 years old. She had been a student at Vassar for 4 years, together with Nina St. Clair and Ann Eliza Peterkin, and was with them to be graduated in June. In her childhood, when we knew her as little Jerry, she was very small, but at the age of 12 she had suddenly shot up like an arrow, and now, at 20, her school companions called her the Princess. She was so tall and straight and graceful in every movement, with that sweet graciousness of manner which won all hearts and made her a general favorite. But whether she spelled her name with an IE or a Y, and stood 5'6" or 4'5", she was the same Jerry who had defended Harold against Tom Tracy, and been ready to go to prison if need be for Mr. Arthur. Frank, unselfish, loving, and true, she had been as a child, and she was the same now that she had grown to womanhood. Nothing could spoil her, not even the adulation of her friends or the looking-glass, which told her she was beautiful, just as Nina St. Clair told her every day. "Yes, I am not blind, and I know that I am rather good-looking,"
she said to Nina one morning when the latter was praising her hair, which was soft and curly and retained the golden color seldom seen except in childhood. "At all events I am not plain, and I am glad, for as a rule people like pretty things better than ugly ones. But I am not an idiot to think that looks are everything, and I don't believe I am very vain. I used to be, though, when a child, and I remember admiring the shadow of my curls in the sunlight, but Harold gave me so many lectures upon vanity that I should not do credit to his teachings were I now to be proud of what I did not do myself." "But Harold thinks you are beautiful," Nina replied. "He does? I did not know that. When did he say so?" Jerry asked, with kindling eyes, and a quick, sideways turn of her head, of which she had the habit when startled by some sudden emotion. "He said so last vacation when we were home, and I had that little musicale, and you played and sang so divinely, and wore that dress of baby blue which Mr. Arthur gave you, with the blush roses in your belt," Nina said. "I was so proud of you, and so was Mamma and Mrs. Atherton. You remember there were some New Yorkers there who were visiting Mrs. Grace, and I was glad for them to know that we had some talent and some beauty, too, in the country, and Harold was proud, too. I don't think he took his eyes off you from the time you sat down to the piano until you left it, and when I said to him, 'Doesn't she sing like an angel, and isn't she lovely?' he replied, 'I think my sister Jerry has the loveliest face I ever saw, and that blue dress is very becoming to her.'" "Wasn't that rather a stiff speech to make about his sister?" Jerry said, with a slight emphasis upon the last word, as she walked away, leaving Nina to wonder if she were displeased. Evidently not, for a few minutes later she heard her whistling softly the air, "He promised to buy me a knot of blue ribbon to tie up my bonny brown hair," and could she have looked into Jerry's room she would have seen her standing before the mirror, examining the face which Harold had said was the loveliest he had ever seen. Others had said the same. Billy Peterkin, and Tom Tracy, and Dick St. Clair, and even Fred Raymond from Kentucky, who was devoted to Nina. But Jerry cared little for the compliments of either Fred or Dick, while those of Tom she scorned, and those of Billy she ridiculed. One word of commendation from Harold was worth more to her than the praises of the whole world besides. But Harold had always been chary of his commendations, and was rather more given to reproof than praise, which did not altogether suit the young lady. As Jerry had grown older, and merged from childhood into womanhood, a change had come over both the girl and boy, a change which Jerry discovered first, awakening suddenly one day to find that the brother and sister delusion was ended, and that Harold stood to her in an entirely new relation. Just when the change commenced she could not tell. She only knew that it had come, and that she was not quite so happy as she had been when she called Harold her brother and lavished upon him all the fondness of a loving sister. Though quite as affectionate and unselfish as Jerry, Harold was not demonstrative, while a natural shyness and appreciation of himself made him afraid to tell in words just what or how much he did feel. He would rather show it by acts; and never was brother tenderer or kinder to a sister than he was to Jerry, whose changed mood he could not understand. And so there gradually arose between them a little cloud, which both felt and neither could define. Arthur had kept his promise well with regard to Jerry, who had passed from him to Vassar, and he would have kept it with Harold if the latter had permitted it. But the boy's pride and independence had asserted themselves at last. He had accepted the course at Andover, and 1 year at Harvard, on condition that he should be allowed to pay Arthur all he had received as soon as he was able to do it. As he entered Harvard in advance he was a junior when he decided to care for himself, and after that he struggled on, working at whatever he could find during the summer vacations, and teaching school for months at a time, so that his college course was longer than usual. But it was over at last, and he was graduated with the highest honors of his class, exciting thunders of applause from the multitude who listened to his valedictory, and some of whom said to each other, "The young man has a future before him. Such eloquence as that could move the world, and rouse or quiet the wildest mob that ever surged through the streets of mad Paris." Jerry was there, and saw and heard. And when Harold's speech was over, and the building was shaking with applause, and flowers were falling around him like rain, she too stood up and cheered so loudly that a Boston lady who sat in front of her, and who thought any outward show of feeling vulgar and ill-bred, turned and looked at her wonderingly and reprovingly. But in her excitement Jerry did not see the disapprobation in the cold, proud eyes. She saw only what she mistook for inquiry, and answered eagerly, "That's Harold, that's my brother. Oh, I am so proud of him." And leaning forward so that a curl of her hair touched the Boston woman's bonnet, she threw the bunch of pond lilies which she had herself gathered that day on the river at home before the sun was up, and while the white petals were still folded in sleep. For Jerry had come down on the early train to see Harold graduated, and Maud had found her in the crowd and sat beside her, almost as pleased and happy as she was to see Harold thus acquit himself. Maud's roses, which she held in her hand, had been bought at a florist's in Boston at a fabulous price, for they were the choicest and rarest in market, and Harold had seen both the roses and the lilies long before they fell at his feet. It was fancy, perhaps, but it seemed to him that a sweet perfume from the latter reached him with the brightness of Jerry's eyes. He knew just where the lilies came from, for he had often waded out to the green bed when the water was low to get them for Jerry. And all the time he was speaking there was in his heart a thought of the old home, and the woods and the river and the tall tree on the bank, with the bench beneath it, and on it the girl, whose upturned, eager face he saw above the sea of heads confronting him. Jerry's approval was worth more to the young man than that of all the rest, for he knew that, though she would be very lenient toward him, she was a keen and discriminating critic, and would detect a weakness which many an older person might fail to see. But she was satisfied, he was sure of that, and if there had been in his mind any doubt it would have been swept away when, after the exercises were over, and he stood receiving the congratulations of his friends, she worked her way through the crowd, and threw her arms around his neck, kissing him fondly, and bursting into tears as she told him how proud she was of him. The eyes of half his classmates were upon him, and though Harold felt a thrill of keen delight at the touch of Jerry's lips, he would a little rather she had waited until they were alone. "There, there, Jerry, that will do," he whispered, as he unclasped her arms and put her gently from him, though he still held her hand. "Don't you see they are all looking at us?" With a sudden jerk, Jerry withdrew her hand from his and stepped back into the crowd, her heart beating wildly and her cheeks burning with shame, as she realized what she had done and how it must have mortified Harold. Maud was speaking to him now, Maud with her bright black eyes and brilliant color. But she was neither crying nor strangling him with kisses. She was shaking hands with him very decorously, and telling him how pleased and glad she was. And in his hand he held her roses, which he occasionally smelled as he listened, and smiled upon her with that peculiar smile which made him so attractive. But the lilies were nowhere to be seen, and when, an hour later, all the baskets and bouquets bearing his name were piled together, they were not there. "He has thrown them away. He did not care for them at all, and I might as well have stayed in bed as to have gotten up at 4 o'clock and risked my neck to get them. He likes Maud better than he does me," Jerry thought with a swelling heart, and through the journey home, for they returned that night, she was very quiet and taciturn, letting Maud do the talking and saying, when asked why she was so still, that her head was aching and that she was too tired and sleepy to talk. That was the last time for years that Jerry put her arms around Harold's neck, or touched her lips to his, for it had come to her like a blow how much he was to her, and how little she was to him. "He likes me well enough, but he loves Maud," she thought; and although of all her girl friends, not even excepting Nina St. Clair, Maud was the nearest and dearest, she was half glad when a week or 2 later, Maud said good bye to her, and with her mother went to Europe, where she remained for more than a year and a half. During her absence the 2 girls corresponded regularly, and Jerry never failed to write whatever she thought would please her friend to hear of Harold; and when at last Maud returned and wrote to Jerry, who was then at Vassar, of failing health and wakeful nights, and her longing for the time when Jerry would come home and read to her, or recite bits of poetry, as she had been wont to do, Jerry trampled every jealous, selfish thought under her feet, and in her letters to Harold urged him to see Maud as often as possible, and read to her whenever she wished him to do so. "You have such a splendid voice, and read so well," she wrote, "that it will rest her just to listen to you, and will keep her from being so lonely, so offer your services if she does not ask for them. That's a good boy." Then as she remembered how weak Maud was mentally, she said to herself, "He will never be happy with her as she is now. A girl who cannot do a sum in simple fractions, and who, when abroad, thought only of Rome as a good place in which to buy sashes and ribbons, and who asked me in a letter to tell her who all those Caesars were, and what the Forum was for, is not the wife for a man like Harold, and however much he might love her at first, he would be sure to tire of her after a while, unless he can bring her up. Possibly he can." Resuming her pen, she wrote,
Don't give her all sentimental poetry and love trash, but something solid, something historical, which she can remember and talk about with you."
In his third letter to Jerry, after the receipt of her instructions, Harold wrote as follows: "I have offered my services as reader, and tried the solid on Maud as you advised. Have read her 50 pages of Grott's History of Greece, but when I got as far as Homeric theogony she looked piteously at me, while with Hesiod and Orpheus she was hopelessly bewildered, and by the time I reached the extra Hellenic religion she was fast asleep. I do not believe her mind is strong enough to grapple with those old Greek chaps. At all events they worry her, and tire her more than they rest her. So I have abandoned the gods and come down to common people, and am reading to her Tennyson's poems. Have read the May Queen 4 times, until I do believe she knows it by heart. She has a great liking for the last portion of it, especially the lines, 'I shall not forget you, mother, I shall hear you when you pass, with your feet above my head, in the long and pleasant grass.' I saw her cry one day when I read that to her. Poor little Maud! She is very frail, but no one seems to think her in danger, she has so brilliant a color, and always seems so bright." Jerry read this letter 2 or 3 times, and each time with an increased sense of comfort. No man who really loved a girl could speak of her mental weakness to another as Harold had spoken of Maud's to her, and it might be after all that he merely thought of her as a friend whom he had always known. So the cloud was lifted in part, and she only felt a great anxiety for Maud's health, which, as the spring advanced, grew stronger, so that it was almost certain that she would come to Vassar in the summer and see her friend graduated. Such was the state of affairs when Nina repeated to Jerry what Harold had said to her at the musicale the previous winter. All day long there was a note of gladness in Jerry's heart, which manifested itself in snatches of song and low warbling whistled notes, which sounded more as if they came from a canary's than from a human throat. "Whistling Jerry," the girls sometimes called her, but she rather liked the name, and whistled on whenever she felt like it. And it was a very joyous, happy song she trilled as she thought of Harold's compliment, and of the approaching time when he would, of course, be there to see and hear, and as, in his valedictory of 2 years before, there had been in every line a thought of her, so in her essay, which was peculiarly German in its method and handling, thoughts of Harold were interwoven. She knew she should receive a surfeit of applause, she always did; but if Harold's were wanting, the whole thing would be a failure. So she wrote him frequently, urging him to come, and he always replied that nothing but necessity would keep him from doing so. End of chapters 23 and 24. Chapters 25 and 26 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The Two Faces in the Mirror. Toward the last of May, Arthur came to Vassar, bringing with him the graduating dress which he had bought in New York with Maud as his adviser. He had Jerry at the hotel to spend Saturday and Sunday with him, and took her to drive and to shop, and then in the evening asked her to put on her finery, that he might see how it looked. "I shall not hear you spout out your erudition," he said, "for I detest crowds with the dreadful smell of the rooms. I have gotten the Park House tolerably free from odors, though the cook's drain is terrible at times, and I shall have brimstone burned in the cellar once a week. But what was I saying? Oh, I know. I shall not be here at commencement, and I wish to see if my Cherry is likely to look as well as any of them." So Jerry left him alone while she donned the white dress which fitted her superb figure perfectly. She knew how well it became her, and sure of Arthur's approbation, went back to the parlor where she had left him. He was standing with his back to the door when she came in, and going up to him she said, "Here I am in all my gewgaws. Do you think I shall pass muster?" She spoke in German as she always did to him, and when he turned quickly there was a startled look on his face, as he said, "Oh, Cherry, it's you! I thought for a moment it was Gretchen speaking to me. Just so she used to come in with her light footstep and soft voice, so much like yours. Where is she, Cherry, that she never comes or writes? Where is Gretchen now?" His chin quivered as he talked, and there was a moisture in his eyes, bent so fondly upon the young girl beside him. He was worn with the fatigue and excitement of his journey and the long drive he had taken, and Jerry knew that whenever he was tired his mind was weaker and wandered more than usual. So she tried to quiet and divert him by calling his attention to her dress, and asking how he liked it. "It is lovely. he said, examining the lace and the soft flounces. "It is the prettiest modern I could find. You know she was with me and helped me select it." "Yes, it's lovely, and so are you, Cherry, with Gretchen's eyes and hair and smile, and that one dimple in your cheek. She used to wear soft white dresses, and in this you are enough like her to be her daughter." They were standing side by side before a long mirror, she taller for a woman than he was for a man, so that her face was almost on a range with his as he stooped a little forward. Glancing into the mirror at the two faces so near to each other, Jerry saw something which for an instant set every nerve to quivering as she stepped suddenly back, looking first at the man's face and then at her own in the mirror. It was gone now, the look which had so startled her, but it had certainly been there, a likeness between the two faces; and she had seen it plainer than she had ever seen any resemblance between herself and the picture. Gretchen had blue eyes and fair hair and fair complexion, and so had she, and so had hundreds of German girls, and all Arthur had ever said to her had never brought to her mind a thought like the two faces in the mirror. What if it were so? Flashed like lightning through her brain, making her so weak that she grasped Arthur's arm to steady herself, as she tried to speak composedly. "You are as white as your dress," he said. "It is this confounded hot room. Let us sit nearer the window." They sat down together on a sofa, and taking up a newspaper Arthur fanned Jerry gently, while she said to him, "Do you really think I look like Gretchen?" "Yes, except that you are taller. You might be her daughter." Had Gretchen a daughter?" was Jerry's next question, put hesitatingly. "None that I ever heard of," Arthur replied. "And her name when a girl was Marguerite Heinrich, was it not?" Jerry went on. "Yes, who told you?" Arthur said. "I saw it on a letter which you gave me to post years ago, when I was a child," Jerry went on. "You never received an answer to that letter, did you?" "What letter did you post for me to Marguerite Heinrich? I don't know what you mean," Arthur said, the old worried look settling upon his face, which always came there when he was trying to recall something he ought to remember. As he grew older he seemed to be annoyed when told of things he had forgotten, and as the letter had evidently gone from his mind, Jerry said no more of it. She remembered it well, and never dreaming that it had not been posted she had watched a long time for an answer, which never came. Gretchen was dead; that was settled in her mind, too. But who was she? With the words, "What if it were so?" still buzzing in her brain, the answer to this question was of vital importance to her, and after a moment she continued as if she had all the time been talking of Gretchen. "She was Marguerite Heinrich when a girl in Wiesbaden, but she had another name afterward when she was married." "You are talking of something you know nothing about. Can't you let Gretchen alone?" Arthur said petulantly, and springing up he began to pace the room in a state of great excitement, while Jerry sat motionless, with a far-off look in her eyes, as if she were seeing in a vision things she could not retain, they passed so rapidly before her and were so hazy and indistinct. The likeness she had seen in the glass was gone now. She was not like Arthur at all. It was madness in her to have thought so. And she was not like Gretchen either. Her mother was lying under the little pine tree which she and Harold had planted above the lonely grave. Her mother had been dark, and coarse, and bony, and a peasant woman, so Ann Eliza Peterkin, who had heard it from her father, had told her once, when angry with her, and Harold, when sorely pressed, had admitted as much to her. "Dark, with large hard hands," he had said, and Jerry had answered indignantly, "But hard and black as they were, they always touched me gently and tenderly, and sometimes I believe I can remember just how lovingly and carefully they wrapped the old cloak around me to keep me warm. Dear mother, what do I care how black she was and coarse? She was mine, and gave her life for me." This was when Jerry was a child, and now that she was older she was seeking to put away this woman with the dark face and the coarse hands, and substitute in her place a fairer, sweeter face, with hands like wax, and features like a Madonna. But only for a few moments, and then the wild dream vanished, and the sad, pale face, the low voice, the music, the trees, the flowers, the sick room, the death bed, the woman who died, and the woman who served, all went out together into the darkness, and she was Jerry Crawford again, wearing her commencement dress to please the man still pacing the floor abstractedly, and paying no heed to her when she went out to change her dress for the blue muslin she had worn through the day. When she returned to the parlor, she found him at the tea table which had been laid during her absence. Taking her seat opposite to him, she made his tea, and buttered his toast, and chatted, and laughed until she succeeded in bringing back a quiet expression to the face which bore no likeness now to her own. He was talking of the commencement exercises, and regretting that he could not be present. "I may not be home," he said, "and if I am, I shall not come. Crowds kill me, and smells kill me, and we are sure to have both, but Harold will be here, and he is better than 40 old coves like me. It is astonishing what a fancy I have taken to that young man. I don't see a fault in him, except that he is too infernally proud. Think of his refusing to take any more money from me unless I would accept his note, promising to pay it back in time, just as if he ever can or will." "Indeed he will!" Jerry exclaimed, rousing at once in Harold's defense. "He will pay every dollar, and I shall help him." "You?" and Arthur laughed merrily. "How will you help him, I'd like to know?" "I shall teach school, or give music lessons, or do both, to earn something for grandmother," Jerry answered quickly. "And I shall help Harold, and shall pay Mr. Frank all he gave grandmother for my board. I know just how much it is. $3 a week from the time I was 4 years old until I came here to school. A big sum, I know, but I shall pay it. You will see," she went on, rapidly and earnestly, as she saw the amused look on Arthur's face, and felt that he was laughing at her. "You are going to pay my brother to the uttermost farthing, but what of me? Am I to be left in the cold?" he asked, as he arose from the table and seated himself upon the sofa near the window. "I expect to be your debtor all my life," Jerry said, as she went up to him. "I can never pay you for all you have done for me, never. I can only love you, which I do so dearly, as the kindest and best of men." She was stooping over him now, and putting up his hands, Arthur drew her close to him, so that the two faces were again plainly reflected side by side in the mirror opposite, the man's gentle and tender as a woman's, the girl's flushed and eager and excited as she caught a second time the likeness which made her faint again as she clasped her hands tightly together and listened to what Arthur was saying. "You owe me nothing, Cherry. The indebtedness is all on my side, and has been since the day when a little white sunbonnet showed itself at my window, and a voice which I can hear yet said to me, 'Mr. Crazy Man, don't you want some cherries?' You don't know how much of life and sunshine you brought me with the cherries. My sky was very black those days, and but for you, I am certain that I should long ere this have been what you called me, a crazy man for sure, locked up behind bars and bolts. My little Cherry has been all the world to me, and though she is very grand and tall and stately now, I love to remember her as the child in the sunbonnet, clinging to the ladder and talking to the lunatic inside. That would make a fine picture, and if I were an artist I would paint it some day. Perhaps Maud will. Did I tell you that while she was abroad she dabbled in water-colors, and now she has what she calls a studio, where she perpetrates the most atrocious daubs you ever saw? Poor Maud! She is weak in the upper story, but is on the whole a nice girl, and very pretty too, with her black eyes, and brilliant color, and kittenish ways. We are great friends now, and she is a comfort to me in your absence. I am afraid, though, that she is not long for this world. Everything tires her, and she has grown so thin that a breath might blow her away. I think it would kill Frank to lose her. His life is bound in hers, and he once said to me either that he had sold or would sell his soul for her. What do you suppose he meant?" Jerry did not reply. The likeness in the mirror had disappeared as Arthur grew more in earnest, and she listened more intently to what he was saying of Maud, every word as he went on a blow from which she shrank as from some physical pain. "Yes," Arthur continued, "Maud is weak, mentally and physically, though I believe she is trying hard to improve her mind, or rather that young man Harold is trying to improve it for her. He is at the house nearly every day, or she is at the cottage. But hold on. I wasn't to tell, and I haven't told, only he reads to her, sometimes outside when the weather will admit, but oftener in her studio, where she talks to him of art, and where I once saw him giving her a sitting while she tried to sketch his face. A caricature, I called it, ridiculing it so much that she put it away unfinished, and is now at work upon some water lilies he brought her, and which are really very good. Mrs. Tracy is not pleased with Harold's visits, and I once overheard her saying to Maud, 'Why do you encourage the attentions of that young man, and why do you run after him every day?' Hold on again. What a tattler I am! Why don't I stick to Dolly, who said, 'You certainly do not care for him. He hasn't a cent to his name, nor any family, and has even worked in Peterkin's furnace. What Maud replied, I don't know. I only heard Dolly bang the door hard as she left the room, so I suppose the answer was not a pleasing one. Dolly is a grand lady, and would not like her daughter to marry any ordinary man like Harold." "No," Jerry said slowly, as if speaking were an effort. "No. And you think Harold likes Maud very much?" "Likes her? Yes. Why shouldn't he like a girl as pretty as she, especially when she meets him more than half way?" Arthur replied, and Jerry continued in the same measured tone. "Yes. And do you think he would marry her if her mother would permit it?" "He is not at all likely to do that," Arthur answered quickly. "A man seldom marries a woman who throws herself at his head and lets him see how much she cares for him, and Maud is doing just that. She cannot conceal anything. I tell you, Cherry, if the time ever comes when you love somebody better than all the world beside, don't let him know until he speaks for himself. Don't be lightly won. Better be shy and cold than demonstrative and gushing like Maud. Gretchen was shy as a fawn, and after I told her I loved her she would not believe it possible. But, child, you look fagged and tired. It is time you were in bed. I have talked you nearly to death." "I am not tired," Jerry said, "and I want to know what it is about Maud's going to the cottage which you must not tell me. Is she there very often, and is that throwing herself at Harold's head, as you call it?" She had her arm around his neck in a coaxing kind of way, and Arthur smoothed the soft white hand resting on his coat collar as he answered laughingly, "Mother Eve herself. You would have eaten the apple, too, had you been Mrs. Adam. No, no, I shall not tell any secrets. You must wait and see for yourself. And now you must go, for I am tired." She said good night and went to her room, but not to sleep at once, because of the tumult of emotions which had been roused by what Arthur had told her of Maud and Harold. "I don't believe now that I really meant him to make love to her when I asked him to amuse her," she whispered to herself as she dashed away 2 great tears from her cheeks. Then after a moment she continued, "But they shall never know. No one shall ever know that I care, for I don't. Harold is my brother, and I shall love Maud as my sister, and I will do all I can to make her more like what Harold's wife should be. She is beautiful and good and sweet and true, and with money and position can do far more for him than I could. I, the daughter of a peasant woman, the child of a carpet bag. And yet—" Here Jerry's hands beat the air excitedly as she recalled the wild fancy which had twice taken possession of her that night, and which had been born of that likeness seen in the mirror. Many times since she had passed from childhood to womanhood had she speculated upon the mystery which enshrouded her, while one recollection after another of past events flitted through her brain, only to bewilder her awhile, then to disappear into oblivion. But never before had she been affected as she was now when the possibility of what might be nearly drove her wild. "Oh, if that were so," she said, "I could help Harold, and I'd give everything to him and make him my king, as he is worthy to be. There is something far back," she continued, "something different from the woman who died at my side. That face which haunts me so often was a reality somewhere. It has kissed me and called me darling, and I saw the life fade out of it, saw it cold and dead. I know I did, and sometime I'll go to Wiesbaden and everywhere and clear the mystery if possible. And if mother was a peasant girl, with hands coarse and hard and black from labor in the field, then I too will be a peasant girl, and marry a peasant lad and draw his potatoes home in a cart while he trudges at my side." At this picture of herself Jerry laughed out loud, and while trying to think how it would seem to draw potatoes in a cart after having dug them, she fell asleep and dreamed of Maud and Harold, and studios and lilies, and a face which was a caricature, as Arthur had said, and which, when at a late hour she awoke, proved to be that of the chambermaid whom Arthur had sent to rouse her, as he was waiting for his breakfast. CHAPTER XXVI. Maud's Letter. Tracy Park, June , 1800 . My darling Jerry, I wish I could send you a whiff of the delicious air I am breathing this morning from the roses under my window, and the pond lilies which Harold brought me about an hour ago. Don't you think he was up before the sun, and went out upon the river to get them for me, because he knows how fond I am of them, and I told him yesterday that they always made me think of you, they are so sweet and pure and fair. I wish you could have heard his voice and seen the look in his eyes as he said, 'Yes, Jerry is the lily and you are the rose. You set each other off admirably. I am glad you are such good friends. Harold thinks the world of you, and were you his own sister, I am sure he could not love you better than he does. How handsome he has grown since I went away. I always thought him splendid looking, but he is more than that now. So tall and straight, with his head set on his shoulders in such an aristocratic kind of way, and then his eyes, which look at you so well, I don't know how they look at you, but they are eyes you would trust and never be afraid of anything bad behind them. Uncle Arthur says his mother was lovely, and that his father was one of the handsomest men of his time, but I am certain that Harold looks better than either of them, and has inherited the good qualities of both, without a single bad one. Fred Raymond, who you know is so sweet on Nina St. Clair, says that if Harold had all the blood of 100 kings in his veins he could not be more courtly or dignified in his manner than he is, and that is a great deal for a Kentuckian to say. Fred is now at Grassy Spring, visiting Dick St. Clair, and will stay until Nina comes home. I wish Harold was rich, and if I had money of my own I believe I'd give it to him, only he wouldn't take it, he is so awfully proud, and afraid somebody will help him. And yet I respect him for the pride which has made him teach school, and do everything he could find to do in order to go through college the last 2 years and pay his own way. But I did not like it a bit when I heard he had accepted a situation in Peterkin's furnace. I know he had good wages, but it is dreadful to think of Harold under such a man, even if Billy is there. When I told Uncle Arthur he laughed and said, 'Honor and shame from no condition rise.' I wonder what he meant. I asked Tom, and he said I was a fool. Harold is studying law now all the time he can get in Judge St. Clair's office, but he comes to read to me for an hour or more nearly every day. He came of his own accord, too, and sometimes I half think he is trying to drive something into my head, or was when he began to read to me about those old Greeks, Hesiod or Herod, I don't know which, and Theogony. That's rather a pretty name, don't you think so? But I could not stand the Greeks. My mind is too weak to be impressed by anything Grecian, unless it is the Grecian bent. You tried it until you were discouraged and gave it up, telling me I was the stupidest idiot you ever saw. That was the time we had the spelling school in the tramp house, and you were the teacher, and Harold chose me first, and I spelled biscuit, biscuit. Do you remember how I cried? And when you told me nobody would ever like me unless I knew something, Harold said, 'Don't talk like that, Jerry. Those who know the least are frequently liked the best.' What a comfort those words have been to me, and especially at the time when I failed so utterly in my examination at Vassar and had to give it up. Oh, Jerry, you do not know how mortified I was over that failure, to think I knew so little; and the worst of it is I can't learn, or understand, or remember, and it makes my head ache so to try. I am sorry on father's account, he is so proud of me, and would like to see me take the lead in everything. Poor father! He is growing old so fast. Why, his hair is as white as snow, and he sometimes talks to himself just as Uncle Arthur does. I wonder what ails him that he never smiles or seems interested in anything except when I am smoothing his hair or sitting on his knee, then he brightens up and calls me his pet and his darling, and talks queer kind of talk, I think. He asks me if I am glad I live at Tracy Park, if I like the pretty things he buys me, and if I should be happy if I were poor, not real poor, you know, but as we were at Langley before I was born. I went there with him a few weeks ago for the first time, and oh, my goodness gracious! Such a poky little house with the stairs going right up in the room, and such a tiny stuffy bedroom. I tried to fancy mamma's scent bottles and brushes and combs, and that box for polishing her nails transported to that room, and her in there with Rosalie dressing her hair. It made me laugh till I cried, and I think papa did actually cry, for he sat down upon the stairs and turned his head away, and when he looked up his eyes were wet and red, with such a sorry look in them that I went straight up and kissed him, and asked him playfully if he were crying for the old days when he lived in that house and sold codfish in the store. "Yes, Maud," he said, "I believe I'd give the remainder of my life if I could be put back as I was when your Uncle Arthur's letter came and turned my head. Oh, if the years and everything could be blotted out!" What do you suppose he meant? I was frightened and did not say a word until he asked me those questions I told you about. Did I like pretty things? Did I like to live at Tracy Park, and could I bear to be poor and live in the Langley house? I just told him, No, I should not like to live in Langley, that I did like living at Tracy Park, and did like the pretty things which money bought. Then I ought to be content if my beautiful Maud is so, he said, and the tired look on his face lifted a little. He calls me beautiful so often, but I don't see it, do you? Of course you don't. You think me too black and small and thin, and so I am, but I think you have the loveliest and sweetest face I ever saw, except Gretchen's. Who was she, I wonder? Uncle Arthur does not talk much of her now, though I believe he kisses her every night and morning. How much he thinks of you, and how much he has talked of Cherry since his visit to you in May. Did he say anything to you of a trip to California? He took us quite by surprise 2 weeks ago, by telling us he was going. He wanted to see the Yosemite Valley before he died, he said, and June was the time to see it. So he started off with Charles about 10 days ago, and the house seems so dull without him. If I can, I shall come to see you graduate with the other Vassars, though I shall be ashamed to be seen where I failed so utterly. I might have known I should, for I haven't about me a single quality which would entitle me to be a Vassar. How learned you and Nina will be, and how you will cast me in the shade, making me seem stupider than ever. I did try very hard to learn to speak German when I was abroad with mamma, for father wished it particularly, but I could not do it and gave it up. I have not a capacity for anything, except to love and suffer, and sacrifice for those I love. Do you know, it sometimes frightens me to think how devotedly I could love someone. Not a girl, but a man, a lover, a husband who loved me. Why, I would give my life for him, and bear any kind of torture if it would add to his happiness. But why write this nonsense to you, who never acted as if you cared an atom for any boy, not even Dick St. Clair, who used to give you sugar hearts, and call you his little wife? Entre nous, who says I don't know 2 French words? Mamma would like to make a match between Dick and me, but she never will. Dick is nice, and I like him, but not that way. Poor mamma! How much she thinks of money and position! I tell her she ought to have a photograph of the old Langley house hung up in her room to keep her in mind of her former condition. Just now she has the craze to hammer brass and paint in water-colors, and goes over to Mrs. Atherton's to take lessons. Don't you think that Mrs. Peterkin, May Jane, had like aspirations with mamma and wanted to join the class, but the teacher found that she had as many pupils as she could attend to, and so May Jane is left out in the cold. But Mr. Peterkin says, "By George, my wife shall have 'complishments if money can buy 'em," and so I suppose she will. What strides those Peterkins have taken, to be sure, and what a big house he has built with such a funny name, Le Bateau, which, as he pronounces it, sounds like Lubertoo. It is just finished, and they have moved into it. I have not been there, but Tom has, and he says it fairly glitters, it is so gorgeous, and looks inside like those chariots which come with circuses. You ought to hear Peterkin talk about his Ann Lizzie, who he says is to Vassar, getting schoolin' with the big bugs, and when she comes hum, he is goin' to get her a hoss and cart for her own, and a maid, and a valee, too, if she wants one. Well, there are some bigger fools in the world than I am, and that's a comfort. As for Billy, he stammers worse, if possible, than he used to when he told us we were plaggy mean to plag Ann Lizzie so. But I guess I will let him burst upon you in all the magnificence of his summer attire, his light clothes, short coat, tight pants, pointed shoes, and stovepipe hat to make him look taller. He comes here occasionally to see Tom, and always talks of you. I do believe you might be Mrs. Billy Peterkin and live at Lubertoo, if you wanted. But really, Billy is very kind to Harold, who gets twice as much wages in the office, when he writes there, as he would if it were not for Billy. Tom is home doing nothing but taking his ease and aping an English swell. You know he was with mamma and me in England, and since his return has affected everything English, and looks quite like the dude of the period. He too seems interested in your return, and I don't know but you might be mistress of Tracy Park, if you could fancy the encumbrance. Dick St. Clair is going to Vassar, and Harold too, if he possibly can. He is very busy just now with something he must finish, and perhaps he can't be there. Tom is going, and Fred Raymond, and Billy Peterkin, quite a turnout from Shannondale. I can hardly wait to see you. Only think, it is almost 2 years since I said good-bye, for we went to Europe just after Harold was graduated, and your last Christmas holidays were over before we came home. What a long letter I have written you, and have not told you a word of my health, about which you inquired so particularly. Did Uncle Arthur tell you anything? I wish he had not, for it worries me to have people look and act and talk as if I were sick when I am not. If I had not a pain in my side, and a tickling cough, which keeps me awake nights and makes me sweat until my hair is wet, I should be perfectly strong, and but for the pain and the weariness, I feel as well as I ever did, and I go out nearly every day, and I don't want to die and leave my beautiful home, and father and mother and you, and everybody I love. I am too young to die. I cannot die. Oh, Jerry, I am glad you are coming home. You will do me good, just as Harold does. He is so strong every way, and so kind. I can't begin to tell you what he has been to me since I came home in March. More than a friend, more than a brother. And now I must say good-bye, for I am getting tired and must rest. I was at the cottage this morning, and Harold is coming here this afternoon to read Tennyson's May Queen to me. He has read it a dozen times, but I am never tired of it, although it makes me cry to think of that grave in the long grass with little Alice in it, cold and dead, listening for those she loved to come and weep over her. You know, she says to her mother, "I shall hear you when you pass, with your feet above me in the long and pleasant grass." Oh, Jerry, if it should be, you know what I mean, if there should come a time when people say to each other, "Maud Tracy is dead," you'll come often, won't you, and think of me always as the friend who, weak and stupid as she was, loved you dearly, dearly. Now, good-bye again. Harold has just come in, and says, "Remember me to Jerry, and tell her I shall hope to see her graduated, but do not know, I am so busy. Truly and lovingly, Maud Tracy. P.S. Tom has come in and says, 'Give my love to Jerry.' P.S. No. 2. Dick St. Clair and Fred Raymond are here, and both send their regards. P.S. No. 3. If you will believe me, Billy Peterkin is here, nibbling his little cane, and says, 'Present my compliments to Miss Crawford.' Just think of it! 5, or rather 4 young men, for Tom don't count, for me to entertain. But I can do it, and rather like it, too, though they all tire me, except Harold." Jerry read this letter, which was received a few days before commencement, 2 or 3 times, and each time she read it, the little ache in her heart kept growing larger, until at last it was actual pain, and covering her face with her hands, she cried like a child. "It is Maud I am crying for," she kept saying to herself. "I know she is worse than they have told me. She is going to die, and I am mean to grudge her Harold's love, if that will make her happier. Why does she go to the cottage so often, I wonder? Is it to see him? He would not like me to do that. He was chagrined when I kissed him at Harvard. But then he does not love me, and he does Maud. But he must come to commencement. I'll write and tell him so." And seizing her pen, Jerry wrote, rapidly and excitedly. "Dear Harold, I have just heard from Maud, who says there is a possibility that you will not come to Vassar, but I shall be so disappointed if you do not. I would rather have you here than all the wise old heads in the state. So come without fail, no matter what you are doing. I can't imagine anything which should keep you. Tell Grandma I am longing to be home, and keep thinking just how cool and nice the kitchen looks, with the hop vine over the door. But she will have to raise the roof soon, for I do believe I've grown an inch since last winter, and am in danger of knocking my brains out in those low rooms. Good-bye till I see you. Jerry." End of chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. "He cometh not," she said. The she was Jerry, who the night before commencement was shaking hands with Dick St. Clair, Fred Raymond, Tom Tracy, and Billy Peterkin, all of whom had arrived on the evening train, and after dinner had come to pay their respects to the young ladies from Shannondale. The he was Harold, for whom Jerry asked at once. "Where is Harold? Is he coming in the morning?" she said, as she stood tall and straight and queen-like before the 4 young men, who glanced at each other with a significance in their looks which she did not understand. It was Dick St. Clair who took it upon himself to explain. "No, Hal is not coming," he said, "and he is awfully cut up about it. He thought he might manage it until yesterday, when he found it impossible to do so. You see, he has taken a job which must be done at a certain time." "Taken a job? What job? What do you mean?" And her blue eyes flashed upon each of the young men, falling last upon Tom Tracy, as if she expected him to answer, which he did in the half sneering, half satirical tone which made her long to box his ears. "Why, it's a sort of carpenter's job," he said, "and I heard his hammer going this morning before sunrise, for I was up early for once and out in the park. Sounded as if he were shingling a roof, and that's work, you know, which must be done in fair weather. It might rain and spoil the plastering." "Thank you," Jerry answered curtly. "Harold is shingling a roof and cannot come. But where is Maud? Is she shingling a roof, too?" "Yes, by Jove, you've hit it. Maud's shingling a roof, too. The best joke out." Billy Peterkin chimed in, glad of an opportunity to join in the conversation and so get some attention from Jerry. He was a little man, only 5'2" with heels, and he wore the light clothes of which Maud had written, and a stovepipe hat and dove-colored gloves, and carried a little cane which he constantly nibbled at, when he was not beating his little boot with it. But he was good-natured and inoffensive and kind-hearted, with nothing low or mean in his nature; and Jerry liked him far better than she did the elegant Tom, as she had nicknamed him, who stood 6 feet without heels, and who knew exactly what shade of color to choose, from his necktie to his hose, which were always silk of the finest quality. Tom was faultlessly gotten up, and carried himself as if he knew it, and knew, too, that he was Tom Tracy, the future heir of Tracy Park, if he were fortunate enough to outlive both his uncle and his father. Jerry had disliked him when he was a boy, and was not very fond of him now, although they were seemingly good friends, except when he roused her to anger with what she called his airs. Turning her back upon him, she pretended to be interested in little Billy, as she was in the habit of calling him, he was so short and she was so tall. He was speaking of Harold, and he said, "It's a deuced shame he couldn't come, but he sent some money by Dick to buy you a basket in New York. And, by George, we've got a stunner down to the hotel. Only I'm afraid it'll be wilted some before tomorrow." "Yes," Dick said, coming forward. "I should not have told you now, if Billy had not let it out. Hal did give me some money to buy a basket of flowers for you. The very best I could find, he said, and I got a big one. But I'm afraid it was not very fresh, for it begins to look wilted now. You must blame Tom, though. He pretends to be up in flowers, and advised my getting this one in New York because it was so handsome and cheap." "Oh, it is all right," Tom drawled, in that affected voice he had adopted since his return from Europe. "It was the best, anyway, we could get for the money. Hal, you know, isn't very flush in the pocket." It was a mean speech to make, and all Tom's audience felt it to be so, while Jerry crimsoned with resentment, and answered hotly, "Faded or not, I shall care more for Harold's flowers than for all the rest which may be given me." This was not very encouraging to 3 at least of the young men, who were intending to make the finest floral offering they could find, to the girl whom in their secret hearts they admired more than any girl they had ever seen, and who, had she made the slightest sign, might have been installed at Grassy Spring, or Tracy Park, or Le Bateau, within less than a month. But Jerry had never made a sign, and had laughed and chatted and flirted with them all, not excepting Tom, who had long ago dropped his supercilious air of superiority and patronage when talking with her, and who treated her with a gentleness and consideration almost lover-like. Horribly jealous of Harold, whom he still felt infinitely above, although he did not now often openly show it, he had encouraged the visits of the latter to Tracy Park, and by jokes and hints and innuendoes had fed the flame which he knew was burning in his sister's heart. "There will be a jolly row when mother finds it out," he said to Maud one day, "for you know she holds her head a great deal higher than Hal Hastings, who isn't the chap I'd choose for a brother-in-law. But if you like him, all right. Stick to him, and I'll stand by you to the death." This was to Maud, while to his mother, when she complained that Harold came there quite too often, and that Maud was running after him too much, he said, "Nonsense, mother, let Maud alone. She knows what she is about, and would not wipe her shoes on Hal Hastings, much less marry him. She is lonely without Nina and Jerry, and not strong enough to read much herself, and Hal amuses her, that's all. I know. I have talked with her. I am keeping watch, and the moment I see any indications of love-making on either side I will give you warning, and together we will put my fine chap in his proper place in a jiffy." Tom was a young man now of 27, tall and finely formed, with all his mother's good looks and his Uncle Arthur's courtliness of manner when he felt that his companions were worthy of his notice, but proud and arrogant and self-asserting with his inferiors, or those whom he thought such. He had never overcome his unwarrantable dislike of Harold, whom he considered far beneath him; but Harold was too popular to be openly treated with contempt, and so there was a show of friendship and civility between them, without any real liking on either side. Tom could not tell just when he began to look upon Jerry as the loveliest girl he had ever seen, and to contemplate the feasibility of making her Mrs. Tom Tracy. His admiration for her had been of slow growth, for she was worse than a nobody, a child of the tramp house, of whose antecedents nothing was known, while he was a Tracy of Tracy Park, whom a duchess might be proud to wed. But he had succumbed at last to Jerry's beauty and sprightliness and originality, and now his love for her had become the absorbing passion of his life, and he would have made her his wife at any moment in the face of his mother's opposition. By some subtle intuition he felt that Harold was his rival, and whatever he could do to lower him in Jerry's estimation he would do without the least hesitation. It was Tom who had insisted that Harold's basket should be bought in New York, where there was a better choice, he said, and he had himself selected flowers which he knew were not fresh, and would be still worse 24 hours later. "Why don't you get yours here, if it is the best place?" Billy Peterkin had asked him, and he replied, "Oh, we can't be bothered with more than one basket in the train. I can find something there." He did not say what he intended to find, or that baskets were quite too common for him, but after leaving the young ladies in the evening he went to a florist's and ordered for Jerry a book of white daisies, with a rack of purple pansies for it to rest upon. "That will certainly be unique, and show her that I have taste," he thought. For Nina a bouquet was sufficient, while for Ann Eliza Peterkin he ordered nothing. Tom could be lavish of his money where his own interest was concerned, but where he had no interest he was stingy and even mean; and so poor little red-haired Ann Eliza, who would have prized a leaf from him more than all the florist's garden from another, was to get nothing from him. "What business has old Peterkin's daughter to graduate anyway?" he thought, and he looked on with a sneer while Billy ordered 5 baskets, one of which was to be of white roses, with a heart of blue forget-me-nots in the centre. "What under heaven are you going to do with 5 baskets?" he asked; but Billy was non-committal, for he would not own that 3 were intended for Jerry, whom he wished to carry off the palm, so far as flowers were concerned. And she did, for of all the young ladies who the next day passed in review before the multitude, no one attracted so much attention or received so much praise as Jerry, or half as many flowers. Her room was full of them. Baskets and bouquets, and Tom Tracy's book showing conspicuously from the rest, and attracting universal admiration. But alas for poor Harold's gift! Dick had watered it the last thing before going to bed and the first thing in the morning, but the flowers were limp and faded, and gave forth a sickly odor, while the leaves of the roses were dropping off, and only the size, which was immense, remained to tell what it once had been. But Jerry singled it out from all the rest, and that night, at a reception given to the graduates, she wore in her bosom 2 faded pink roses, the only ones she could make hold together, and which Nina told her smelled a little old. But Jerry did not care. They were Harold's roses, which he had sent to her, and she prized them more than all the rest she had received. At little Billy's heart she laughed till she cried, and then gave it to a young girl who admired it exceedingly. Tom's book she knew was exquisite, and thanked him for it, and told him it was lovely, and then gave it to Ann Eliza, whose offerings had been so few. A bouquet from Dick St. Clair and Fred Raymond, and a basket from her brother, were all, and the little red-haired girl, who with her heavy gold chain and locket and diamond earrings, and 3 bracelets, and 5 finger rings, had looked like a jeweller's shop, felt aggrieved and neglected, and Jerry found her sobbing in her room as if her heart were broken. "Only 3 snipping things," she said, "and you had 25, and mother will be so disappointed, and father too, when he knows just how few I got. I wish I was popular like you." "Never mind," said Jerry cheerfully. "It was only a happen so, my getting so many. You are just as nice as I am, and I'll give you part of mine to take home to your mother. I can never carry them all. I should have to charter a car," and in a few moments 6 of Jerry's baskets were transferred to Anna Liza's room, including Tom Tracy's book.
"Oh, I can't take that," Anna Liza said. "He didn't mean it for me. He didn't give me anything, and I " Here she began to sob again, and laying her hand pityingly upon the bowed head, Jerry said, "Yes, I know, I understand. Something from Tom Tracy would have pleased you more than from any one else. But listen to me, Annie. Tom is not worth your tears." "Don't you care for him?" the girl asked, lifting her head suddenly. "Not a particle, as you mean. You have nothing to fear from me," Jerry replied. This was a grain of comfort to the girl who had been weak enough to waste her affections upon Tom Tracy, and to hope that she might eventually succeed in bringing him to her feet, for she knew his fondness for money, and that she should in all probability be one day the heiress of 1 million. So great was her infatuation for the man who had never shown her the slightest attention, that even his flowers, though second hand, and not intended for her, were everything to her, and when she packed her trunk that night she put them carefully away in many wrappings of paper, to be brought out at home in the privacy of her own room, and kept as long as the least beauty or perfume remained. It was a very merry party which the New York train carried to Shannondale the next day, and Jerry was the merriest and gayest of them all, bandying jokes and jests, and coquetting pretty equally with the young men, until neither Tom, nor Dick, nor Billy quite knew what he was doing or saying. But always in her gayest moods, when her eyes were brightest, and her wit the keenest, there was in Jerry's heart a thought of Harold, who had so disappointed her, and a wonder as to the nature of the job which had been of sufficient importance to keep him from Vassar. "Shingling a roof, and Maud is helping him," Billy said. "I wonder what he meant," she was thinking, when she heard Anna Liza cry out that the towers of Le Bateau were visible. As she had not seen that wonderful structure since its completion, she arose from her seat, and going to the window, looked out upon the massive pile in the distance, looking, with its turrets and towers and round projections, like some old castle rather than a home where people could live and be happy. "It is very grand," she said to Anna Liza; and Billy, who was leaning toward her, replied, "Yes, too grand for a Peterkin. It wants you there, Jerry, as its masterpiece, and by Jove, you can be there too, if you will." No one heard this attempt at an offer but Jerry, who with a saucy toss of her head replied laughingly, "Thank you, Billy. I'll think of it, and let you know when I make up my mind to come. Just now I prefer the cottage in the lane to any spot on earth. Oh, here we are at the station," she cried, as the train shot round a curve, and Shannondale was reached. There was a scrambling for bundles and flowers and wraps, Fred Raymond gathering up Nina's, while Dick and Tom and Billy almost fought over Jerry's, and poor little Anna Liza would have carried hers alone, if Jerry had not helped her. CHAPTER XXVIII. In Shannondale. 10 years of change in Shannondale, and the green hillside, which stretched from the common down to the river, and where our story opened, sheep and cows were feeding in the pasture land, is thickly covered with dwellings of every kind of architecture, from the mansard roof to the Queen Anne style, just coming into fashion, while the meadowlands are dotted over with the small houses of the men who work in the large furnace, or manufactory which Peterkin had bought and enlarged as a monument, he said, and where he sometimes employed as many as 400 men, and had set up a whistle which could be heard for miles and miles, it was so loud and shrill. A screecher, Peterkin called it, and he always listened with a smile of pride and satisfaction on his face when he heard the first indications of its blowing, and knew that 400 men were quickening their steps on account of it, lest they should be a few minutes late and have their wages docked. Peterkin counted 2 millions now, and boasted the finest, or at least the most expensive house in the county, not even excepting Tracy Park, which still held its own for solidity and old-fashioned dignity, and was the show-place to the strangers visiting in Shannondale. When Peterkin made $20,000 in one day from some speculation in stocks, he said to Mr. St. Clair, who was now a judge, and with whom he pretended to be on terms of great familiarity, "I say, Judge, I'm going to build a buster and whip the crowd. I've lived about long enough in that little 9x10 hole, and I'll be dummed if I don't show 'em what I can do. I'll have towers and bay windows and piazzers with checkered work all round 'em, and a preservatory, and all kinds of new fangled doin's. May Jane and Ann Liza want that Queen Anne style, but I tell 'em no such squatty things for me. They can have all the little winder panes in stained glass, cart loads on't if they want, but I'll have the rooms big and high, so a feller won't bump his head. Yes, sir, I'm in for a smasher."
And he built a smasher on the site of the old house, behind which the Lizzie Ann, or what there was left of it, was lying; and when the house was done, and furnished with the most gaudy and expensive furniture he could find in Boston and New York, he said it had just as good a right to a name as anybody. There was Tracy Park, and Grassy Spring, and Briar Hill, and Collingwood, and he'd be dummed if he'd be outdone by any of 'em. He'd like to call it Lizzie Ann, he said to Arthur, whom he met one day in the park, and to whom he began to talk of his new house. He'd like to call it Lizzie Ann arter the old boat, for that craft was the beginnin' of his bein' anybody, but May Jane and Ann Liza wouldn't hear to it. They wanted some new fangled foreign name. Could Mr. Tracy suggest something? "How would Le Bateau do? It is the French for the boat, and might cover your difficulty," Arthur suggested.
"That's just the checker. Lizzie Ann with a new name. What d'ye call her?" Peterkin said, and Arthur replied, "Le Bateau." "Yes, yes, Lubberto. That'll suit May Jane tip-top. Beats all what high notions she's got. Why, I don't s'pose she any more remembers that she used to wash Miss Atherton's stun steps than you remember somethin' that never happened. Do you?"
Arthur thought very likely that she did not, and Peterkin went on.
"You say it means a boat in French. Canal, do you s'pose?"
Arthur did not think it mattered what boat, and Peterkin continued.
"Lubberto. Sounds droll, but I like it. I'll see an engraver to-day, but how do you spell the plaguey thing?"
Arthur wrote it on a slip of paper, which he handed to Peterkin, who began slowly, Lelebatbat. Labatt? Why, what in thunder? That ain't Lubberto, 'tain't nothin'. With an amused smile, Arthur explained that the pronunciation of French words had very little to do with the way they were spelled; then, very carefully pronouncing the name several times, and making Peterkin repeat it after him, he said good bye, and walked away, thinking to himself, "There are bigger lunatics outside the asylum than I am, but it is not possible the fool will adopt that name." But the fool did. May Jane approved, and Billy did not care, provided his father would pronounce it right, and so in less than a week, Le Bateau was on Peterkin's door plate, and on the 2 gate posts of the entrance to his grounds, and May Jane's visiting cards bore the words, "Mrs. Peterkin, Le Bateau, Fridays." She had her days now, like Mrs. Atherton, and Mrs. St. Clair, and Mrs. Tracy, and had her butler too, and her maid, and her carriage; and after the house was finished, and furnished in a style that reminded one of a theatre, it was so gorgeous and gay, Peterkin concluded to have a coat of arms for his carriage; and remembering how Arthur had helped him in a former dilemma, he sought him again, and told him his trouble. "That lubber too," he called it two now, "went down like hot cakes, and was just the thing," he said, "and now I want some picter for my carriage door to kinder mark me, and show who I am. You know what I mean." Arthur thought a puff ball would represent Peterkin better than anything else, but he replied, "Yes, I know, you want a coat of arms, which shall suggest your early days." "When I was flounderin' to get up, just so," Peterkin interrupted him. "You've hit it square. Now I'd like a picture of the Lizzie Ann as she was, but May Jane won't hear tut it. What d'ye say, Square?" Arthur tingled to his fingertips at this familiarity from a man whom he detested, and whom he would like to turn from his door, but the man was in his house and in his private room, tilting back in a delicate Swiss chair, which Arthur expected every moment to see broken to pieces, and which finally did go down with a crash as the burly figure settled itself a little more firmly upon the frail thing. "I'll be dummed if I hain't broken it all to shivers!" the terrified Peterkin exclaimed as he struggled to his feet, and looked with dismay upon the debris. "What's the damage?" he continued, taking out his pocket book and ostentatiously showing a $50 bill. "Money cannot replace the chair which once adorned the salon of Madame de Stael," Arthur said. "Put up your purse, for heaven's sake, never again tip back in your chair. It is a vulgar trick of which no gentleman would be guilty." Ordinarily Peterkin would have resented language like this, but he was just now too anxious to curry favour with Arthur to show any anger, and he answered meekly, " That's so, Square. 'Tain't good manners, and I know it as well as the next one. I'm awful sorry about the chair, and think mebbe I could get it mended. I'd like to try." " Never mind the chair," Arthur said, with an impatient gesture. " Try another and a stronger one, and let's go back to business. You want a painted panel for your carriage. How will this do?" and he rapidly sketched a green, pleasant meadow, with a canal running through it, and on the canal a boat drawn by one horse, which a barefoot, elfish looking boy was driving. " I swaw, Square, you're a trump, you be," Peterkin exclaimed, slapping him on the back. " You've hit it to a dot. That's the Lizzie Ann, and that there boy is B.J. Jones, driving the old spavin hoss. You oughter have me somewhere in sight, cussin' the hands as I generally was, and May Jane on deck hanging her clothes to dry. Could you manage that?" Arthur thought he could, but suggested that Mrs. Peterkin might not like to be made so conspicuous. " Possibly she will not like this drawing at all. She may think it too suggestive of other days." " That's so," Peterkin assented, a little sadly, " and if she don't take to it, the old Harry can't make her. She used to be the meekest of wives them days she dried her clothes on the Lizzie Ann, but she don't knock under wuth a cent since we riz in the world, and Ann Lizzie is wuss than her mother. But I'll show this to the old woman and let you know." May Jane did not approve, neither did Billy. No use, they said, to flaunt the canal, horse, driver, and all in people's faces ; and so the discomfited Peterkin went to Arthur again, and told him the fat was all in the fire, and May Jane on a rampage. " Try again. Square, but give us some kind of water and craft." So Arthur good humouredly changed the canal into a gracefully flowing river, in a bend of which, in the distance, there was just visible a boat, which was a cross between a gondola and one of those little dangerous things so common on the lakes of Wisconsin. Standing in the bow of the boat, with folded arms, as if calmly contemplating the scenery, was the figure of a man, supposed to be Peterkin, who swore " he'd keep this picture in spite of 'em," and as his wife did not seriously object, the sketch was transferred in oil to a panel and inserted in the carriage, which, when drawn by two shining bays, and driven by a coloured man in long coat and tall hat, with Peterkin sitting back in it with all the pride and pompousness of a 2-millionaire, and May Jane at his side, covered with diamonds, attracted general attention and comment. Billy seldom patronised the carriage, but frequently rode beside it, talking to his mother, of whom he was very fond, and taking off his hat to every person he met, whether old or young, rich or poor. " Billy is an idiot, but very kind hearted," people said of him ; and in truth he was popular with everybody, especially the men in his father's employ, who all went to him for favours, or for an increase of wages ; for if Billy had any business it was in his father's office, where he pretended to look after matters and keep the books straight. Such had been the growth of Peterkin during the past 10 years. He had got clean to the front, he said, and was hobnobbing with Square Harrington, and Judge St. Clair, and the Tracys, all of whom shrugged their shoulders and laughed at him in secret, but treated him civilly to his face, for deny it as we may, money has a mighty power, and will open many a door which nothing else could move. Coarse and ignorant as a horse, but not so bad after all, was what people said of him now. And, in fact, Peterkin had improved and softened a good deal with the accession of wealth. Nobody gave so lavishly to everything as he did, while to his employees he was always generous and considerate. Once he thought to join the church, thinking that would add to his respectability ; but when talked with by his clergyman, he showed himself so lamentably deficient in every necessary qualification that he was advised to wait a while, which he did ; but he rented the most expensive pew, and carried the largest prayer book of any one, and read the loudest, and kept his head down the longest, so long, indeed, that he once went to sleep, and had quite a little nap before his wife nudged him and told him to get up. " Good Lord deliver us !" was his ejaculation, as he sprang to his feet, and adjusting his glasses, looked fiercely round at the amused congregation. So far as money and display were concerned, the St. Clairs and Mrs. Atherton had not kept up with Peterkin. On the contrary, as he grew into society, they gradually withdrew, until at last Dolly Tracy had it all her own way, and looked upon herself as the lady par excellence of the town. She had been to Europe ; she had seen the Queen ; she had had some dresses made at Worth's ; She had picked up a few French words which she used on all occasions, with but little regard to their appropriateness. She had decorated a tea set, and was as unlike the Dolly Tracy whom we first knew as a person well could be. Everything had gone well with her, and scarcely a sorrow had touched her, for though poor, stupid Jack had slept for 5 years in the Tracy lot with only the woman of the tramp house for company, he was so near an imbecile when he died, that his death was a blessing rather than otherwise. Tom, with his fine figure, his fastidious tastes and aristocratic notions, was the apple of her eye, and tout à fait au fait, she said, when her French fever was at its height, and she wished to impress her hearers with her knowledge of the language; while, except for her ill health, and the bad taste she manifested in her liking for Harold's society, Maud was tout à fait au fait, too. She had no dread of Gretchen now; even Arthur had ceased to talk of her, and was as a rule very quiet and contented. Only her husband troubled her, for with the passing years his silence and abstraction had increased, until now it was nothing remarkable for him to go days without speaking to any one unless he were first spoken to. His hair was white as snow, which made him look years older than he really was, while the habit he had always of walking with his head down added to his apparent years. During the time Maud was in Europe he grew old very fast, for Maud was all that made life endurable. To see her in her young beauty flitting about the house and grounds like a bright bird, whose nest is high up in some sheltered spot where the storms never come, was some compensation for what he had done; but when she was gone there came over him such a sense of loneliness and desolation, that at times he feared lest he should become crazier than his brother, who really appeared to be improving, although the strange forgetfulness of past events still clung to and increased upon him. He did not now remember ever to have said that Gretchen was with him in the ship or on the train, or that he had sent the carriage so many times to meet her; and when he spoke of her, which he seldom did to any one except to Jerry, it was as of one who had died years ago. Occasionally in the winter, when a wild storm was raging like that which had shaken the house and bent the evergreens, the night Jerry came, he would tie a knot of crape upon the picture, but would give no reason for it when questioned except to say, "Can't you see it is a badge of mourning?" For a week or more it would remain there, and then he would put it carefully away, to be again brought out when the night was wild and stormy. It was during Maud's absence that the two brothers became more intimate than they had been before, since Arthur first came home, and it happened in this wise. Every day, for months after Maud and his wife went away, Frank spent hours alone in his private room, sometimes doing nothing, but oftener looking at the photograph of Gretchen, and the Bible with the marked passages and the handwriting around it. Then he would take out the letter about which Jerry had been so anxious, and examine it carefully, studying the address, which he knew by heart, and beginning at last to arrange the letters in alphabetical order as far as he could, and to try to imitate them. It was a difficult process, but little by little, with the assistance of a German text-book of Maud's which he found, he learned the alphabet, and began to form words, then put them together, and then to read. Gradually the work began to have a great fascination for him, and he went to Arthur one day and asked for some assistance. "Never too old to learn," he said, "and as the house is like a tomb without Maud, I have actually taken up German, but find it uphill business without a teacher. Will you help me?" "To be sure, to be sure," Arthur cried, brightening up at once, and bringing out on the instant such a pile of books as appalled Frank and made him wish to withdraw his proposition. But Arthur was eager and persistent and patient, and had never respected his brother one half as much as when he was stammering over the German pronunciation, which he could not well master. But he learned to read with a tolerable degree of fluency, and to speak a little too, while he could understand nearly all Arthur said to him. "Do you think I could get along in Germany?" he asked his brother one day. "Certainly you could," Arthur replied. "Are you going there? If you do, go to Wiesbaden and inquire for Gretchen. How she died, and where she is buried. I should have gone long ago, only I dreaded the ocean voyage so confoundedly, and then I forget so badly. When are you going?" "Oh, I don't know as ever," Frank answered quickly, and yet in his heart there was the firm resolve to go to Wiesbaden and hunt up Marguerite Henrich's friends if possible. "And if I find them, and find my suspicions correct, what shall I do then?" he asked himself over and over again, and once made answer to his question, "I will either make restitution or drown myself in the Rhine." Jerry was a constant source of misery to Frank, and yet when she was at home he was always managing to have her at the Park House, where he could see her and watch her as she moved like a young queen through the handsome rooms, or frolicked with Maud upon the lawn. "She is surely Gretchen's daughter, and Arthur's too," he would say to himself, as he too detected in her face the likeness to his brother, which had so startled Jerry in the mirror. He was always exceedingly kind to her, and almost as proud of her success at Vassar as Arthur himself; and on the day when she was expected home he went 2 or 3 times to the cottage in the lane, carrying fruit and flowers, and even offering things more substantial, which, however, were promptly declined by Mrs. Crawford, who had signified her intention to take nothing more for Jerry's board. "The girl pays for herself, or will," she said, "and it is Harold's wish and mine to be independent." But she accepted the fruit and the flowers, and wondered a little to see Frank so excited and nervous, and anxious that everything should be done to make Jerry's final home coming as pleasant as possible. It was a lovely afternoon when the young ladies from Vassar were expected, but the train was half an hour late, and the carriage from Grassy Spring and the carriage from Le Bateau had waited so long that both coachmen were asleep upon their respective boxes when at last the whistle was heard among the hills telling that the cars were coming. The Tracy carriage was not there, though 20 minutes before train time Maud had come down in the Victoria, and on learning of the delay had been driven rapidly to the cottage in the lane, from which she had not returned when at last the cars stopped before the station and the young people alighted upon the platform, which with their luggage seemed at once to be full. "Your checks, miss," the coachman from Grassy Spring said to Nina, as he touched his hat respectfully to her, and his words were repeated to Ann Eliza by the servant from Le Bateau. But Jerry held hers in her hand, with a rueful look of disappointment on her face, as she looked in vain for Harold or Maud to greet her. For a single moment the difference between her position and that of Nina and Ann Eliza struck her like a blow, and she thought to herself, "For them everything, for me nothing." Then she rallied, and passing her checks to the baggage master, said to him, "If there is a boy here with a cart or a wheelbarrow, let him take my trunks, otherwise send them by express. I see there is no one to meet me." "Yes'm, but they's comin'," the man replied with a significant nod in the direction where a cloud of dust was visible as the Tracy Victoria came rapidly up to the station with Maud and Harold in it. The former was standing up and waving her parasol to the party upon the platform, while almost before the carriage stopped, Harold sprang out and had both of Jerry's hands in his and held them, as he told her how glad he was to welcome her home again. He looked tired and flurried, and did not seem quite himself, but there could be no doubt that he was glad, for the gladness shone in his eyes and in his face, and Jerry felt it in the warm clasp of his hands, which she noticed with a pang were brown, and calloused, and bruised in some places, as if they had of late been used to harder toil than usual. But she had not much time for thought before Maud's arms were around her neck, and Maud was standing on tiptoe and drawing down her face, which she covered with kisses, and between laughing and crying exclaimed, "You darling old Jerry! How glad I am to see you again! And how tall and grand you have grown! Why, I don't much more than come to your shoulder. See, Harold, how Jerry outshines me!" And she lifted her sparkling face to Harold, who looked down at her as a brother might have looked at an only sister, of whom he was very fond. How pretty and piquant she was, with her brilliant complexion and her dark eyes, and how stylish she looked in the Paris gown of embroidered linen, which fitted her perfectly, and the big hat, which turned up just enough on the side to give her a saucy coquettish air, as she flitted from one to another, kissing Nina twice, Ann Eliza once, and shaking hands with all the young men except Tom, who put his in his pockets, out of her way. He could not stand Maud's gush, he said, and he watched her with a half sneering smile as she tiptoed around, for it always seemed as if she walked upon her toes, curtsying as she walked. "I meant to have been here before the train," she said to Jerry, "and I was here about an hour ago, but when I found the cars were late I drove over to tell Harold, as time with him was everything. How we did drive, though, when we heard the whistle. Come, jump in," she continued, as she herself stepped into the Victoria. "Jump in, and I will take you home in a jiffy. It won't hurt Hal to walk, although he is awful tired." "But I would rather walk. Take Harold, if he is so tired," Jerry said, in a tone she did not quite intend. "Oh, Jerry!" Harold exclaimed, in a low, pained voice, "I am not tired. Let us both walk," and going to Maud he said something to her which Jerry could not hear, except the words, "Don't you think it better so?" "Of course I do. It was stupid in me not to see it before. was Maude's reply, as she laid her hand on Harold's arm, where it rested a moment while she said her good-byes. And Jerry saw the little ungloved hand touching Harold so familiarly, and thought how small and white and thin it was, with the blue veins showing so distinctly upon it, and then she looked more closely at Maude herself, and saw, with a pang, how sick she looked in spite of the bright colour in her cheeks, which came and went so fast. There was a pallor about her lips and about her nose, while her ears were almost transparent, and her neck was so small that Jerry felt she could have clasped it in one hand. "Maude," she cried, pressing close to the young girl, as Harold stepped aside. "Maude, are you ill? You are pale everywhere except your cheeks, which are like roses." "No, no," Maude answered quickly, as if she did not like the question. "Not sick a bit, only a little tired. We have been at work real hard, Hal and I, but he will tell you about it, and now good-bye again, for I must go. I shall be round in the morning. Good-bye. Oh, Tom, I forgot. We have company to dinner to-night, a Mr. and Mrs. Hart, who are friends of Mrs. Atherton, and have just returned from Germany, bringing Fred's sister Marian with them. She has been abroad at school for years, and is very nice. I ought to have told Fred and Nina. How stupid in me! But they will find their invitations when they get home. Now hop in quick, and don't tear my flounces. You are so awkward." "I suppose Hal never tears your flounces," Tom said, as he took his seat beside his sister, and gave Jerry a look which sent the blood in great waves to her face and neck, for it seemed to imply that he understood the case and supposed that she did too. The St. Clair carriage had driven away with Nina and Dick and Fred, and the carriage from Le Bateau had gone too, when at last Jerry and Harold started down the road and along the highway to the gate through which the strange woman had once passed with the baby Jerry in her arms. The baby was a young woman now, tall and erect, with her head set high as she walked silently by Harold's side, until the gate was reached and they passed into the shaded lane, where they were hidden from the sight of anyone upon the main road leading to the Park House. Then, stopping suddenly, she faced squarely toward her companion and said, "Why didn't you come to commencement? Tom Tracy said you were shingling a roof, and Billy Peterkin said Maude was helping you." End of chapters 27 and 28.